Section 1 of The Martian. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita. The Martian by Georges de Maurier. Section 1. Barty Josselin is no more. When so great a man dies, it is generally found that a tangled growth of more or less contentious literature has already gathered round his name during his lifetime. He has been so written about, so talked about, so riddled with praise or blame, that, to those who have never seen him in the flesh, he has become almost a tradition, a myth, and one runs the risk of losing all clue to his real personality. This is especially the case with the subject of this biography. One is in danger of forgetting what manner of man he was who has so taught and touched and charmed and amused us, and so happily changed for us the current of our lives. He has been idealized as an angel, a saint, and a demigod. He has been caricatured as a self-indulgent sensualist, a vulgar Lothario, a buffoon, a joker of practical jokes. He was in reality the simplest, the most affectionate, and most good-humored of men, the very soul of honor, the best of husbands and fathers and friends, the most fascinating companion that ever lived, and one who kept to the last the freshness and joyous spirits of a schoolboy and the heart of a child, one who never said or did an unkind thing, probably never even thought one. Generous and open-handed to a fault, slow to condemn, quick to forgive, and gifted with a power of immediately inspiring affection, and keeping it forever after, such as I have never known in anyone else. He grew to be, for all his quick-tempered impulsiveness, one of the gentlest and meekest and most humble-minded of men. On me, a mere prosperous tradesman and busy politician and man of the world, devolves the delicate and responsible task of being the first to write the life of the greatest literary genius this century has produced, and of revealing the strange secret of that genius, which has lighted up the darkness of these latter times as with a pillar of fire by night. This extraordinary secret has never been revealed before to any living soul but his wife and myself, and that is one of my qualifications for this great labor of love. Another is that for 50 years I have known him as never a man can quite have known his fellow man before, that for all that time he has been more constantly and devotedly loved by me than any man can ever quite have been loved by father, son, brother, or bosom friend. Good heavens! Barty, man and boy, Barty's wife, their children, their grandchildren, and all that ever concerned them or concerns them still, all this has been the world to me, and ever will be. He wished me to tell the absolute truth about him, just as I know it, and I look upon the fulfillment of this wish of his as a sacred trust, and would sooner die any shameful death, or brave any other dishonor, than fail in fulfilling it to the letter. The responsibility before the world is appalling, and also the difficulty to a man of such training as mine. I feel already conscious that I am trying to be literary myself, to seek for turns of phrase that I should never have dared to use in talking to Barty, or even in writing to him, that I am not at my ease, in short, not me, but straining every nerve to be on my best behavior, and that's about the worst behavior there is. Oh, may some kindly light, born of a life's devotion and the happy memories of half a century, lead me to mere naturalness and the use of simple, homely words, even my own native telegraphese, that I may haply blunder at length into some fit form of expression, which Barti himself might have approved. One would think that any sincere person who has learnt how to spell his own language should at least be equal to such a modest achievement as this, and yet it is one of the most difficult things in the world. My life is so full of Barti Joceline that I can hardly be said to have ever had an existence apart from his, and I could think of no easier or better way to tell Barti's history than just telling my own, from the days I first knew him, and in my own way, that is, in the best telegraphese I can manage, picking each precious word with care, just as though I were going to cable it, as soon as written, to Boston or New York, where the love of Barti Joceline shines with even a brighter and warmer glow than here, or even in France, and where the hate of him, the hideous, odious odium theologicum, the sova indignatio of the Church, that once burned at so white a heat, has burned itself out at last, and is now as though it had never been, and never could be again. P.S. An afterthought. And here, in case misfortune should happen to me before this book comes out as a volume, I wish to record my thanks to my old friend, Monsieur de Maurier, for the readiness with which he has promised to undertake, and the conscientiousness with which he will have performed, his share of the work as editor and illustrator. I also wish to state that it is to my beloved goddaughter, Roberta Beatrix Hay, née Joceline, that I dedicate this attempt at a biographical sketch of her illustrious father, Robert Maurice. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 2. Part First. De Paris à Versailles, Lula, de Paris à Versailles. Il y a de belles allées. Vive le roi de France. Il y a de belles allées. Vive les écoliers. One sultry Saturday afternoon in the summer of 1847, I sat at my desk in the junior schoolroom, or salle d'études des petites, of the Institut F. Brossard, en point de l'Avenue de Saint Cloud, or, as it is called now, Avenue de Bois de Boulogne, or, as it was called during the Second Empire, Avenue du Prince Impérial, or else de l'Impératrice. I'm not sure. There is not much stability in such French names, I fancy, but their sound is charming, and always gives me the nostalgia of Paris, Royal Paris, Imperial Paris, Republican Paris, whatever they may call it 10 or 12 years hence. Paris is always Paris, and always will be, in spite of the immortal Haussmann, both for those who love it and for those who don't. All the 4 windows were open, 2 of them freely and frankly on to the now deserted playground, admitting the fragrance of lime and syringa and lilac and other odors of a mixed quality. 2 other windows, defended by an elaborate network of iron wire and a formidable array of spiked iron rails beyond, opened on to the rond point, or meeting of the crossroads, one of which led northeast to Paris through the Arc de Triomphe, the other 3 through woods and fields and country lanes to such quarters of the globe as still remain. The world is wide. In the middle of this open space a stone fountain sent up a jet of water 3 feet high, which fell back with a feeble splash into the basin beneath. There was comfort in the sound on such a hot day, and one listened for it half unconsciously, and tried not to hear instead Weber's Invitation à la Valse, which came rippling in intermittent waves from the open window of the distant parloir where Chardonnay was practicing the piano. Tum ti dum tum tum, tum ti dumpty, diddle iddle e da capo again and again. Chardonnay was no heaven-born musician. Monsieur Bonzig, or Le Grand Bonzig as he was called behind his back, sat at his table on the estrade, correcting the exercises of the 8th class, 8e, which he coached in Latin and French. It was the lowest class in the school, yet one learnt much in it that was of consequence. Not indeed that Balbus built a wall, as I'm told we learn over here, a small matter to make such a fuss about after so many years, but that the Lord made heaven and earth in 6 days and rested on the 7th. He, Monsieur Bonzig, seemed hot and weary, as well he might, and sighed, and looked up every now and then to mop his brow and think. And as he gazed into the green and azure depths beyond the north window, his dark brown eyes quivered and vibrated from side to side through his spectacles with a queer, quick tremolo, such as I have never seen in any eyes but his. About 25 boys sat at their desks, boys of all ages between 7 and 14, many with closely cropped hair, à la malcontent, like nice little innocent convicts, and nearly all in blouses mostly blue, some with their garments loosely flowing, others confined at the waist by a tricolored ceinture de gymnastique, so deep and stiff it almost amounted to stays. As for the boys themselves, some were energetic and industrious, some listless and lazy and lolling, and quite languid with the heat, some fidgety and restless, on the lookout for excitement of any kind, a cab or carriage raising the dust on its way to the Bois, a water cart laying it (there were no hydrants then), a courier bearing royal dispatches, or a mounted orderly, the passy omnibus, to and fro every 10 or 12 minutes, the Martian de Coco with his bell, a regiment of the line with its band, a chorus of peripatetic orpheonistes, a swallow, a butterfly, a bumblebee, a far-off balloon, oh joy! Any sight or sound to relieve the tedium of those 2 mortal school hours that dragged their weary lengths from 1:30 till 3:30, every day but Sunday and Thursday. Even now I find the early afternoon a little trying to wear through without a nap, say from 2 to 4. At 3:30 there would come a half-hour's interval of play, and then the class of French literature from 4 till dinner time at 6, a class that was more than endurable on account of the liveliness and charm of Monsieur Dorosier, who journeyed all the way from the Collège de France every Saturday afternoon in June and July to tell us boys of the Quatrième all about Villon and Ronsard, and Marot and Charles d'Orléans, exceptis excipiendis, of course, and other pleasant people who didn't deal in Greek or Latin or mathematics, and knew better than to trouble themselves over much about formal French grammar and niggling French prosody. Besides, everything was pleasant on a Saturday afternoon, on account of the nearness of the Day of Days. And that's the day that comes between the Saturday and Monday in France. I had just finished translating my 20 lines of Virgil, Infandum regina, jubes renovare, etc. Oh, crimini, but it was hot! And how I disliked the pious Aeneas! I couldn't have hated him worse if I'd been poor Dido's favorite younger brother. not mentioned by Publius Virgilius Maro, if I remember. Palaiseau, who sat next to me, had a cold in his head, and kept sniffling in a manner that got on my nerves. Mouche-toi donc, animal, I whispered. Tu me dégoûtes à la fin. Palaiseau always sniffed, whether he had a cold or not. Taisez-vous, Maurice. Ou je vous donne 100 vers à copier, said Monsieur Bonzig, and his eyes quiveringly glittered through his glasses as he fixed me. Palaiseau, in his brief triumph, sniffed louder. Palaiseau, said Monsieur Bonzig, si vous vous serviez de votre mouchoir, hein? Je crois que cela ne gênerait personne. If you were to use your pocket handkerchief, eh? I don't think it would inconvenience anybody. At this there was a general titter all round, which was immediately suppressed, as in a court of law, and Palaiseau reluctantly and noisily did as he was told. In front of me, that dishonest little sneak Rapode, with a tall parapet of books before him to serve as a screen, one hand shading his eyes, and an inkless pen in the other, was scratching his copybook with noisy earnestness, as if time were too short for all he had to write about the pious Anicius recitative, while he surreptitiously read the Count de Monte Cristo, which lay open in his lap, just as the part where the body, sewn up in a sack, was going to be hurled into the Mediterranean. I knew the page well. There was a splash of red ink on it. It made my blood boil with virtuous indignation to watch him, and I coughed and hemmed again and again to attract his attention, for his back was nearly towards me. He heard me perfectly, but took no notice whatever, the deceitful little beast. He was to have given up Monte Cristo to me at 2:30, and here it was 20 minutes to 3. Besides which, it was my Monte Cristo, bought with my own small savings, and smuggled into school by me at great risk to myself. Maurice, said Monsieur Bonzig. Oui, monsieur, said I will translate. You shall conjugate and copy out for me 40 times the compound verb. I cough without necessity to distract the attention of my comrade Rapode from his Latin exercise. Moi, monsieur? I ask innocently. Oui, vous. Bien, monsieur. Just then there was a clatter by the fountain, and the shrill small pipe of Dorigny, the youngest boy in the school, exclaimed, "Hey! Oh la la! Le roi qui passe!" And we all jumped up and stood on forms, and craned our necks to see Louis Philippe I and his queen drive quickly by, in their big blue carriage and four, with their 2 blue and silver liveried outriders trotting in front, on their way from St. Cloud to the Tuileries. Spond, s'élancez, fermez les fenêtres, ou je vous mets tout au pain sec pour un mois, thundered Monsieur Bonzig, who did not approve of kings and queens, an appalling threat which appalled nobody, for when he forgot to forget he always relented. For instance, he quite forgot to insist on that formidable compound verb of mine. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 3. Suddenly the door of the schoolroom flew open, and the tall, portly figure of Monsieur Brossard appeared, leading by the wrist a very fair-haired boy of 13 or so, dressed in an Eton jacket and light blue trousers, with a white chimney-pot silk hat, which he carried in his hand. An English boy, evidently, but of an aspect so singularly agreeable one didn't need to be English oneself to warm towards him at once. "Monsieur Bonzig and gentlemen," said the headmaster, in French, of course, "here is the new boy. He calls himself Bartholomew Jocelyn. He is English, but he knows French as well as you. I hope you will find in him a good comrade, honorable and frank and brave, and that he will find the same in you. Maurice, that was me. Oui, monsieur. I specially recommend Jocelyn to you. Moi, monsieur? Yes, you. He is of your age, and one of your compatriots. Don't forget. Bien, monsieur. And now, Jocelyn, take that vacant desk, which will be yours henceforth. You will find the necessary books and copy-books inside. You will be in the 5th class, under Monsieur Dumollard. You will occupy yourself with the study of Cornelius Nepos, the commentaries of Caesar, and Xenophon's Retreat of the 10,000. Soyez diligent et attentif, mon ami. À plus tard. He gave the boy a friendly pat on the cheek and left the room. Jocelyn walked to his desk and sat down between Dademar and Laferté, both of whom were en cinquième. He pulled a Caesar out of his desk and tried to read it. He became an object of passionate interest to the whole schoolroom, till Monsieur Bonzig said, "The first who lifts his eyes from his desk to stare at Le Nouveau shall be au piquet for half an hour." To be au piquet is to stand with your back to a tree for part of the following playtime, and the playtime which was to follow would last just 30 minutes. Presently I looked up, in spite of piquet, and caught the new boy's eye, which was large and blue and soft, and very sad and sentimental, and looked as if he were thinking of his mammy, as I did constantly of mine during my first week at Brossard's 3 years before. Soon, however, that sad eye slowly winked at me with an expression so droll that I all but laughed aloud. Then its owner felt in the inner breast pocket of his Eton jacket with great care, and delicately drew forth by the tail a very fat white mouse, that seemed quite tame, and ran up his arm to his wide shirt collar, and tried to burrow there. And the boys began to interest themselves breathlessly in this engaging little quadruped. Monsieur Bonzig looked up again, furious, but his spectacles had grown misty from the heat, and he couldn't see, and he wiped them, and meanwhile the mouse was quickly smuggled back to its former nest. Jocelyn drew a large clean pocket handkerchief from his trousers and buried his head in his desk, and there was silence. La, re, fa, la, re. So strummed over and over again poor Chardonnay in his remote parlor. He was getting tired. I have heard L'Invitation à la Valse many hundreds of times since then, and in many countries, but never that bar without thinking of Jocelyn and his little white mouse. "Fermez votre pupitre, Jocelyn," said Monsieur Bonzig after a few minutes. Jocelyn shut his desk and beamed genially at the usher. "What book have you got there, Jocelyn? Caesar or Cornelius Nepos?" Jocelyn held the book with its title page open for Monsieur Bonzig to read. "Are you dumb, Jocelyn? Can't you speak?" Jocelyn tried to speak, but uttered no sound. "Jocelyn, come here, opposite me." Jocelyn came and stood opposite Monsieur Bonzig, and made a nice little bow. "What have you got in your mouth, Jocelyn? Chocolate, barley sugar, caoutchouc, or an Indian rubber ball?" Jocelyn shrugged his shoulders and looked pensive, but spoke never a word. "Open quick the mouth, Jocelyn!" And Monsieur Bonzig, leaning over the table, deftly put his thumb and forefinger between the boy's lips, and drew forth slowly a large white pocket handkerchief, which seemed never to end, and threw it on the floor with solemn dignity. The whole schoolroom was convulsed with laughter. "Jocelyn, leave the room. You will be severely punished, as you deserve. You are a vulgar buffoon, a jocrisse, a paltoquet, a mountebank. Go, petit polisson, go!" The Polosan picked up his pocket handkerchief and went quite quietly, with simple manly grace, and that's the first I ever saw of Barty Joceline, and it was some 50 years ago. At 3:30 the bell sounded for the half-hour's recreation, and the boys came out to play. Joceline was sitting alone on a bench, thoughtful, with his hand in the inner breast pocket of his Eton jacket. Monsieur Bonzig went straight to him, buttoned up and severe, his eyes dancing and glancing from right to left through his spectacles, and Joceline stood up very politely. "Sit down," said Monsieur Bonzig, and sat beside him, and talked to him with grim austerity for 10 minutes or more, and the boy seemed very penitent and sorry. Presently he drew forth from his pocket his white mouse and showed it to the long usher, who looked at it with great seeming interest for a long time, and finally took it into the palm of his own hand, where it stood on its hind legs, and stroked it with his little finger. Soon Joceline produced a small box of chocolate drops, which he opened and offered to Monsieur Bonzig, who took one and put it in his mouth and seemed to like it. Then they got up and walked to and fro together, and the usher put his arm round the boy's shoulder, and there was peace and goodwill between them. And before they parted, Joceline had entrusted his white mouse to Le Grand Bonzig, who entrusted it to Mademoiselle Marcelin, the head lingère, a very kind and handsome person, who found for it a comfortable home in an old bonbon box lined with blue satin, where it had a large family and fed on the best, and lived happily ever after. But things did not go smoothly for Joceline all that Saturday afternoon. When Bonzig left, the boys gathered round Le Nouveau, large and small, and asked questions. And just before the bell sounded for French literature, I saw him defending himself with his 2 British fists against Dougy, a big boy with whiskers, who had him by the collar and was kicking him to rights. It seems that Dougy had called him, in would-be English, "pretty woman," and this had so offended him that he had hit the whiskered one straight in the eye. Then French literature for the 4e till 6, then dinner for all, soup, boiled beef, not salt, lentils, and Gruyère cheese, quite 2 ounces each, then French rounders till 7:30. Then lesson preparation, with Monte Cristos in one's lap, or Mysteries of Paris, or Wandering Jews, till 9. Then ding dang dong, and at the sleepy usher's nod a sleepy boy would rise and recite the perfunctory evening prayer in a dull sing-song voice, beginning, "Notre Père, qui es aux cieux, vous dont le regard scrutateur pénètre jusque dans les replis les plus profonds de nos cœurs," etc., etc., and ending, "Au nom du Père, du Fils et du Saint-Esprit, ainsi soit-il." And then bed, Joceline in my dormitory, but a long way off, between Dademar and La Ferté, while Palaiseau snorted and sniffed himself to sleep in the bed next mine, and Rapaud still tried to read the immortal works of the elder Dumas by the light of a little oil lamp 6 yards off, suspended from a nail in the blank wall over the chimney-piece. End of Section 3. Section 4 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 4. The institution F. Brossard was a very expensive private school, just twice as expensive as the most expensive of the Parisian public schools, Sainte-Barbe, François Ier, Louis le Grand, etc. These great colleges, which were good enough for the sons of Louis Philippe, were not thought good enough for me by my dear mother, who was Irish, and whose only brother had been at Eton, and was now captain in an English cavalry regiment. So she had aristocratic notions. It used to be rather an Irish failing in those days. My father, James Maurice, also English and a little Scotch, and by no means an aristocrat, was junior partner in the great firm of Vougeot Conti et C., wine merchants, Dijon. And at Dijon I had spent much of my childhood, and been to a day school there, and led a very happy life indeed. Then I was sent to Brossard's school in the Avenue de Saint Cloud, Paris, where I was again very happy, and fond of nearly everybody, from the splendid headmaster and his handsome son, Monsieur Merveille, down to Antoine and Francisque, the men servants, and Père Jorion, the concierge, and his wife, who sold croquet and pain d'épices and blanc boudin and sucre d'orge and nougat and pâté de guimauve, also praline, dragées, and gray sandy cakes of chocolate a penny apiece, and gave one unlimited credit, and never dunned one unless bribed to do so by parents, so as to impress on us small boys a proper horror of debt. Whatever principles I have held through life on this important subject, I set down to a private interview my mother had with le père et la mère Jorion, to whom I had run in debt 5 francs during the horrible winter of '47 to '48. They made my life a hideous burden to me for a whole summer term, and I had never owed anyone a penny since. The institution consisted of 4 separate buildings, or corps de logis. In the middle, dominating the situation, was a Greco-Roman pavilion, with a handsome Doric portico elevated 10 or 12 feet above the ground, on a large handsome terrace paved with asphalt and shaded by horse-chestnut trees. Under this noble esplanade, and ventilating themselves into it, were the kitchen and offices and pantry, and also the refectory, a long room furnished with 2 parallel tables, covered at the top by a greenish oilcloth, spotted all over with small black discs, and alongside of these tables were wooden forms for the boys to sit together at meat. La table des grands, la table des petits, each big enough for 30 boys and 3 or 4 masters. Monsieur Brossard and his family breakfasted and dined apart in their own private dining room close by. In this big refectory, 3 times daily, at 7:30 in the morning, at noon, and at 6 p.m., boys and masters took their quotidian sustenance quite informally, without any laying of cloths or saying of grace, either before or after. One ate there to live, one did not live merely to eat, at the Pension Brossard. Breakfast consisted of a thick soup, rich in dark-hued garden produce, and a large hunk of bread, except on Thursdays, when a pat of butter was served out to each boy instead of that Spartan broth, that brouet noir de Lacédémonienne, as we called it. Everybody who has lived in France knows how good French butter can often be, and French bread. We triturated each our pat with rock salt, and made a round ball of it, and dug a hole in our hunk to put it in, and ate it in the playground with clasp knives, making it last as long as we could. This, and the half holiday in the afternoon, made Thursday a day to be marked with a white stone. When you are up at 5 in summer, at 5:30 in the winter, and have had an hour and a half or 2 hours' preparation before your first meal at 7:30, French bread and butter is not a bad thing to break your fast with. Then from 8 till 12, class, Latin, Greek, French, English, German, and mathematics and geometry, history, geography, chemistry, physics, everything that you must get to know before you can hope to obtain your degree of Bachelor of Letters or Sciences, or be admitted to the Polytechnic School, or the Normal, or the Central, or that of Mines, or that of Roads and Bridges, or the Military School of St. Cyr, or the Naval School of the Borda. All this was 50 years ago. Of course, names of schools may have changed, and even the sciences themselves. Then at 12 the second breakfast, meat or salt fish on Fridays, a dish of vegetables, lentils, red or white beans, salad, potatoes, etc. A dessert, which consisted of fruit or cheese, or a French pudding. This banquet over, a master would stand up in his place and call for silence, and read out loud the list of boys who were to be kept in during the play hour that followed. À la retenue, Messieurs Maurice, Repaud, Duvillard, Jolivet, Spond, etc. Then play till 1:30, and very good play too. Rounders, which are better and far more complicated in France than in England. Bar traversière, as rough a game as football. Fly the garter, or l'arrêt, etc., etc., according to the season. And then afternoon study, at the summons of that dreadful bell, whose music was so sweet when it rang the hour for meals, or recreation, or sleep, so hideously discordant at 5:30 on a foggy December Monday morning. Altogether 11 hours' work daily, and 4 hours play, and sleep from 9 till 5 or half past. I find this leaves half an hour unaccounted for, so I must have made a mistake somewhere. But it all happened 50 years ago, so it's not of much consequence now. Probably they have changed all that in France by this time, and made school life a little easier there, especially for nice little English boys, and nice little French boys too. I hope so very much, for French boys can be as nice as any, especially at such institutions as F. Brossard's, if there are any left. Most of my comrades, aged from 7 to 19 or 20, were the sons of well-to-do fathers, soldiers, sailors, rentiers, owners of land, public officials, in professions or business or trade. A dozen or so were of aristocratic descent, 3 or 4 very great swells indeed. For instance, 2 marquises, one of whom spoke English, having an English mother; a count bearing a string of beautiful names 1,000 years old, and even more, for they were constantly turning up in the Classe d'Histoire de France au Moyen Âge; a Belgian viscount of immense wealth and immense good nature, and several very rich Jews, who were neither very clever nor very stupid, but, as a rule, rather popular. Then we had a few of humble station, the son of the woman who washed for us, Jules, the natural son of a brave old caporal in the 37e Légère, a countryman of Monsieur Brossard's, who was not well off, so I suspect his son was taught and fed for nothing. The Brossards were very liberal. Philocelle, the only child of a small retail hosier in the Rue Saint Denis, who thought no sacrifice too great to keep his son at such a first-rate private school, and others. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 5. During the 7 years I spent at Brossard's, I never once heard paternal wealth, or the want of it, or paternal rank or position alluded to by master, pupil, or servant; especially never a word or an allusion that could have given a moment's umbrage to the most sensitive little only son of a well-to-do West End cheesemonger that ever got smuggled into a private suburban boarding school kept for the sons of gentlemen only, and was so chaffed and bullied there that his father had to take him away and send him to Eton instead, where the sons of gentlemen have better manners, it seems; or even to France, where the sons of gentlemen have the best manners of all, or used to have before a certain 2nd of December, as distinctly I remember. Nous avons changé tout cela. The head master was a famous Republican, and after February '48 was elected a représentant du peuple for the Dauphiné, and sat in the Chamber of Deputies for a very short time, alas! So I fancy that the titled and particled boys, les nobles, were of families that had drifted away from the lily and white flag of their loyal ancestors, from Rome and the Pope and the past. Anyhow, none of our young nobles, when at home, seemed to live in the noble faubourg across the river, and there were no clericals or ultramontanes among us, high or low. We were all red, white, and blue in equal and impartial combination. All this par parenthèse. On the asphalt terrace also, but separated from the headmaster's classic habitation by a small square space, was the lingerie, managed by Mademoiselle Marcelin and her two subordinates, Constance and Félicité; and beneath this le père and la mère Jorian sold their cheap goodies, and jealously guarded the gates that secluded us from the wicked world outside, where women are, and merchants of tobacco, and cafes where you can sip the opalescent absinthe, and libraries where you can buy books more diverting than the adventures of Telemachus. On the opposite or western side was the gymnastic ground, enclosed in a wire fence, but free of access at all times, a place of paramount importance in all French schools, public and private. From the doors of the refectory, the general playground sloped gently down northwards to the Rond Point, where it was bounded by double gates of wood and iron that were always shut; and on each hither side of these rose an oblong dwelling of red brick 2 stories high, and capable of accommodating 30 boys, sleeping or waking, at work or rest or play. For in bad weather we played indoors, or tried to, chess, draughts, backgammon, and the like, even blindman's buff, Colin Maillard, even puss in the corner, aux quatre coins. All the classrooms and schoolrooms were on the ground floor. Above, the dormitories and masters' rooms. These 2 buildings were symmetrical. One held the boys over 14, from the 3rd class up to the 1st; the other into the salle d'études, of which the reader has already been admitted, the boys from the 4th down to the 8th, or lowest form of all, just the reverse of an English school. On either side of the playground were narrow strips of garden, cultivated by boys whose tastes lay that way, and small arbors overgrown with convolvulus and other creepers, snug little verdant retreats where one fed the mind on literature not sanctioned by the authorities, and smoked cigarettes of caporal and even colored pipes, and was sick without fear of detection. Piquer son renard sans crainte d'être collé. Finally, behind Père Brossard's Ciceronian villa, on the south, was a handsome garden. We called it Tusculum, a green flowery pleasaunce reserved for the headmaster's married daughter, Madame Germain, and her family, good people with whom we had nothing to do. Would I could subjoin a ground plan of the Institution F. Brossard, where Barty Josselin spent 4 such happy years, and was so universally and singularly popular. Why should I take such pains about all this, and dwell so laboriously on all these minute details? Firstly, because it all concerns Josselin and the story of his life, and I am so proud and happy to be the biographer of such a man, at his own often expressed desire, that I hardly know where to leave off and what to leave out. Also, this is quite a new trade for me, who have only dealt hitherto in foreign wines, and British party politics, and bimetallism, and can only write in telegraphies. Secondly, because I find it such a keen personal joy to evoke and follow out, and realize to myself by means of pen and pencil all these personal reminiscences, and with such a capital excuse for prolixity. At the top of every page I have to pull myself together to remind myself that it is not of the Right Honorable Sir Robert Maurice, Bart., M.P., that I am telling the tale. Anyone can do that. But of a certain Englishman who wrote Sardonyx, to the everlasting joy and pride of the land of his fathers, and of a certain Frenchman who wrote Berthe au Grand Pied, and moved his mother country to such delight of tears and tender laughter as it had never known before. Dear me, the boys who lived and learnt at Brossard's school 50 years ago, and the masters who taught there, peace to their ashes, are far more to my taste than the actual human beings among whom my dull existence of business and politics and society is mostly spent in these days. The school must have broken up somewhere about the early 50s. The stuccoed Doric dwelling was long since replaced by an important stone mansion, in a very different style of architecture, the abode of a wealthy banker, and this again, later, by a palace many stories high. The 2 schoolhouses in red brick are no more. The playground grew into a luxuriant garden, where a dozen very tall trees overtopped the rest. From their evident age and their position in regard to each other, they must have been old friends of mine, grown out of all knowledge. I saw them only 20 years ago from the top of a Passy omnibus, and recognized every one of them. I went from the Arc de Triomphe to Passy, and back quite a dozen times on purpose, once for each tree. It touched me to think how often the author of Sardonyx has stood leaning his back against one of those giants. Oh, Piquet! They are now no more, and Passy omnibuses no longer ply up and down the Allée du Bois de Boulogne, which is now an avenue of palaces. An umbrageous lane that led from the Rond Point to Chalons, that very forgettable and by me quite forgotten quarter, separated the Institution F. Brossard from the Pensionnat Mélanie Jalabert, a beautiful pseudo-Gothic castle which was tenanted for a while by Prince de Carabas-Chenonceau, after Mademoiselle Jalabert had broken up her ladies' school in 1849. My mother boarded and lodged there with my only sister in the summer of 1847. There were 1 or 2 other English lady boarders, half pupils, much younger than my mother. Indeed, they may be alive now. If they are, and this should happen to meet their eye, may I ask them to remember kindly the Irish wife of the Scotch merchant of French wines, who supplied them with the innocent vintage of Macon. Ah, who knows that innocence better than I? And his pretty little daughter, who played the piano so nicely. May I beg them also not to think it necessary to communicate with me on the subject, or, if they do, not to expect an answer. One night Mademoiselle Jalabert gave a small dance, and Merveille Brossard was invited, and also half a dozen of his favorite pupils, and a fair-haired English boy of 13 danced with the beautiful Miss Blank. They came to grief and fell together in a heap on the slippery floor, but no bones were broken, and there was much good-natured laughter at their expense. If Miss Blank, that was, is still among the quick, and remembers, it may interest her to know that that fair-haired English boy's name was no less than Bartholomew Jocelyn, and that another English boy, somewhat thick-set and stumpy, and not much to look at, held her in deep love, admiration, and awe, and has not forgotten. If I happen to mention this, it is not with a view of tempting her into any correspondence about this little episode of bygone years, should this ever meet her eye. The Sunday morning that followed Bartie's debut at Brossard's, the boys went to church in the Rue d'Église, Passy, and he with them, for he had been brought up a Roman Catholic, and I went round to Mademoiselle Jalabert's to see my mother and sister. I told them all about the new boy, and they were much interested. Suddenly my mother exclaimed, "Bartholomew Jocelyn? Why, dear me, that must be Lord Runwick's son, Lord Runswick, who was the eldest son of the present Marquis of Whitby. He was in the 17th Lancers with your Uncle Charles, who was very fond of him. He left the army 20 years ago and married Lady Selina Jobhouse, and his wife went mad. Then he fell in love with the famous Antoinette Jocelyn at the Bouffe, and wanted so much to marry her that he tried to get a divorce. It was tried in the House of Lords, I believe, but he didn't succeed. So they they contracted a morganatic marriage, you know, and your friend was born. And poor Lord Runswick was killed in a duel about a dog when his son was 2 years old, and his mother left the stage, and—" Just here the beautiful Miss Blank came in with her sister, and there was no more of Jocelyn's family history, and I forgot about it for the day, for I passionately loved the beautiful Miss Blank. I was just 13. But next morning I said to him at breakfast, in English, "Wasn't your father killed in a duel?" "Yes," said Bartie, looking grave. "Wasn't he called Lord Runswick?" "Yes," said Bartie, looking graver still. "Then why are you called Jocelyn?" "Ask no questions and you'll get no lies," said Bartie, looking very grave indeed, and I dropped the subject. And here I may as well rapidly go through the well-known story of his birth and early childhood. End of Section 5. Section 6 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 6. His father, Lord Runswick, fell desperately in love with the beautiful Antoinette Jocelyn after his own wife had gone hopelessly mad. He failed to obtain a divorce, naturally. Antoinette was as much in love with him, and they lived together as man and wife, and Bartie was born. They were said to be the handsomest couple in Paris, and immensely popular among all who knew them, though of course society did not open its doors to la belle Madame de Ronswick, as she was called. She was the daughter of poor fisherfolk in Le Poulet, Dieppe. I, with Bartie for a guide, have seen the lowly dwelling where her infancy and childhood were spent, and which Bartie remembered well, and also such of her kin as was still alive in 1870, and felt it was good to come of such a race, humble as they were. They were physically splendid people, almost as splendid as Bartie himself, and, as I was told by many who knew them well, as good to know and live with as they were good to look at. All that was easy to see, and their manners were delightful. When Antoinette was 12, she went to stay in Paris with her uncle and aunt, who were concierge to Prince Skortchakov in the Rue du Faubourg Saint Honoré, next door, or next door but one, to the Elysée Bourbon, as it was called then. And there the princess took a fancy to her, and had her carefully educated, especially in music, for the child had a charming voice and a great musical talent, besides being beautiful to the eye, gifts which her son inherited. Then she became for 3 or 4 years a pupil at the Conservatoire, and finally went on the stage, and was soon one of the most brilliant stars of the Parisian theatre at its most brilliant period. Then she met the handsome English lord, who was 40, and they fell in love with each other, and all happened as I have told. In the spring of 1837, Lord Runswick was killed in a duel by Lieutenant Rondelli of the 12e Spahis. Antoinette's dog had jumped up to play with the lieutenant, who struck it with his cane, for he was en Pékin, it appears, in mufti, and Lord Runswick laid his own cane across the Frenchman's back. And next morning they fought with swords by the Mer aux Biches in the Bois de Boulogne, a little secluded sedgy pool, hardly more than 6 inches deep and 6 yards across. Barty and I have often skated there as boys. The Englishman was run through at the first lunge and fell dead on the spot. A few years ago Barty met the son of the man who killed Lord Runswick. It was at the French embassy in Albert Gate. They were introduced to each other, and Monsieur Rondelli told Barty how his own father's life had been poisoned by sorrow and remorse at having had la main si malheureuse on that fatal morning by the Mer aux Biches. Poor Antoinette, mad with grief, left the stage, and went with her little boy to live in the Pollet near her parents. 3 years later she died there of typhus, and Barty was left an orphan and penniless, for Lord Runswick had been poor, and lived beyond his means, and died in debt. Lord Archibald Rohan, a favourite younger brother of Runswick's, not the heir, came to Dieppe from Dover, where he was quartered with his regiment, the 7th Royal Fusiliers, to see the boy, and took a fancy to him, and brought him back to Dover to show his wife, who was also French, a daughter of the old Gascon family of Lonlay-Savignac, who had gone into trade, chocolate, and became immensely rich. They, the Rohans, had been married 8 years, and had as yet no children of their own. Lady Archibald was delighted with the child, who was quite beautiful. She fell in love with the little creature at the first sight of him, and fed him, on the evening of his arrival, with crumpets and buttered toast. And in return he danced La Dieppoise for her, and sang her a little ungrammatical ditty in praise of wine and women. It began: Beau vin, beau vin, beau vin donc, de ce vin le meilleur du monde. Beau vin, beau vin, beau vin donc, de ce vin car il est très bon. Si je n'en boiviens pas, j'aurais la pépite et ce qui m'est. I have forgotten the rest. Indeed, I am not quite sure that it is fit for the drawing-room. Ah, mon Dieu, quel amour d'enfant! Oh, gardons-le! cried my lady, and they kept him. I can imagine the scene. Indeed, Lady Archibald has described it to me, and Barty remembered it well. It was his earliest English recollection, and he has loved buttered toast and crumpets ever since, as well as women and wine. And thus he was adopted by the Archibald Rohans. They got him an English governess and a pony, and in 2 years he went to a day school in Dover, kept by a Miss Stone, who is actually alive at present and remembers him well. And so he became quite a little English boy, but kept up his French through Lady Archibald, who was passionately devoted to him, although by this time she had a little daughter of her own, whom Barti always looked upon as his sister, and who is now dead. She became Lord Frognall's wife. He died in 1870, and she afterwards married Mr. Justice Robertson. Barti's French grandfather and grandmother came over from Dieppe once a year to see him, and were well pleased with the happy condition of his new life. And the more Lord and Lady Archibald saw of these grandparents of his, the more pleased they were that he had become the child of their adoption. For they were first-rate people to descend from, these simple toilers of the sea, better, perhaps, ceteris paribus, than even the Rohans themselves. All this early phase of little Jocelyn's life seems to have been singularly happy. Every year at Christmas he went with the Rohans to Castle Rohan in Yorkshire, where his English grandfather lived, the Marquis of Whitby, and where he was petted and made much of by all the members, young and old, especially female, of that very ancient family, which had originally come from Brittany in France, as the name shows, but were not millionaires, and never had been. Often, too, they went to Paris, and in 1847 Colonel Lord Archibald sold out, and they elected to go and live there in the Rue de Bac, and Barti was sent to the Institution F. Brossard, where he was soon destined to become the most popular boy, with boys and masters alike, that had ever been in the school, in any school, I should think, in spite of conduct that was too often the reverse of exemplary. Indeed, even from his early boyhood, he was the most extraordinarily gifted creature I had ever known, or even heard of, a kind of spontaneous, humorous Crichton, to whom all things came easily, and life itself as an uncommonly good joke. During that summer term of 1847 I did not see very much of him. He was in the class below mine, and took up with Laferté and little Bussy Rabutin, who were first-rate boys, and laughed at everything he said, and worshipped him. So did everybody else sooner or later. Indeed, it soon became evident that he was a most exceptional little person. In the first place, his beauty was absolutely angelic, as will be readily believed by all who have known him since. The mere sight of him as a boy made people pity his father and mother for being dead. Then he had a charming gift of singing little French and English ditties, comic or touching, with his delightful fresh young pipe, and accompanying himself quite nicely on either piano or guitar, without really knowing a note of music. Then he could draw caricatures that we boys thought inimitable, much funnier than Chams or Bertals or Gavarnis, and collected and treasured up. I have dozens of them now. They make me laugh still, and bring back memories of which the charm is indescribable, and their pathos to me. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 7. And then how funny he was himself without effort, and with a fun that never failed. He was a born buffoon of the graceful kind, more whelp or kitten than monkey, ever playing the fool, in and out of season, but somehow always apropos. And French boys love a boy for that more than anything else, or did in those days. Such very simple buffooneries as they were, too, that gave him and us such stupendous delight. For instance, he is sitting at evening study between Bussy Rabutin and Laferté. Monsieur Bonzig is usher for the evening. At 8:30 Bussy Rabutin gives way. In a whisper he informs Barti that he means to take a nap, piqué en chien, with his gradus opened before him, and his hand supporting his weary brow as though in deep study. But, says he, if Bonzig finds me out, si Bonzig me colle, give me a gentle nudge. All right, says Barty, and off goes Bussy Raboutin into his snooze. 8:45. Poor fat little Laferté falls into a snooze too, after giving Barty just the same commission, to nudge him directly he's found out from the chair. 8:55. Intense silence, everybody hard at work. Even Bonzig is satisfied with the deep stillness and studious recueillement that brood over the scene. Steady pens going, quick turning over of leaves of the Gradus ad Parnassum. Suddenly Barty sticks out his elbows and nudges both his neighbors at once, and both jump up, exclaiming in a loud voice, "Non, monsieur, je ne dors pas, je travaille." Sensation. Even Bonzig laughs, and Barty is happy for the week. Or else again, a new usher, Monsieur Goupillon, from Gascony, is on duty in the schoolroom during afternoon school. He has a peculiar way of saying "Ohé vous" instead of "Oui vous" to any boy who says "Moi, monsieur," on being found fault with. And perceiving this, Barty manages to be found fault with every 5 minutes, and always says "Moi, monsieur," so as to elicit the "Ohé vous" that gives him such delight. At length Monsieur Goupillon says, "Jocelyn, if you force me to say ohé vous to you once more, you shall be à la retenue for a week." "Moi, monsieur?" says Jocelyn quite innocently. "Ohé vous!" shouts Monsieur Goupillon, glaring with all his might, but quite unconscious that Barty has earned the threatened punishment. And again Barty is happy for a week, and so are we. Such was Barty's humor as a boy, mere drivel, but of such a kind that even his butts were fond of him. He would make Monsieur Bonzig laugh in the middle of his severest penal sentences, and thus demoralize the whole schoolroom and set a shocking example, and be ordered à la porte of the salle d'études, an exile which was quite to his taste, for he would go straight off to the lingerie and entertain Mademoiselle Marcelin and Constance and Félicité, who all three adored him, with comic songs and breakdowns of his own invention, and imitations of everybody in the school. He was a born histrion, a kind of French Arthur Roberts, but very beautiful to the female eye, and also always dear to the female heart, a most delightful gift of God. Then he was constantly being sent for, when boys' friends and parents came to see them, that he might sing and play the fool, and show off his tricks, and so forth. It was one of Monsieur Merveille's greatest delights to put him through his paces. The message, "On demande Monsieur Jocelyn au parloir," would be brought down once or twice a week, sometimes even in class or schoolroom, and became quite a byword in the school, and many of the masters thought it a mistake and a pity. But Barty by no means disliked being made much of, and showing off in this genial manner. He could turn le Père Bossard round his little finger, and Merveille too, whenever an extra holiday was to be begged for, or a favor obtained for anyone, or the severity of a pensum mitigated. Barty was the messenger, and seldom failed. His constitution, inherited from a long line of frugal seafaring Norman ancestors, not to mention another long line of well-fed, well-bred Yorkshire squires, was magnificent. His spirits never failed. He could see the satellites of Jupiter with the naked eye. This was often tested by M. Dumollard, Maître de Mathématiques et de Cosmographie, who had a telescope which, with a little good will on the gazer's part, made Jupiter look as big as the moon, and its moons like stars of the first magnitude. His sense of hearing was also exceptionally keen. He could hear a watch tick in the next room, and perceive very high sounds to which ordinary human ears are deaf. This was found out later. And when we played blindman's buff on a rainy day, he could, blindfolded, tell every boy he caught hold of, not by feeling him all over like the rest of us, but by the mere smell of his hair, or his hands, or his blouse. No wonder he was so much more alive than the rest of us. According to the amiable, modest, polite, delicately humorous, and even tolerant and considerate Professor Max Nordau, this perfection of the olfactory sense proclaims poor Barty a degenerate. I only wish there were a few more like him, and that I were a little more like him myself. By the way, how proud young Germany must feel of its enlightened Max, and how fond of him, to be sure! Mes compliments. But the most astounding thing of all, it seems incredible, but all the world knows it by this time, and it will be accounted for later on, is that at certain times and seasons Barty knew by an infallible instinct where the north was, to a point. Most of my readers will remember his extraordinary evidence as a witness in the Rangoon trial, and how this power was tested in open court, and how important were the issues involved, and how he refused to give any explanation of a gift so extraordinary. It was often tried at school by blindfolding him, and turning him round and round till he was giddy, and asking him to point out where the North Pole was, or the North Star, and 7 or 8 times out of 10 the answer was unerringly right. When he failed, he knew beforehand that for the time being he had lost the power, but could never say why. Little Dr. Larcher could never get over his surprise at this strange phenomenon, nor explain it, and often brought some scientific friend from Paris to test it, who was equally nonplussed. When cross-examined, Barty would merely say, "Quelquefois je sais, quelquefois je ne sais pas, mais quand je sais, et il n'est pas à s'y tromper." Indeed, on one occasion that I remember well, a very strange thing happened. He not only pointed out the north with absolute accuracy, as he stood carefully blindfolded in the gymnastic ground, after having been turned and twisted again and again, but still blindfolded, he vaulted the wire fence, and ran round to the refectory door, which served as the home at Rounders, all of us following, and there he danced a surprising dance of his own invention that he called La Paladine, the most humorously graceful and grotesque exhibition I ever saw. And then, taking a ball out of his pocket, he shouted "À la Mandier!" and threw the ball. Straight and swift it flew and hit the almond tree, which was quite 20 yards off. And after this he ran round the yard from base to base, as at la balle au camp, till he reached the camp again. "If ever he goes blind," said the wondering Monsieur Maurice, "he'll never need a dog to lead him about." "He must have some special friend above," said Madame Germain, Maurice's sister, who was looking on. Prophetic words! I have never forgotten them, nor the tear that glistened in each of her kind eyes as she spoke. She was a deeply religious and very emotional person, and loved Barty almost as if he were a child of her own. Such women have strange intuitions. Barty was often asked to repeat this astonishing performance before skeptical people, parents of boys, visitors, etc., who had been told of it, and who believed he could not have been properly blindfolded, but he could never be induced to do so. There was no mistake about the blindfolding. I helped in it myself, and he afterwards told me the whole thing was aussi simple que bonjour, if once he felt the north, for then, with his back to the refectory door, he knew exactly the position and distance of every tree from where he was. It's all nonsense about my going blind and being able to do without a dog, he added. I should be just as helpless as any other blind man, unless I was in a place I knew as well as my own pocket, like this playground. Besides, I shan't go blind. Nothing will ever happen to my eyes. They're the strongest and best in the whole school. He said this exultingly, dilating his nostrils and chest, and looking proudly up and around, like Ajax defying the lightning. "But what do you feel when you feel the north, Barti? A kind of tingling?" I asked. "Oh, I feel where it is, as if I'd got a mariner's compass trembling inside my stomach, and as if I wasn't afraid of anybody or anything in the world, as if I could go and have my head chopped off and not care a fig." "Ah, well, I can't make it out. I give it up," I exclaimed. "So do I," exclaims Barti. "But tell me, Barti," I whispered, have you really got a special friend above?" "Ask no questions and you'll get no lies," said Barti, and winked at me one eye after the other, and went about his business, and I about mine. Thus it is hardly to be wondered at that the spirit of this extraordinary boy seemed to pervade the Pension F. Brossard, almost from the day he came to the day he left it, a slender stripling over 6 feet high, beautiful as Apollo, but, alas, without his degree, and not an incipient hair on his lip or chin. Of course the boy had his faults. He had a tremendous appetite, and was rather greedy. So was I, for that matter. And we were good customers to la Mère Jorian, especially he, for he always had lots of pocket money, and was fond of standing treat all round. Yet, strange to say, he had such a loathing of meat that soon, by special favoritism, a separate dish of eggs and milk and succulent vegetables was cooked expressly for him, a savory mess that made all our mouths water merely to see and smell it, and filled us with envy, it was so good. Aglaé the cook took care of that. C'était pour Monsieur Jocelyn. And of this he would eat as much as 3 ordinary boys could eat of anything in the world. End of Section 7. Section 8 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 8. Then he was quick-tempered and impulsive, and in frequent fights, in which he generally came off second best, for he was fond of fighting with bigger boys than himself. Victor or vanquished, he never bore malice, nor woke it in others, which is worse. But he would slap a face almost as soon as look at it, on rather slight provocation, I'm afraid, especially if it were an inch or two higher up than his own. And he was fond of showing off, and always wanted to throw farther and jump higher and run faster than anyone else. Not indeed that he ever wished to mentally excel, or particularly admired those who did. Also, he was apt to judge folk too much by their mere outward appearance and manner, and not very fond of dull, ugly, commonplace people, the very people, unfortunately, who were fondest of him. He really detested them almost as much as they detest each other, in spite of many sterling qualities of the heart and head they sometimes possess. And yet he was their victim through life, for he was very soft, and never had the heart to snub the deadliest bores he ever writhed under, even undeserving ones, like blank or blank, or the Bishop of blank, or Lord Justice blank, or General blank, or Admiral blank, or the Duke of blank, etc., etc. And he very unjustly disliked people of the bourgeois type, the respectable middle class, quorum pars magna fui, especially if we were very well off and successful, and thought ourselves of some consequence, as we now very often are, I beg to say, and showed it, as I'm afraid we sometimes do. He preferred the commonest artisan to Monsieur Jourdain, the bourgeois gentilhomme, who was a very decent fellow after all, and at least clean in his habits, and didn't use bad language or beat his wife. Poor dear Barti! What would have become of all those priceless copyrights and royalties, and what not, if his old schoolfellow hadn't been a man of business? And where would Barti himself have been without his wife, who came from that very class? And his admiration for an extremely good-looking person, even of his own sex, even a scavenger or dustman, was almost snobbish. It was like a well-bred, well-educated Englishman's frank fondness for a noble lord. And next to physical beauty, he admired great physical strength, and I sometimes think that it is to my possession of this single gift I owe some of the warm friendship I feel sure he always bore me, for though he was a strong man, and topped me by an inch or two, I was stronger still, as a cart horse is stronger than a racer. For his own personal appearance, of which he always took the greatest care, he had a naive admiration that he did not disguise. His candor in this respect was comical. Yet, strange to say, he was really without vanity. When he was in the Guards, he would tell you quite frankly he was the handsomest chap in all the Household Brigade, bar 3, just as he would tell you he was 20 last birthday. And the fun of it was that the 3 exceptions he was good enough to make, splendid fellows as they were, seemed as satyrs to Hyperion when compared with Barti Jocelyn. One, F. Pepys, was 3 or 4 inches taller, it is true, being 6'7" or 8", a giant. The 2 others had immense whiskers, which Barti openly envied, but could not emulate, and the moustache with which he would have been quite decently endowed in time was not permitted in an infantry regiment. To return to the Pension Brossard and Barti the schoolboy. He adored Monsieur Merovee because he was big and strong and handsome, not because he was one of the best fellows that ever lived. He disliked Monsieur Dorossier, whom we were all so fond of, because he had a slight squint and a receding chin. As for the Anglophobe Monsieur de Molade, who made no secret of his hatred and contempt for perfidious Albion, "Dis donc, Jocelyn," says Maurice, in English or French, as the case might be, "why don't you like Monsieur de Molade, eh? He always favors you more than any other chap in the school. I suppose you dislike him because he hates the English so, and always runs them down before you and me, and says they're all traitors and sneaks, and hypocrites and bullies and cowards and liars and snobs, and we can't answer him because he's the mathematical master." "Ma foi, non," says Jocelyn, "c'est pas pour ça." "Pourquoi alors?" says Maurice, that's me. "C'est parce qu'il a le pied bourgeois et la jambe canaille," says Barti. it's because he's got common legs and vulgar feet. And that's about the lowest and meanest thing I ever heard him say in his life. Also, he was not always very sympathetic as a boy when one was sick or sorry or out of sorts, for he had never been ill in his life, never known an ache or a pain, except once the mumps, which he seemed to thoroughly enjoy, and couldn't realize suffering of any kind, except such suffering as most schoolboys all over the world are often fond of inflicting on dumb animals. This drove him frantic and led to many a licking by bigger boys. I remember several such scenes, one especially. One frosty morning in January '48, just after breakfast, Jolivet III, Tertius, put a sparrow into his squirrel's cage, and the squirrel caught it in his claws and cracked its skull like a nut and sucked its brain, while the poor bird still made a desperate struggle for life, and there was much laughter. There was also, in consequence, a quick fight between Jolivet and Jocelyn, in which Barty got the worst, as usual. His foe was 2 years older and quite an inch taller. Afterwards, as the licked one sat on the edge of a small stone tank full of water and dabbed his swollen eye with a wet pocket handkerchief, Monsieur Dumollard, the mathematical master, made cheap fun of Britannic sentimentality about animals, and told us how the English noblesse were privileged to beat their wives with sticks no thicker than their ankles, and sell them au rabais in the horse market of Smithfield, and that they paid men to box each other to death on the stage of Drury Lane, and all that. Deplorable things that we all know and are sorry for and ashamed, but cannot put a stop to. The boys laughed, of course. They always did when Dumollard tried to be funny, and many a joke had he, although his wit never degenerated into mere humor. But they were so fond of Barty that they forgave him his insular affectation. Some even helped him to dab his sore eye. Among them Jolivet III himself, who was a very good-natured chap, and very good-looking into the bargain. And he had received from Barty a sore eye too. Galès, Empochant, Scholastis, un œil au beurre noir. By the way, I fought with Jolivet once about Aesop's fables. He said that Aesop was a lame poet of Lacedaemon. I, that Aesop was a little hunchback Armenian Jew, and I stuck to it. It was a Sunday afternoon, on the terrace by the Lingerie. He kicked as hard as he could, so I had to kick too. Mademoiselle Marcelin ran out with Constance and Félicité and tried to separate us, and got kicked by both, unintentionally of course. Then up came Père Jorian and kicked me, and they all took Jolivet's part and said I was in the wrong because I was English. What did they know about Aesop? So we made it up and went back in Jorian's loge and stood each other a blanc boudingue en tic and called Jorian bad names. Comme c'est bête de se battre, hein? Said Jolivet, and I agreed with him. I don't know which of us really got the worst of it, for we hadn't disfigured each other in the least, and that's the best of kicking. Anyhow, he was 2 years older than I, and 3 or 4 inches taller, so I'm glad, on the whole, that that small battle was interrupted. It is really not for brag that I have lugged in this story, at least I hope not. One never quite knows. To go back to Barty, he was the most generous boy in the school. If I may paraphrase an old saying, he really didn't seem to know the difference betwixt tuum et meum. Everything he had, books, clothes, pocket money, even agate marbles, those priceless possessions to a French schoolboy, seemed to be also everybody else's who chose. I came across a very characteristic letter of his the other day, written from the Pension Brossard to his favorite aunt, Lady Caroline Gray, one of the Rohans, who adored him. It begins: "My dear Aunt Caroline, thank you so much for the magnifying glass, which is not only magnifying, but magnifique. Don't trouble to send any more gingerbread nuts, as the boys are getting rather tired of them, especially La Ferté and Bussy Rabutin. I think we should all like some Scotch marmalade," etc., etc. And though fond of romancing a little now and then, and embellishing a good story, he was absolutely truthful in important matters, and to be relied upon implicitly. He seemed also to be quite without the sense of physical fear, a kind of callousness. Such, roughly, was the boy who lived to write the Motes in a Moonbeam and La Quatrième Dimension before he was 30, and such, roughly, he remained through life, except for one thing. He grew to be the very soul of passionate and compassionate sympathy, as who doesn't feel who has ever read a page of his work, or even had speech with him for half an hour. Whatever weaknesses he yielded to when he grew to man's estate are such as the world only too readily condones in many a famous man less tempted than Jocelyn was inevitably bound to be through life. Men of the Jocelyn type, there are not many, he stands pretty much alone, can scarcely be expected to journey from adolescence to middle age with that impeccable decorum which I, and no doubt many of my masculine readers, have found it so easy to achieve, and find it now so pleasant to remember and get credit for. Let us think of The Footprints of Aurora, or Étoile Morte, or Déjeuner et Dalila, or even Les Trépassés de François Villon. Then let us look at Réjan's etching of Watts' portrait of him. The original is my own to look at whenever I like, and that is pretty often. And then let us not throw too many big stones or too hard at Barty Jocelyn. Well, the summer term of 1847 wore smoothly to its close, a happy trimestre during which the Institution F. Brossard reached the high water mark of its prosperity. There were 60 boys to be taught, and 6 house-masters to teach them, besides a few highly paid outsiders for special classes, such as the lively Monsieur de Rossier for French literature, and Monsieur le Professeur Martineau for the higher mathematics, and so forth, and crammers and coachers for Saint-Cyr, the Polytechnic School, the École des Ponts et Chaussées. Also fencing masters, gymnastic masters, a Dutch master who taught us German and Italian, an Irish master with a lovely brogue who taught us English. Shall I ever forget the blessed day when 10 or 12 of us were presented with an Ivanhoe apiece as a class book, or how Barty and I and Bonvie, who knew English, devoured the immortal story in less than a week, to the disgust of Rappaud, who refused to believe that we could possibly know such a beastly tongue as English well enough to read an English book for mere pleasure, on our desks in playtime, or on our laps in school, en cachette. Quelle sacrée pose! He soon mislaid his own copy, did Rappaud, just as he mislaid my Monte Cristo and Jolivet's illustrated Wandering Jew, and it was always, "Dis donc, Maurice, prête-moi ton Ivanhoe," with an accent on the E, whenever he had to construe his 20 lines of Walter Scott, and what a hash he made of them. Sometimes Monsieur Brossard himself would come, smoking his big meerschaum, and help the English class during preparation, and put us up to a thing or two worth knowing. Rappaud, comment dit-on pouvoir en anglais? C'est pas monsieur. Comment, petit crétin, tu ne sais pas? And Rapaud would receive a pensée tordue, a twisted pinch on the back of his arm to quicken his memory. Oh là là, he would howl, je ne sais pas. Et toi, Maurice? Ça se dit to be able, monsieur, I would say. Mais non, mon ami, tu oublies ta langue natale. Ça se dit to can. Maintenant, comment dirais-tu en anglais, je voudrais pouvoir? Je dirais, I would like to be able. Comment encore, petit cancre? Allons, tu es anglais. Tu sais bien que tu dirais, I would will to can. Then Monsieur Brossard turns to Barty. À ton tour, Jocelyn. Moi, monsieur, says Barty. Oui, toi? Comment dirais-tu, je pourrais vouloir? Je dirais, I would can to will, says Barty, quite unabashed. À la bonne heure, au moins tu sais ta langue, toi, says Père Brossard, and pats him on the cheek, while Barty winks at me. The wink of successful time-serving hypocrisy, and Bonnevie writhes with suppressed delight. What lives most in my remembrance of that summer is the lovely weather we had, and the joy of the Passy swimming bath every Thursday and Sunday from 2 till 5 or 6. It comes back to me even now in heavenly dreams by night. I swim with giant side strokes all round the Ile des Cygnes, between Passy and Rennell, where the École de Natation was moored for the summer months. Round and round the isle I go, up stream and down, and dive and float, and wallow with bliss there is no telling, till the waters all dry up and disappear, and I am left wading in weeds and mud and drift, and drought and desolation, and wake up shivering, and such is life. As for Barty, he was all but amphibious, and reminded me of the seal at the Jardin des Plantes. He really seemed to spend most of the afternoon under water, coming up to breathe now and then at unexpected moments, with a stone in his mouth that he had picked up from the slimy bottom 10 or 12 feet below, or a weed, or a dead mussel. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 9. Part Second. Les uns les regrettent et les pleurent à la vieillesse. Jeune, il faut cueillir les fleurs de la jeunesse. Baïf. Sometimes we spent the Sunday morning in Paris, Barty and I, in picture galleries and museums, and wax figure shows, churches and cemeteries, and the Hôtel Cluny, and the baths of Julian the Apostate, or the Jardin des Plantes, or the Morgue, or the Knacker's Yards at Montfaucon, or lovely slums. Then a swim at the Bains d'Aligny. Then lunch at some restaurant on the Quai Voltaire or in the Quartier Latin. Then to some café on the boulevards, drinking our demi-tasse and our chasse café, and smoking our cigarettes like men, and picking our teeth like gentlemen of France. Once after lunch at Vachette's with Berquin, who was 17, and Bonnevie, the Marquis who had got an English mother, we were sitting outside the Café des Variétés, in the midst of a crowd of consommateurs, and tasting to the full the joy of being alive, when a poor woman came up with a guitar and tried to sing Le Petit Mousse Noir, a song Barty knew quite well, but she couldn't sing a bit, and nobody listened. Allons, Jocelyn, chante-nous ça, said Berquin. and Bonnevie jumped up and took the woman's guitar from her and forced it into Josselyn's hands, while the crowd became much interested and began to applaud. Thus encouraged, Barti, who never in all his life knew what it is to be shy, stood up and piped away like a bird, and when he had finished the story of the little black cabin boy who sings in the maintop halyards, the applause was so tremendous that he had to stand up on a chair and sing another and yet another. Écoute-moi bien, ma Fleurette, and Ami, la matinée est belle, from La Muette de Portici, while the pavement outside the Variété was rendered quite impassable by the crowd that had gathered round to look and listen, and who all joined in the chorus: Conduis ta barque avec prudence, pêcheur, parle bas. Jette tes filets en silence, pêcheur, parle bas. Et le roi des mers ne nous échappera pas. B. And the applause was deafening. Meanwhile, Bonnevie and Berquin went round with the hat and gathered quite a considerable sum, in which there seemed to be almost as much silver as copper, and actually 2 5-franc pieces and an English half-sovereign. The poor woman wept with gratitude at coming into such a fortune, and insisted on kissing Barti's hand. Indeed, it was a quite wonderful ovation, considering how unmistakably British was Barti's appearance, and how unpopular we were in France just then. He had his new shiny black silk chimney pot hat on, and his Eton jacket with the wide shirt collar. Berquin in a tightly fitting double-breasted brown cloth swallow-tailed coat with brass buttons, yellow nankin bell-mouthed trousers strapped over varnished boots, butter-colored gloves, a blue satin stock, and a very tall hairy hat with a wide curly brim, looked such an out-and-out young gentleman of France that we were all proud of being seen in his company, especially young de Bonnevie, who was still in mourning for his father, and wore a crape band round his arm, and a common cloth cap with a leather peak, and thick blucher boots, though he was quite 16, and already had a little black moustache like an eyebrow, and inhaled the smoke of his cigarette without coughing and quite naturally, and ordered the waiters about just as if he already wore the uniform of the École Saint-Cyr, for which he destined himself, and was not disappointed. He should be a Marshal of France by now. Perhaps he is. Then we went to the Café Mulhouse on the Boulevard des Italiens, on the Boule des It, as we called it to be in the fashion, that we might gaze at Señor Joaquin Eliezegui, the Spanish giant, who was 8 feet high and a trifle over, or under, I forget which, he told us himself. Barti had a passion for gazing at very tall men, like Frederick the Great, or was it His Majesty's royal father? Then we went to the Boulevard Bonne Nouvelle, where, in a painted wooden shed, a most beautiful Circassian slave, miraculously rescued from some abominable seraglio in Constantinople, sold pen'orths of galettes du gymnase. On her raven hair she wore a silk turban all over sequins, silver and gold, with a yashmak that fell down behind, leaving her adorable face exposed. She had an amber vest of silk, embroidered with pearls as big as walnuts, and Turkish pantalettes. What her slippers were we couldn't see, but they must have been lovely, like all the rest of her. Barti had a passion for gazing at very beautiful female faces, like his father before him. There was a regular queue of postulants to see this heavenly Eastern houri and buy her confection, which is very like Scotch butter cake, but not so digestible, and even more filling at the price. And 3 of us sat on a bench, while 3 times running Barti took his place in that procession. soldiers, sailors, workmen, chiffoniers, people of all sorts, women as many as men, all of them hungry for galette, but hungrier still for a good humanizing stare at a beautiful female face. And he made the slow and toilsome journey to the little wooden booth 3 times, and brought us each a pen'orth on each return journey. And the 3rd time Khatijah, such was her sweet Oriental name, leaned forward over her counter and kissed him on both cheeks, and whispered in his ear, in English and with the accent of Stratford at Bow, "You little duck, your name is Brown, I know." And he came away, his face pale with conflicting emotions, and told us. How excited we were! Bonneville, who spoke English quite well, went for a pen'orth on his own account and said, "My name's Brown too, Miss Khatijah." But he didn't get a kiss. She soon after married a Mr. Blank of Blank, the well-known Blank of Blankshire in Blank Land. She may be alive now. Then to the Palais Royal to dine at the Dîner Européen with Monsieur Berquin père, a famous engineer, and finally to stalls at the Français to see the first 2 acts of Le Cid, and this was rather an anticlimax, for we had too much Cid at the Institution F. Brossard already. And then at last to the omnibus station in the Rue de Rivoli, whence the Accéléré, en correspondance avec les Constantines, started for Passy every 10 minutes, and thus up the gas-lighted Champs-Élysées, and by the Arc de Triomphe to the rond-point de l'Avenue de Saint-Cloud, tired out, but happy, 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 comme on ne laisse pas. Before the school broke up for the holidays, there were very severe examinations, but no distribution de prix. We were above that kind of thing at Brossard's, just as we were above wearing a uniform or taking in day boarders. Barty didn't come off very well in this competition, but he came off anyhow much better than I, who had failed to be diligent and attentive. Too much Monte Cristo, I'm afraid. At all events, Barty got 5 marks for English history, because he remembered a good deal about Ricard Coeur de Lion, and John, and Friar Tuck, and Robin Hood, and especially one Cedric the Saxon, a historical personage of whom the examiner, a decorated gentleman from the Collège de France, had never even heard. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 10. And then, to the tune of Au clair de la lune. Vive les vacances d'Annick tandem, et les pénitentes abébons finem, les pions intraitables, voltus barbaros, sentiront au diable, godio nostro. N.B. The accent is always on the last syllable in French Latin, and pion means an usher. Barty went to Yorkshire with the Rohans, and I spent most of my holidays with my mother and sister, and the beautiful Miss Blank at Mademoiselle Jalabert, next door, coming back to school for most of my meals, and at night to sleep, with a whole dormitory to myself, and no dreadful bell at 5 in the morning, and so much time to spare that I never found any leisure for my holiday task, that skeleton at the feast. No more did Jules, the sergeant's son. No more did Caillard, who spent his vacation at Brossard's because his parents lived in Russia, and his correspondent in Paris was ill. The only master who remained behind was Bonzique, who passed his time painting ships and sailors in oil colors. It was a passion with him. Corvette, brigantine, British whalers, fishing smacks, revenue cutters, feluccas, caiques, even Chinese junks, all was fish that came to his net. He got them all from La France Maritime, an illustrated periodical much in vogue at Brossard's, and also his storms and his calms, his rocks and piers and lighthouses, for he had never seen the sea he was so fond of. He took us every morning to the Passy swimming baths, and in the afternoon for long walks in Paris, and all about and around, and especially to the Musée des Marines at the Louvre, that we might gaze with him at the beautiful models of three-deckers. He evidently pitied our forlorn condition, and told us delightful stories about seafaring life, like Mr. Clark Russell's, and how he, some day, hoped to see the ocean for himself before he died, and with his own eyes. I really don't know how Jules and Caillard would have got through the hideous ennui of that idle September without him. Even I, with my mother and sister, and the beautiful Miss within such easy reach, found time hang heavily at times. One can't be always reading, even Alexander Dumas, nor even loafing about, even in Paris, by oneself. Jules and Caillard were not allowed outside the gates without Bonzique, and beautiful English girls of 18 like Miss don't always want a small boy dangling after them, and show it sometimes, which I thought very hard. It was almost a relief when school began again in October, and the boys came back with their wonderful stories of the good time they had all had, especially some of the big boys who were en rhétorique et en philosophie, and all the game that had fallen to their guns, wild boars, roebucks, cerf de corps, and what not; of perilous swims in stormy seas, tremendous adventures and fishing smacks on moonlight nights. It seemed that the moon had been at the full all through those wonderful 6 weeks. Rides ventre à terre on mettlesome Arab steeds through gloomy, wolf-haunted forests with charming female cousins, flirtations and good fortunes with beautiful but not happily married women in old medieval castle keeps, toujours au clair de la lune. They didn't believe each other in the least, these gay young romancers, nor expect to be believed themselves. But it was very exciting all the same, and they listened and were listened to in turn without a gesture of incredulity, nor even a smile. And we small boys held our tongues in reverence and awe. When Jocelyn came back, he had wondrous things to tell too, but so preposterous that they disbelieved him quite openly, and told him so. How in London he had seen a poor woman so tipsy in the street that she had to be carried away by 2 policemen on a stretcher. How he had seen brewers' dray horses nearly 6 feet high at the shoulder, and 1 or 2 of them with a heavy cavalry mustache drooping from its upper lip. How he had been presented to the Lord Mayor of London, and even shaken hands with him, in Leadenhall Market, and that his lordship was quite plainly dressed, and how English Lord Mayors were not necessarily hommes du monde, nor always hand in glove with Queen Victoria. Splendide mendax! But they forgave him all his mendacity for the sake of a new accomplishment he had brought back with him, and which beat all his others. He could actually turn a somersault backwards with all the ease and finish of a professional acrobat. How he got to do this, I don't know. It must have been natural to him, and he never found it out before. He was always good at gymnastics, and all things that required grace and agility more than absolute strength. Also, he brought back with him, from Leadenhall Market no doubt, a gigantic horned owl, fairly tame, and with eyes that reminded us of Le Grand Bonzig's. School began, and with it the long evenings with an hour's play by lamplight in the warm salle d'études, and the cold lamplit 90 minutes' preparation on an empty stomach, after the short perfunctory morning prayer, which didn't differ much from the evening one. Bertie was still en cinquième, at the top, and I at the tail of the class immediately above, so near and yet so far. So I did not have many chances of improving my acquaintance with him that term, for he still stuck to La Ferté and Bussy-Rabutin. They were inseparable, those three. At midday playtime the weather was too cold for anything but games, which were endless in their variety and excitement. It would take a chapter to describe them. It is a mistake to think that French schoolboys are, or were, worse off than ours in this. I will not say that any one French game is quite as good as cricket or football for a permanency, but I remember a great many that are very nearly so. Indeed, French rounders, la balle au camp, seems to me the best game that ever was, on account of the quick rush and struggle of the fielders to get home when an inside boy is hit between the bases, lest he should pick the ball up in time to hit one of them with it before the camp is reached, in which case there is a most exciting scrimmage for the ball, etc., etc. Barty was good at all games, especially la balle au camp. I used to envy the graceful, easy way he threw the ball, so quick and straight it seemed to have no curve at all in its trajectory, and how it bounded off the boy it nearly always hit between the shoulders. At evening, play in the schoolroom, besides draughts and chess and backgammon, Monsieur Bonzic, when de service, would tell us thrilling stories with La suite au prochain numéro when the bell rang at 7:30, a long series that lasted through the winter of '47 to '48. Le Tueur de Dames, Le Lac Ontario, Le Dernier des Mohicans, Les Pionnières, La Prairie, by one Fenimore Cooper, all of which he had read in Monsieur de Faucompre's admirable translations. I have read some of them in their native American since then myself. I loved them always, but they seemed to lack some of the terror, the freshness, and the charm his fluent utterance and solemn nasal voice put into them as he sat and smoked his endless cigarettes, with his back against the big stone stove, and his eyes dancing sideways through his glasses. Never did that ding-dang-dong sound more hateful than when Le Grand Bonzic was telling the tale of Baudecouir's doings, from his innocent youth to his noble and pathetic death by sunset, with his ever faithful and still serviceable, but no longer deadly rifle, the friend of 60 years, lying across his knees. I quote from memory. What a gun that was! Then on Thursdays, long walks, 2 by 2, in Paris, with Bonzic or Dumoulard, or else in the Bois, to play rounders or prisoner's base in a clearing, or skate on the Mer aux Biches, which was always so hard to find in the dense thicket. Poor Lord Runswick! He found it once too often. La Mer d'Ortuelle was too deep, and too popular with La Flotte de Passy, as we called the Passy voyous, big and small, who came there in their hundreds to slide and pick up quarrels with well-dressed and respectable schoolboys. Liberté, égalité, fraternité, ou la mort, vive la République. This, by the way, applies to the winter that came next. So time wore on with us gently, through the short vacation at New Year's Day till the 23rd or 24th of February, when the Revolution broke out and Louis Philippe Premier had to fly for his life. It was a very troublous time, and the school for a whole week was in a state of quite heavenly demoralization. 10 times a day, or in the dead of night, the drum would beat le rappel, or la générale. A warm, wet wind was blowing, the most violent wind I can remember that was not an absolute gale. It didn't rain, but the clouds hurried across the sky all day long, and the tops of the trees tried to bend themselves in two, and their leafless boughs and black broken twigs littered the deserted playground, for we all sat on the parapet of the terrace by the lingerie, boys and servants, le père et la mère Jorian, Mademoiselle Marcelin, and the rest, looking towards Paris, all feeling bound to each other by a common danger, like wild beasts in a flood. Dear me, I'm out of breath from sheer pleasure in the remembrance. One night we had to sleep on the floor for fear of stray bullets, and that was a fearful joy never to be forgotten. It almost kept us awake. Peering out of the schoolroom windows at dusk, we saw great fires, 3 or 4 at a time, suburban retreats of the over-wealthy in full conflagration, and all day the rattle of distant musketry, and the boom of cannon a long way off, near Montmartre and Montfaucon, kept us alive. Most of the boys went home, and some of them never came back, and from that day the school began to slowly decline. Père Brossard, an ancient brigand de la loi, as the Republicans of his youth were called, was elected a representative of his native town at the Chamber of Deputies, and possibly that did the school more harm than good. Ne sutor ultra crepidam, as he was so fond of impressing on us. However, we went on pretty much as usual through spring and summer, with occasional alarms, which we loved, and beatings of le rappel, till the July insurrection broke out. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 11. My mother and sister had left Mademoiselle Jalabert's and now lived with my father near the Boulevard Montmartre, and when the fighting was at its height they came to fetch me home, and invited Barty, for the Rohans were away from Paris. So home we walked, quite leisurely, on a lovely peaceful summer evening, while the muskets rattled and the cannons roared round us, but at a proper distance. Women picking linen for lint, and chatting genially the while at shop doors and porters' lodge gates, and a piquet of soldiers at the corner of every street, who felt us all over for hidden cartridges before they let us through. It was all entrancing. The subtle scent of gunpowder was in the air, the most suggestive smell there can be. Even now, here in England, the night of the 5th of November never comes round but I am pleasantly reminded of the days when I was en pleine Révolution in the streets of Paris with my father and mother, and Barty and my little sister, and genial pew-pews made such a conscientious examination of our garments. Nothing brings back the past like a sound or a smell, even those of a penny squib. Every now and then a litter borne by soldiers came by, on which lay a dead or wounded officer, and then one's laugh died suddenly out, and one felt oneself face to face with the horrors that were going on. Barty shared my bed, and we lay awake talking half the night. Dreadful as it all was, one couldn't help being jolly. Every 10 minutes the sentinel on duty in the courtyard below would sententiously intone, "Sentinelle, prenez garde à vous!" and other sentinels would repeat the cry till it died away in the distance like an echo. And all next day, or the day after, or else the day after that, when the long rattle of the musketry had left off, we heard at intervals the feu de peloton in a field behind the church of St. Vincent de Paul, and knew that at every discharge a dozen poor devils of insurgents, caught red-handed, fell dead in a pool of blood. I need hardly say that before 3 days were over the irrepressible Barti had made a complete conquest of my small family. My sister, I hasten to say this, has loved him as a brother ever since, and as long as my parents lived, and wherever they made their home, that home has ever been his, and he has been their son, almost their eldest born, though he was younger than I by 7 months. Things have been reversed, however, for now 30 years and more, and his has ever been the home for me, and his people have been my people and ever will be, and the God of his worship mine. What children and grandchildren of my own could ever be to me as these of Barti Josselin's? Ce sacre Josselin, il avait tous les talents. And the happiest of these gifts, and not the least important, was the gift he had of imparting to his offspring all that was most brilliant and amiable and attractive in himself, and leaving in them unimpaired all that was strongest and best in the woman I loved as well as he did, and have loved as long, and have grown to look upon as belonging to the highest female type that can be. For doubtless the Creator, in his infinite wisdom, might have created a better and a nicer woman than Mrs. Barti Josselin that was to be, had he thought fit to do so, but doubtless also he never did. Alas, the worst of us is that the best of us are those that want the longest knowing to find it out. My kind-hearted but cold-mannered and undemonstrative Scotch father, evangelical, a total abstainer, with a horror of tobacco, surely the austerest dealer in French wines that ever was, a puritanical hater of bar sinisters, and profligacy, and Rome, and rank, and the army, and especially the stage, he always lumped them together more or less, a despiser of all things French, except their wines, which he never drank himself, remained devoted to Barti till the day of his death. And so with my dear genial mother, whose heart yet always yearned towards serious boys who worked hard at school and college, and passed brilliant examinations, and got scholarships and fellowships in England, and state sinecures in France, and married early, and let their mothers choose their wives for them, and train up their children in the way they should go. She had lived so long in France that she was Frencher than the French themselves. And they both loved good music, Mozart, Bach, Beethoven, and were almost priggish in their contempt for anything of a lighter kind, especially with a lightness English or French. It was only the musical lightness of Germany they could endure at all. But whether in Paris or London, enter Barti Josselin, idle schoolboy, or dandy dissipated guardsman, and fashionable man about town, or Bohemian art student, and Bach, Leberwohl, goodbye Beethoven, bonsoir le bon Mozart. All was changed, and welcome instead the last comic song from the Château des Fleurs, or Evans's in Covent Garden, the latest patriotic or sentimental ditty by Louisa Puget, or Frédéric Bérat, or Eliza Cook, or Mr. Henry Russell. And then, what would Barti like for breakfast, dinner, supper after the play, and which of all those Burgundies would do Barti good without giving him a headache next morning? And where was Barti to have his smoke? In the library, of course. Light the fire in the library, Mary. And Mr. Bob, that was me, can smoke there too, instead of going outside, etc., etc., etc. It is small wonder that he grew a bit selfish at times. Though I was a little joyous now and then, it is quite without a shadow of bitterness or envy that I write all this. I have lived for 50 years under the charm of that genial, unconscious, irresistible tyranny, and, unlike my dear parents, I have lived to read and know Barti Jocelyn, nor merely to see and hear and love him for himself alone. Indeed, it was quite impossible to know Barti at all intimately and not do whatever he wanted you to do. Whatever he wanted so intensely and at once, and he had such a droll and engaging way of expressing that hurry and intensity, and especially of expressing his gratitude and delight when what he wanted was what he got, that you could not for the life of you hold your own. Tout vient à qui ne sait pas attendre. Besides which, every now and then, if things didn't go quite as he wished, he would fly into comic rages and become quite violent and intractable for at least 5 minutes, and for quite 5 minutes more he would silently sulk. And then, just as suddenly, he would forget all about it, and become once more the genial, affectionate, and caressing creature he always was. But this is going ahead too fast. Revenons. At the examinations this year, Barti was almost brilliant, and I was hopeless as usual. My only consolation being that after the holidays we should at last be in the same class together, en quatrième, and all through this hopelessness of mine. Lafferté was told by his father that he might invite 2 of his schoolfellows to their country house for the vacation. So he asked Jocelyn and Bussy Raboutin. But Bussy couldn't go, and, to my delight, I went instead. That ride, all through the sweet August night, the 3 of us, on the Impériale of the 5-horsed diligence, just behind the conductor and the driver, and freedom, and a full moon, or nearly so, and a tremendous saucisson de Lyon, Allée bound in silver paper, and petit pain, and 6 bottles of bière de mar, and cigarettes ad libitum, which, of course, we made ourselves. The Laffertés lived in the department of La Sarthe, in a delightful country house, with a large garden sloping down to a transparent stream, which had willows and alders and poplars all along its both banks, and a beautiful country beyond. Outside the grounds, where there were the old brick walls, all overgrown with peaches and pears and apricots, of some forgotten medieval convent, was a large farm, and close by a watermill that never stopped. A road with thick hedgerows on either side led to a small and very pretty town called La Tremblay, 3 miles off, and hard by the garden gates began the big forest of that name. One heard the stags calling, and the owls hooting, and the fox giving tongue as it hunted the hares at night. There might have been wolves and wild boars. I like to think so very much. Monsieur Lafferté was a man of about 50, entre les deux âges, a retired maître de forge, or iron master, or else the son of one, I forget which. He had a charming wife and 2 pretty little daughters, Jean et Marie, aged 14 and 12. He seldom moved from his country home, which was called Le Gouet des Aulnes, except to go shooting in the forest, for he was a great sportsman and cared for little else. He was of gigantic stature, 6 foot 6 or 7, and looked taller still, as he had a very small head and high shoulders. He was not an Adonis, and could only see out of one eye. The other, the left one, fortunately, was fixed as if it were made of glass. Perhaps it was, and this gave him a stern and rather forbidding expression of face. He had just been elected mayor of La Tremblay, beating the Comte de la Tremblay by many votes. The Comte was a royalist and not popular. The Republican, Monsieur Laferté, who was immensely charitable and very just, was very popular indeed, in spite of a morose and gloomy manner. He could even be violent at times, and then he was terrible to see and hear. Of course, his wife and daughters were gentleness itself, and so was his son, and everybody who came into contact with him. Sivi pacem para bellum, as Père Brossard used to impress upon us. It was the strangest country household I have ever seen, in France or anywhere else. They were evidently very well off, yet they preferred to eat their midday meal in the kitchen, which was immense. And so was the midday meal, and of a succulency. An old wolfhound always lay by the huge log fire, often with 2 or 3 fidgety cats fighting for the soft places on him and making him growl. 5 or 6 other dogs, non-sporting, were always about at mealtime. The servants, 3 or 4 peasant women who waited on us, talked all the time, and were tutoyés by the family. Farm laborers came in and discussed agricultural matters, manures, etc., quite informally, squeezing their bonnets de coton in their hands. The postman sat by the fire and drank a glass of cider, and smoked his pipe up the chimney while the letters were read, most of them out loud, and were commented upon by everybody in the most friendly spirit. All this made the meal last a long time. Monsieur Laferté always wore his blouse, except in the evening, and then he wore a brown woolen varousse or jersey, unless they were guests, when he wore his Sunday morning best. He nearly always spoke like a peasant, although he was really a decently educated man, or should have been. His old mother, who was of good family and 80 years of age, lived in a quite humble cottage in a small street in La Tremblay, with 2 little peasant girls to wait on her. And the La Tremblay, with whom Monsieur Laferté was not on speaking terms, were always coming into the village to see her and bring her fruit and flowers and game. She was a most accomplished old lady and an excellent musician, and had known Monsieur de Lafayette. We breakfasted with her when we alighted from the diligence at 6 in the morning, and she took such a fancy to Barty that her own grandson was almost forgotten. He sang to her and she sang to him, and showed him autograph letters of Lafayette, and a lock of her hair when she was 17, and old-fashioned miniatures of her father and mother, Monsieur and Madame de something I've quite forgotten. Monsieur Laferté kept a pack of bassets, a kind of bow-legged beagle, and went shooting with them every day in the forest, wet or dry, sometimes we 3 boys with him. He lent us guns, an old single-barreled flint-lock cavalry musket or carbine fell to my share, and I knew happiness such as I had never known yet. End of Section 11. Section 12 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 12. Barty was evidently not meant for a sportsman. On a very warm August morning, as he and I squatted à la fou at the end of a long straight ditch outside a thicket which the Bassets were hunting, we saw a hare running full tilt at us along the ditch, and we both fired together. The hare shrieked and turned a big somersault and fell on its back, and kicked convulsively, its legs still galloping, and its face and neck were covered with blood, and to my astonishment Barty became quite hysterical with grief at what we had done. It's the only time I ever saw him cry. Cain, Cain, qu'as-tu fait de ton frère? He shrieked again and again in a high voice, like a small child's, like the hare. I calmed him down and promised I wouldn't tell, and he recovered himself and bagged the game. But he never came out shooting with us again. So I inherited his gun, which was double-barreled. Barty's accomplishments soon became the principal recreation of the Lafferté ladies, and even Monsieur Lafferté himself would start for the forest an hour or two later, or come back an hour sooner, to make Barty go through his bag of tricks. He would have an armchair brought out on the lawn after breakfast, and light his short black pipe, and settle the programme himself. First, le saut périlleux, the somersault backwards, over and over again, at intervals of 2 or 3 minutes, so as to give himself time for thought and chuckles, while he smoked his pipe in silent, stodgy jubilation. Then 2 or 3 songs. They would be stopped if Monsieur Lafferté didn't like them after the first verse, and another one started instead, and if it pleased him, it was encored 2 or 3 times. Then pen and ink and paper were brought, and a small table and a kitchen chair, and Barty had to draw caricatures, of which Monsieur Lafferté chose the subject. Maintenant, fais-moi le profil de mon vieux ami, Monsieur Bonzic, que je ne connais pas, que je n'ai jamais vu, mais que j'aime beaucoup. Now do me the side face of my old friend, Monsieur Bonzic, whom I don't know, but am very fond of. And so on for 20 minutes. Then Barty had to be blindfolded and twisted round and point out the north when he felt up to it. Then a pause for reflection. Then, dis-moi quelque chose en anglais. How do you do very well? Hey diddle diddle, Chichester Church in Chichester churchyard, says Barty. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Il s'agit d'une église et d'un cimetière, says Barty rather sadly, with a wink at me. C'est pas gai, que vilain langue, hein? Je suis jollement content que je sais pas l'anglais moi. It's not lively. What a beastly language, eh? I'm precious glad I don't know English. Then, démontre-moi un problème de géométrie. Barty would then do a simple problem out of Legendre, the French Euclid, and Monsieur Lafferté would look on with deep interest and admiration, but evidently no comprehension whatever. Then he would take the pen himself and draw a shapeless figure with A's and B's and C's and D's stuck all over it in impossible places, and quite at hazard, and say, démontre-moi que A plus B est plus grande que C plus D. It was mere idiotic nonsense, and he didn't know better. But Barty would manage to demonstrate it all the same, and Monsieur Lafferté would sigh deeply and exclaim, C'est joliment beau, la géométrie. Then, danse. And Barty danced La Paladine, and did Scotch reels and Irish jigs, and breakdowns of his own invention, amidst roars of laughter from all the family. Finally, the gentlemen of the party went down to the river for a swim, and old Lafferté would sit on the bank and smoke his brûle gueule, and throw carefully selected stones for Barty to dive after, and feel he'd scored off Barty when the proper stone wasn't found, and roar in his triumph. After which he would go and pick the finest peach he could find, and peel it with his pocket knife very neatly. and when Barti was dressed, presented to him with a kindly look in both eyes at once. Mange-moi ça, ça te fera du bien. Then suddenly, Pourquoi que tu n'aimes pas la chasse? T'as pas peur, j'espère. Why don't you like shooting? You're not afraid, I hope. C'est pas, said Jocelyn. Don't like killing things, I suppose. So Barti became quite indispensable to the happiness and comfort of Père Polyphème, as he called him, as well as of his amiable family. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 13. On the 1st of September, there was a grand breakfast in honor of the partridges, not in the kitchen this time, and many guests were invited. And Barti had to sing and talk and play the fool all through breakfast, and got very tipsy and had to be put to bed for the rest of the day. It was no fault of his, and Madame Leferté declared that ces messieurs ought to be ashamed of themselves, and watched over Barti like a mother. He has often declared he was never quite the same after that debauch, and couldn't feel the north for a month. The house was soon full of guests, and Barti and I slept in Monsieur Laferté's bedroom, his wife in a room adjoining. Every morning old Polyphemus would wake us up by roaring out, "Eh, ma femme! Voilà, voilà, mon ami!" from the next room. "Viens vite poncer mon cotère!" And in came Madame Laferté in her dressing gown, and dressed a blister he wore on his big arm. Then café, and coffee came, and he drank it in bed. Then pipe, and his pipe was brought and filled, and he lit it. Then Jocelyn. Oui, Monsieur Laferté. Tire-moi une gamme. Do, ré, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do. Do, si, la, sol, fa, mi, ré, do, sang Jocelyn up and down in beautiful tune with his fresh bird-like soprano. Ah, que ça fait du bien, says Monsieur Laferté. Then a pause, and puffs of smoke, and grunts and sighs of satisfaction. Jocelyn. Oui, Monsieur Laferté. La brune Thérèse. And Jocelyn would sing about the dark-haired Teresa, 3 verses. Tu as changé la fin du second couplet. Tu as dit des comtesses au lieu de dire des duchesses. Recommence. You changed the end of the second verse. You said countesses instead of duchesses. Begin again. And Barti would re-sing it as desired, and bring in the duchesses. Maintenant, Colin, disez les sept. And Barti would sing that charming little song most charmingly. Colin, disez les sept. Je voudrais passer l'eau, mais je suis trop pauvrette pour payer le bateau. Entrez, entrez, ma belle, entrez, entrez toujours, et vogue la nacelle qui porte mes amours. And old Laferté would smoke and listen with an air of heavenly beatitude, almost pathetic. Elle était bien gentille, Lisette, n'est-ce pas, Petiot? Recommence. She was very nice, Lisette, wasn't she, sonny? Begin again. Now both get up and wash and go to breakfast. Come here, Jocelyn. You see this little silver dagger? Producing it from under his pillow. It's rather pointy, but not at all dangerous. My mother gave it me when I was just your age, to cut books with. It's for you. Allons, file. Cut along. No thanks. But look here, are you coming with us à la chasse today? Non, Monsieur Laferté. Pourquoi? T'as pas peur, j'espère. C'est pas. Je n'aime pas les choses mortes. Ça saigne. Et ça ne sent pas bon. Ça me fait mal au corps. Don't know, I'm not fond of dead things. They bleed, and they don't smell nice. It makes me sick. and 2 or 3 times a day Barti would receive some costly token of this queer old giant's affection, till he got quite unhappy about it. He feared he was despoiling the house of Lafferté of all its treasures in silver and gold. But he soothed his troubled conscience later on by giving them all away to favourite boys and masters at Brossard's, especially Monsieur Bonzig, who had taken charge of his white mouse and her family, now quite grown up, children and grandchildren and all, when Mademoiselle Marcelin went for her fortnight's holiday. Indeed, he had made a beautiful cage for them out of wood and wire, with little pasteboard mangers, which they nibbled away. Well, the men of the party and young Lafferté and I would go off with the dogs and keepers into the forest, and Barti would pick filberts and fruit with Jean and Marie, and eat them with bread and butter and jam and sorneau, unripe walnuts mixed with salt and water and verjuice, quite the nicest thing in the world. Then he would find his way into the heart of the forest which he loved, and where he had scraped up a warm friendship with some charcoal burners, whose huts were near an old yellow-watered pond, very brackish and stagnant and deep, and full of leeches and water spiders. It was in the densest part of the forest, where the trees were so tall and leafy that the sun never fell on it, even at noon. The charcoal burners told him that in '93 a young de la Tremblay was taken there at sunset to be hanged on a giant oak tree. But he talked so agreeably and was so pleasant all round that they relented, and sent for bread and wine and cider, and made a night of it, and didn't hang him till dawn next day, after which they tied a stone to his ankles and dropped him into the pond, which was called the Pond of the Respite ever since. And his young wife, Claire Elizabeth, drowned herself there the week after, and their bones lie at the bottom to this very day. And, ghastly to relate, the ringleader in this horrible tragedy was a beautiful young woman, a daughter of the people, it seems, one Séraphine Doucet, whom the young viscount had betrayed before marriage, le droit du seigneur, and but for whom he would have been let off after that festive night. 10 or 15 years later, smitten with incurable remorse, she hanged herself on the very branch of the very tree where they had strung up her noble lover, and still walks round the pond at night, wringing her hands and wailing. It's a sad story. Let us hope it isn't true. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 14. Barti Josselin evidently had this pond in his mind when he wrote in Âme en peine: Sous la berge hantée, l'ormeau croupit, sous la sambre foutier, le renard glapit. Et le surdico brame, et les dames viennent boire à l'étang du répit. Lâchez-moi, loup-garou, que sinistre est la mer, quand tombe la nuit. La chouette s'effare, le blaireau s'enfuit, l'ennissant que les morts se révèlent, qu'une ombre sans âme vous poursuit. Lâchez-moi, loup-garou. Forêt, forêt, what a magic there is in that little French dissyllable, mon forêt, and the heavy circumflex that makes up for it, which lend such a mysterious and gloomy fascination. Forest, that sounds rather tame, almost cheerful. If we want a forest dream, we have to go so far back for it, and dream of Robin Hood and his merry men. And even then Epping forces itself into our dream. And even Chingford, where there was never a werewolf within the memory of man. Give us at least the virgin forest in some far Guiana or Brazil, or even the forest primeval, where the murmuring pines and the hemlocks, bearded with moss and in garments green, indistinct in the twilight, stand like druids of eld, with voices sad and prophetic, stand like harpers hoar, that we may dream of scalp-hunting Mingos and grizzly bears and moose and buffalo, and the beloved Bas de Cure with that magic rifle of his that so seldom missed its mark and never got out of repair. Promenons-nous dans les bois, pendant que le loup n'y est pas. That's the first song I ever heard. Céline used to sing it, my nurse, who was very lovely, though she had a cast in her eye, and wore a black cap, and cotton in her ears, and was pitted with the smallpox. It was in Burgundy, which was rich in forests, with plenty of wolves in them, and wild boars too, and that was only 100 years ago, when that I was a little tiny boy. It's just an old nursery rhyme to lull children to sleep with, or set them dancing, pas autre chose, but there's a deal of old France in it. There I go again, digressing as usual, and quoting poetry, and trying to be literary and all that. C'est plus fort que moi. One beautiful evening after dinner we went, the whole lot of us, fishing for crayfish in the meadows beyond the home farm. As we set about waiting for the crayfish to assemble round the bits of dead frog that served for bait, and were tied to the wire scales which were left in the water, a procession of cows came past us from the farm. One of them had a wound in her flank, a large tumor. "It's the bull who did that," said Maurice. "Il est très méchant." Presently the bull appeared, following the herd in sulky dignity. We all got up and crossed the stream on a narrow plank, all but Joscelin, who remained sitting on a camp stool. "Joscelin, Joscelin, venez donc, il est très mauvais, le taureau." Barty didn't move. The bull came by, and suddenly, seeing him, walked straight to within a yard of him, and stared at him for 5 minutes at least, lashing its tail. Barty didn't stir. Our hearts were in our mouths. Then the big brindled brute turned quietly round with a friendly snort, and went after the cows. And Barty got up and made it a courtly farewell salute, saying, "Bon voyage, au plaisir," after which he joined the rest of us across the stream, and came in for a good scolding, and much passionate admiration from the ladies, and huggings and tears of relief from Madame Laferté. "I knew well he wouldn't be afraid," said Monsieur Laferté. "They are all like that, those English. Le sang-froid du diable. Nom d'un Wellington. It is we who were afraid. We are not so brave as the little Joscelin. Plucky little Joscelin. But why did you not come with us? Temerity is not valor, Joscelin." "Because I wanted to show off, faire le fanfaron," said Barty with extreme simplicity. "Ah, diable! Anyway, it was brave of you to sit still when he came and looked at you in the white of the eyes. It was just the right thing to do. Ces Anglais! Je n'en reviens pas. À 14 ans, hein, ma femme?" "Pardi," said Barty, "I was in such a blue funk, j'avais une venette si bleue, that I couldn't have moved a finger to save my life." At this, old Polyphemus went into a Homeric peal of laughter. "Ces Anglais! What originals! They tell you the real truth at any cost." "Il vous dit la vraie vérité, coûte que coûte." And his affection for Barty seemed to increase, if possible, from that evening. Now this was Barty all over, all through life. He always gave himself away, with a liberality quite uncalled for. so he ought to have some allowances made for that reckless and impulsive indiscretion which caused him to be so popular in general society, but got him into so many awkward scrapes in after life, and made him such mean enemies, and gave his friends so much anxiety and distress. And here I think it right to apologize for so much translating of such a well-known language as French. I feel quite like another Ollendorff, who must have been a German, by the way. But Monsieur Laferté's grammar and accent would sometimes have puzzled Ollendorff himself. Towards the close of September, Monsieur Laferté took it into his head to make a tour of provincial visits en famille. He had never done such a thing before, and I really believe it was all to show off Barty to his friends and relations. It was the happiest time I ever had, and shines out by itself in that already so unforgettably delightful vacation. We went in a large char à banc drawn by two stout horses, starting at 6 in the morning, and driving right through the forest of La Tremblay, and just ahead of us, to show us the way, Monsieur Laferté driving himself in an old cabriolet, with Josselin, from whom he refused to be parted, by his side, singing or talking according to order, or cracking jokes. We could hear the big laugh of Polyphemus. We traveled very leisurely. I forget whether we ever changed horses or not, but we got over a good deal of ground. We put up at the country houses of friends and relations of the Lafertés, and visited old historical castles and medieval ruins, Châteaudun and others, and fished in beautiful pellucid tributaries of the Loire, shot over des chiens anglais, danced half the night with charming people, wandered in lovely parks and woods, and beautiful old formal gardens with fish ponds, terraces, statues, marble fountains, charmilles, pelouses, quinquants, and all the flowers and all the fruits of France. And the sun shone every day, and all day long, and in one's dreams all night. And the peasants in that happy country of the Loire spoke the most beautiful French, and had the most beautiful manners in the world. They're famous for it. It all seems like a fairy tale. If being made much of, and petted and patted and admired and wondered at, make up the sum of human bliss, Barty came in for as full a share of felicity during that festive week as should last an ordinary mortal for a 12-month. Figaro quoi, Figaro là, from morning till night, in 3 departments of France. But he didn't seem to care very much about it all. He would have been far happier singing and tumbling and romancing away to his charbonnier by the pond in the forest of La Tremblay. He declared he was never quite himself until he could feel the north for at least an hour or 2 every day, and all night long in his sleep, and that he should never feel the north again, that it was gone forever, that he had drunk it all away at that fatal breakfast, and it made him lonely to wake up in the middle of the night and not know which way he lay. Dépassé, as he called it, désorienté, perdu, and laughing, he would add, Ayez pitié d'un pauvre orphelin. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 15. Then back to Le Gouet des Aulnes, and one evening after a good supper at Grandmaman Laferté's, the diligence de Paris came jingling and rumbling through the main street of La Tremblay, flashing right and left its 2 big lamps, red and blue. and we 3 boys, after the most grateful and affectionate farewells, packed ourselves into the coupé which had been retained for us, and rumbled back to Paris through the night. There was quite a crowd to see us off, not only La Fertés, but others, all sorts and conditions of men, women, and children, and among them 3 or 4 of Bartie's charcoal-burning friends, one of whom, an old man with magnificent black eyes and an immense beard that would have been white if he hadn't been a charcoal burner, kissed Bartie on both cheeks and gave him a huge bag full of some kind of forest berry that is good to eat, also a young cuckoo, which Bartie restored to liberty an hour later, also a dormouse and a large green lizard, also in a little pasteboard box a gigantic pale green caterpillar 4 inches long and thicker than your thumb, with a row of shiny blue stars in relief all along each side of its back, the most beautiful thing of the kind you ever saw. Pioche bien ta géométrie, mon bon petit Jocelyn. C'est la plus belle science au monde, crois-moi, said Monsieur Laforte to Bartie, and gave him the hug of a grizzly bear, and to me he gave a terrific hand squeeze, and the beautiful double-barreled gun by Leforchot, for which I felt too supremely grateful to find suitable thanks. I have it now, but I have long given up killing things with it. I had grown immensely fond of this colossal old Bourreau bienfaisant, as he was called in La Tremblay, and believed that all his moroseness and brutality were put on to hide one of the warmest, simplest, and tenderest hearts in the world. Before dawn, Bartie woke up with such a start that he woke me. "Enfin, ça y est, quelle chance!" he exclaimed. "Quoi, quoi, quoi?" said I, quacking like a duck. "Le Nord, c'est revenu." It's just ahead of us, a little to the left. We were nearing Paris, and thus ended the proudest and happiest time I ever had in my life. Indeed, I almost had an adventure on my own account, une bonne fortune, as it was called at Brossard's by boys hardly older than myself. I did not brag of it, however, when I got back to school. It was at Les Laiteries or Les Poteries or Les Crucheries, or some such place, the charming abode of Monsieur and Madame Pelisson, only their name wasn't Pelisson or anything like it. At dinner I sat next to a Miss Blank, who was very tall and wore blonde side ringlets. I think she must have been the English governess. We talked very much together in English, and after dinner we walked in the garden together by starlight, arm in arm, and she was so kind and genial to me in English that I felt quite chivalrous and romantic, and ready to do doughty deeds for her sake. Then, at Monsieur Pelisson's request, all the company assembled in a group for evening prayer, under a spreading chestnut tree on the lawn. The prayer sounded very much like the morning or evening prayer at Brossard's, except that the Almighty was addressed as toi instead of vous. It began, Notre Père qui es aux cieux, toi dont le regard scrutateur pénètre jusque dans les replis les plus profonds de nos cœurs, and ended, Ainsi soit-il. The night was very dark, and I stood close to Miss Blank, who stood, as it seemed, with her hands somewhere behind her back. I was so grateful to her for having talked to me so nicely, and so fond of her for being English, that the impulse seized me to steal my hand into hers, and her hand met mine with a gentle squeeze, which I returned. But soon the pressure of her hand increased, and by the time Monsieur le Curé had got to Au nom du Père, the pressure of her hand had become an agony, a thing to make one shriek. Ainsi soit-il, said Monsieur le Curé, and the little group broke up, and Miss Blank walked quietly indoors with her arm around Madame Pelisson's waist, and without even wishing me good night, and my hand was being squeezed worse than ever. "Aha! Lequel de nous deux est volé, petit coquin?" hissed an angry male voice in my ear. "Which of us two is sold, you little rascal?" And I found my hand in that of Monsieur Pelisson, whose name was something else, and I couldn't make it out, nor why he was so angry. It has dawned upon me since that each of us took the other's hand by mistake for that of the English governess. All this is beastly and cynical and French, and I apologize for it, but it's true. October. It was a black Monday for me when school began again after that ideal vacation. The skies, they were ashen and sober, and the leaves, they were crisped and sere. But anyhow I was still en quatrième, and Barty was in it too, and we sat next to each other in l'étude des grands. There was only one étude now, only half the boys came back, and the pavillon des petits was shut up, study, classrooms, dormitories, and all, except that 2 masters slept there still. 8 or 10 small boys were put in a small schoolroom in the same house as ours, and had a small dormitory to themselves, with Monsieur Bonzic to superintend them. I made up my mind that I would no longer be a cancre and a crétin, but work hard and do my little best, so that I might keep up with Barty, and pass into the troisième with him, and then into rhétorique seconde, and then into philosophie première, that we might do our humanities and take our degree together, our bachot, which is short for baccalauréat et lettres. Most especially did I love Monsieur Durossier's class of French literature, for which Maurice always rang the bell himself. My mother and sister were still at Sainte Adresse, Havre, with my father, so I spent my first Sunday that term at the Archibald Rohans in the Rue du Bac. I had often seen them at Brossard's when they came to see Barty, but had never been at their house before. They were very charming people. Lord Archibald was dressing when we got there that Sunday morning, and we sat with him while he shaved, in an immense dressing room where there were half a dozen towel horses with about 30 pairs of newly ironed trousers on them instead of towels, and quite 30 pairs of shiny boots on trees were ranged along the wall. James, an impeccable English valet, waited on his lordship, and never spoke unless spoken to. "Hello, Barty! Who's your friend?" "Bob Maurice, Uncle Archie." And Uncle Archie shook hands with me most cordially. "And how's the North Pole this morning?" "Nicely, thanks, Uncle Archie." Lord Archibald was a very tall and handsome man, about 50, very droll and full of anecdote. He had stories to tell about everything in the room. For instance, how Major Welsh of the 10th Hussars had given him that pair of Wellingtons which fitted him better than any boots Hobie ever made him to measure. They were too tight for poor Welsh, who was a head shorter than himself. How Curlewis made him that frock coat 15 years ago, and it wasn't threadbare yet, and fitted him as well as ever, for he hadn't changed his weight for 30 years, etc. How that pair of braces had been made by my lady out of a pair of garters she wore on the day they were married. And then he told us how to keep trousers from bagging at the knees, and how cloth coats should be ironed, and how often, and how to fold an umbrella. It suddenly occurs to me that perhaps these little anecdotes may not be so amusing to the general reader as they were to me when he told them, so I won't tell any more. Indeed, I have often noticed that things look sometimes rather dull in print that were so surprisingly witty when said in spontaneous talk a great many years ago. Then we went to breakfast with my lady and Daphne, their charming little daughter, Barty's sister, as he called her, Mamour, and who spoke both French and English equally well. But we didn't breakfast at once, ravenous as we boys were, for Lady Archibald took a sudden dislike to Lord A's cravat, which, it seems, he had never worn before. It was in brown satin, and Lady A declared that Lulu, so she called him, never looked en beauté with a brown cravat, and there was quite a little quarrel between husband and wife on the subject, so that he had to go back to his dressing room and put on a blue one. At breakfast he talked about French soldiers of the line and their marching kit, as it would be called now, quite earnestly, and, as it seemed to me, very sensibly, though he went through little mimicries that made his wife scream with laughter, and me too. And in the middle of breakfast Barty sang Le Chant du Départ as well as he could for laughing. La victoire en chantant nous ouvre la carrière, la liberté guide nos pas, while Lord A went through an expressive pantomime of an overladen foot soldier up and down the room in time to the music. The only person who didn't laugh was James, which I thought ungenial. Then Lady A had her innings, and sang Rule Britannia, Britannia rule des Waves, and declared it was far more ridiculous really than the Chant du Départ, and she made it seem so, for she went through a pantomime also. She was a most delightful person, and spoke English quite well, when she chose, and seemed as fond of Barty as if he were her own and only son, and so did Lord Archibald. She would say, "Quel dommage qu'on ne peut pas avoir des crumpets (crumpets). Barty les aime tant, n'est-ce pas, mon chou? Tu aimes bien les crumpets? Voici venir du buttered toast. C'est toujours ça." And, "Mon Dieu, comme il a bonne mine, ce cher Barty, n'est-ce pas, mon amour? Que tu as bonne mine. Regarde-toi dans la glace." And, "Si nous allions à l'hippodrome cet après-midi, voir la belle écuyère Madame Richard. Barty adore les jolies femmes, comme son oncle, n'est-ce pas, méchant petit Barty, que tu adores les jolies femmes? Et tu n'es jamais vu, Madame Richard? Tu m'en dirais des nouvelles. Et vous, mon ami," this to me, "est-ce que vous adorez aussi les jolies femmes?" "Oh, oui," says Daphne. "Allons voir Madame Richard. It'll be such fun. Oh, bully!" So after breakfast we went for a walk, and to a café on the Quai d'Orsay, and then to the Hippodrome, and saw the beautiful écuyère in graceful feats of la haute école, and lost our hearts, especially Lord Archibald, though him she knew, for she kissed her hand to him, and he his to her. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 16. Then we dined at the Palais Royal, and afterwards went to the Café des Aveugles, an underground coffee-house near the Café de la Rotonde, and where blind men made instrumental music, and we had a capital evening. I have met in my time more intellectual people, perhaps, than the Archibald Rohans, but never people more amiable, or with kinder, simpler manners, or who made one feel more quickly and thoroughly at home. And the more I got to know them, the more I grew to like them, and their fondness for each other and Daphne, and for Barty too, was quite touching, as was his for them. So the winter sped happily till February, when a sad thing happened. I had spent Sunday with my mother and sister, who now lived on the ground floor of 108 Champs Elysees. I slept there that Sunday night, and walked back to school next morning. To my surprise, as I got to a large field through which a diagonal footpath led to Père Jurion's loge, I saw 5 or 6 boys sitting on the terrace parapet, with their legs dangling outside. They should have been in class by rights. They watched me cross the field, but made no sign. What on earth can be the matter? Thought I. The cordon was pulled, and I came on a group of boys, all stiff and silent. "Qu'est-ce que vous avez donc tout?" I asked. "Le Père Brossard est mort," said de Villars. Poor Monsieur Brossard had died of apoplexy on the previous afternoon. He had run to catch the Passy omnibus directly after lunch, and had fallen down in a fit and died immediately. "Il est tombé d'haut mal," as they expressed it. His son Merveille and his daughter Madame Germain were distracted. The whole of that day was spent by the boys in a strange unnatural state of désœuvrement and suppressed excitement for which no outlet was possible. The meals especially were all but unbearable. One was ashamed of having an appetite, and yet one had, almost keener than usual, if I may judge by myself, and for some undiscovered reason the food was better than on other Mondays. Next morning we all went up in sorrowful procession to kiss our poor dear headmaster's cold forehead, as he lay dead in his bed, with sprigs of boxwood on his pillow, and above his head a jar of holy water with which we sprinkled him. He looked very serene and majestic, but it was a harrowing ceremony. Merveille stood by with swollen eyes and deathly pale, incarnate grief. On Wednesday afternoon, Monsieur Brossard was buried in the Cimetière de Passy, a tremendous crowd following the hearse. The boys and masters just behind Merveille and Monsieur Germain, the chief male mourners. The women walked in another separate procession behind. Béranger and Alphonse Karr were present among the notabilities, and speeches were made over his open grave, for he was a very distinguished man. And, tragical to relate, that evening in the study Barty and I fell out, and it led to a stand-up fight next day. There was no preparation that evening. He and I sat side by side, reading out of a book by Chateaubriand, either Atala or René or Les Natchez, I forget which. I have never seen either since. The study was hushed. Monsieur de Mallard was de service as maître d'études, although there was no attempt to do anything but sadly read improving books. If I remember aright, René, a very sentimental young Frenchman, who had loved the wrong person not wisely, but too well, a very wrong person indeed in his case, emigrated to North America, and there he met a beautiful Indian maiden, one Atala, of the Natchez tribe, who had rosy heels and was charming, and whose entire skin was probably a warm dark red, although this is not insisted upon. She also had a brother, whose name was Outugamiz. Well, René loved Atala, Atala loved René, and they were married, and Outugamiz went through some ceremony besides, which made him blood brother and bosom friend to René, a bond which involved certain obligatory rights and duties and self-sacrifices. Atala died and was buried. René died and was buried also. And every day, as in duty bound, poor Outugamiz went and pricked a vein and bled over René's tomb, till he died himself of exhaustion before he was many weeks older. I quote entirely from memory. This simple story was told in very touching and beautiful language, by no means telegraphese, and Barty and I were deeply affected by it. "I say, Bob," Barty whispered to me, with a break in his voice, Some day I'll marry your sister, and we'll all go off to America together, and she'll die and I'll die, and you shall bleed yourself to death on my tomb." "No," said I, after a moment's thought. "No, look here. I'll marry your sister, and I'll die, and you shall bleed over my tomb." Then, after a pause, "I haven't got a sister, as you know quite well, and if I had, she wouldn't be for you," says Barti. "Why not?" "Because you're not good looking enough," says Barti. At this, just for fun, I gave him a nudge in the wind with my elbow, and he gave me a twisted pinch on the arm, and I kicked him on the ankle, but so much harder than I intended that it hurt him, and he gave me a tremendous box on the ear, and we set to fighting like a couple of wildcats without even getting up, to the scandal of the whole study and the indignant disgust of Monsieur Dumoulard, who separated us and read us a pretty lecture. "Voilà bien les Anglais. Rien n'est sacré pour eux, pas même la mort, rien que les chiens et les chevaux." Nothing, not even death, is sacred to Englishmen, nothing but dogs and horses. When we went up to bed, the head boy of the school, a first-rate boy called d'Orthez, and Berquin, another first-rate boy, who had each a bedroom to himself, came into the dormitory and took up the quarrel, and discussed what should be done. Both of us were English, ergo both of us ought to box away the insult with our fists, so they set a combat us between to fetch it in the doing. That is, just after breakfast in the schoolroom. I went to bed very unhappy, and so, I think, did Barti. Next morning at 6, just after the morning prayer, Monsieur Merauvet came into the schoolroom and made us a most straightforward, manly, and affecting speech, in which he told us he meant to keep on the school, and thanked us, boys and masters, for our sympathy. We were all moved to our very depths, and sat at our work solemn and sorrowful all through that lamp-lit hour and a half. We hardly dared to cough, and never looked up from our desks. Then 7:30, ding dang dong, and breakfast. Thursday, bread and butter morning. I felt hungry and greedy and very sad, and disinclined to fight. Barti and I had sat turned away from each other, and made no attempt at reconciliation. We all went to the refectoire. It was raining fast. I made my ball of salt and butter, and put it in a hole in my hunk of bread, and ran back to the study, where I locked these treasures in my desk. The study soon filled with boys. No masters ever came there during that half hour. They generally smoked and read their newspapers in the gymnastic ground, or else in their own rooms when it was wet outside. D'Orthez and Berquin moved one or two desks and forms out of the way, so as to make a ring, l'arène, as they called it, with comfortable seats all round. Small boys stood on forms and window-sills, eating their bread and butter with a tremendous relish. "Dites donc, vous autres," said Bonneville, the wit of the school, who was in very high spirits. "It's like the Roman Empire during the Decadence, panem et circenses." "What's that, circenses? What does it mean?" says Rapaud, with his mouth full. "Why, butter, you idiot! Didn't you know that?" says Bonneville. Barti and I stood opposite each other. At his sides as seconds were d'Orthez and Berquin. At mine, Jolivet III, the only Jolivet now left in the school, and big Duterte Juan, the young marquis who wasn't Bonneville. We began to spar at each other in as knowing and English a way as we knew how, keeping a very respectful distance indeed, and trying to bear ourselves as scientifically as we could, with a keen expression of the eye. When I looked into Barti's face, I felt that nothing on earth would ever make me hit such a face as that, whatever he might do to mine. My blood wasn't up. Besides, I was a coarse-grained, thick-set, bullet-headed little chap with no nerves to speak of, and didn't mind punishment the least bit. No more did Barti, for that matter, though he was the most highly wrought creature that ever lived. At length they all got impatient, and Dorothy said, "Allez donc, Godem! Ce n'est pas un quadrille, nous ne sommes pas à la salle Valentino." And Barti was pushed from behind so roughly that he came at me, all his science to the winds, and slogging like a French boy, and I, quite without meaning to, in the hurry, hit out just as he fell over me, and we both rolled together over Jolivet's foot, Barti on top. He was taller, though not heavier than I, and I saw the blood flow from his nose down his lip and chin, and some of it fell on my blouse. Says Barti to me in English, as we lay struggling on the dusty floor, "Look here, it's no good. I can't fight today. Poor Merveille, you know. Let's make it up." "All right," says I. So up we got and shook hands, Barti saying with mock dignity, "Monsieur, le sang a coulé. L'honneur britannique est sauf," and the combat was over. "Christi, j'ai joliment faim," says Barti, mopping his nose with his handkerchief. "I left my crust on the bench outside the refectoire. I wish one of you fellows would get it for me." "Rapode finished your crust, Tamiche, while you were fighting," says Jolivet. "I saw him." Says Rapode, "Ah, dame, it was getting prettily wet, your crust, and I was prettily hungry too, and I thought you didn't want it, naturally." I then produced my crust and cut it in two, butter and all, and gave Barti half, and we sat very happily side by side and breakfasted together in peace and amity. I never felt happier or hungrier. "Christi, comme il se sent bien battu," says little Vassière to little Cormenou. "As-tu vu? Jocelyn a saigné tout plein sur la blouse à Maurice." How well they fought! Jocelyn bled all over Maurice's blouse. "Then," says Jocelyn in French, turning to me with that delightful jolly smile that always reminded one of the sun breaking through a mist, "I would sooner bleed on your blouse than on your tomb. J'aime mieux saigner sur ta blouse que sur ta tombe." So ended the only quarrel we ever had. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 17. Part Third. Que ne puis-je aller où s'en vont les roses, et n'attendent pas. Ces regrets n'avront que la fin des choses, nous garde ici-bas. Anonymous. Barti worked very hard, and so did I, for me. Horace, Homer, Aeschylus, Plato, etc., 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 and all there was to learn in that French schoolboy's encyclopedia, Le Manuel de Baccalauréat, a very thick book in very small print. And I came to the conclusion that it is good to work hard. It makes one enjoy food and play and sleep so keenly, and Thursday afternoons. The school was all the pleasanter for having fewer boys. We got more intimate with each other, and with the masters too. During the winter, Monsieur Bonzique told us capital stories, Modeste Mignon by Balzac, Le Chevalier de Maison Rouge by Alexandre Dumas père, etc., etc. In the summer, the Passy swimming bath was more delightful than ever. Both winter and summer we passionately fenced with a pupil, en Prévent, of the famous Monsieur Bonnet, and did gymnastics with Monsieur Louis, the gymnastics master of the Collège Charlemagne, the finest man I ever saw, a gigantic dwarf, 6 feet high, all made up of lumps of sinew and muscles like. Also we were taught equitation at the riding school in the Rue du Faux. On Saturday nights Barty would draw a lovely female profile, with a beautiful big black eye in pen and ink, and carefully shaded, especially the hair, which was always as the raven's wing. And on Sunday morning he and I used to walk together to 108 Champs-Élysées, and enter the rez-de-chaussée, where my mother and sister lived, by the window before my mother was up. Then Barty took out his lovely female pen and ink profile to gaze at, and rolled himself a cigarette and lit it, and lay back on the sofa, and made my sister play her lightest music, La Pluie des Perles by Osborne, and Indiana, a beautiful valse by Marc Gallou, and thus combine 3 or 4 perfect blisses in one happy quart d'heure. Then my mother would appear, and we would have breakfast, after which Barty and I would depart by the window as we had come, and go and do our bit of Boulevard and Palais Royal, then to the Rue du Bac for another breakfast with the Rohans, and then au petit bonheur, that is, trusting to Providence for whatever turned up. The programme didn't vary very much. Either I dined with him at the Rohans, or he with me at 108. Then back to Brossard's at 10, tired and happy. One Sunday, I remember well, we stayed in school, for old Jocelyn the fisherman came to see us there, Barty's grandfather, now a widower. And Monsieur Merauvet asked him to lunch with us, and go to the baths in the afternoon. Imagine old Bonzig's delight in this vieux loup de mer, as he called him. That was a happy day for the old fisherman also. I shall never forget his surprise at Monsieur Dumoulard's telescope, and how clever he was on the subject. He came to the baths, and admired and criticized the good swimming of the boys, especially Barty's, which was really remarkable. I don't believe he could swim a stroke himself. Then we went and dined together at Lord Archibald's, in the Rue du Bac, Mon Colonel, as the old fisherman always called him. He was a very humorous and intelligent person, this Fisher, though nearer 80 than 70, very big, and of a singularly picturesque appearance, for he had not endimanché himself in the least, and very clean. A splendid old man, oddly enough somewhat Semitic of aspect, as though he had just come from a miraculous draught of fishes in the Sea of Galilee out of a cartoon by Raphael. I recollect admiring how easily and pleasantly everything went during dinner, and all through the perfection of this ancient sea toiler's breeding in all essentials. Of course, the poor all over the world are less nice in their habits than the rich, and less correct in their grammar and accent, and narrower in their views of life. But in every other respect there seemed little to choose between Jocelyn's and Rohan's and Lonlay-Savignac's, and indeed, according to Lord Archibald, the best manners were to be found at these 2 opposite poles, or even wider still. He would have it that royalty and chimney sweeps were the best bred people all over the world, because there was no possible mistake about their social status. I felt a little indignant. After all, Lady Archibald was built out of chocolate, for all her Lonlay and her Savignac, just as I was built out of Beaune and Chambertin. I'm afraid I shall be looked upon as a snob and a traitor to my class, if I say that I have at least come to be of the same opinion myself. That is, if absolute simplicity, and the absence of all possible temptation to try and seem an inch higher up than we really are. But there, this is a very delicate question, about which I don't care a straw, and there are such exceptions, and so many, to confirm any such rule. Anyhow, I saw how Barty couldn't help having the manners we all so loved him for. After dinner, Lady Archibald showed old Josselin some of Barty's lovely female profiles, a sight that affected him strangely. He would have it that they were all exact portraits of his beloved Antoinette, Barty's mother. They were certainly singularly like each other, these little chefs d'oeuvre of Barty's, and singularly handsome, an ideal type of his own, and the old grandfather was allowed his choice, and touchingly grateful at being presented with such treasures. The scene made a great impression on me. So spent itself that year, a happy year that had no history, except for one little incident that I will tell because it concerns Barty and illustrates him. One beautiful Sunday morning the yellow omnibus was waiting for some of us as we dawdled about in the schoolroom, titivating, the masters nowhere, as usual on a Sunday morning, and some of the boys began to sing in chorus a not very edifying chanson which they did not bowdlerize, about a holy Capuchin friar. It began, if I remember rightly, C'était un Capucin, oui bien, un père Capucin, qui confessait trois filles, et tout, la la la, qui confessait trois filles au fond de son jardin, oui bien, au fond de son jardin. Il dit à la plus jeune, et tout, la la la. Il dit à la plus jeune, vous reviendrez demain, etc., etc., etc. I have quite forgotten the rest. Now this little song, which begins so innocently, like a sweet old idyll of medieval France, en écho du temps passé, seems to have been a somewhat Rabelaisian ditty, by no means proper singing for a Sunday morning in a boys' school. But boys will be boys even in France, and the famous esprit Gaulois was somewhat precocious in the 40s, I suppose. Perhaps it is now, if it still exists, which I doubt. The dirt remains, but all the fun seems to have evaporated. Suddenly Monsieur Dumoulin bursts into the room in his violent, sneaky way, pale with rage, and says, Je vais gifler tous ceux qui ont chanté. I'll box the ears of every boy who sang. So he puts all in a row and begins, Roubenel, sur votre parole d'honneur, avez-vous chanté? Non, monsieur. Cayotte, avez-vous chanté? Non, monsieur. Lippmann, avez-vous chanté? Non, monsieur. Maurice, avez-vous chanté? Non, monsieur. Which for a wonder was true, for I happened not to know either the words or the tune. Josselin, avez-vous chanté? Oui, monsieur. And down went Barty his full length on the floor, from a tremendous open-handed box on the ear. Dumoulin was a very Herculean person, though by no means gigantic. Barty got up and made Dumoulin a polite little bow, and walked out of the room. Vous êtes tout consigné, says Monsieur Dumoulin, and the omnibus went away empty, and we spent all that Sunday morning as best we might. In the afternoon we went out walking in the Bois. Dumoulin had recovered his serenity and came with us, for he was de service that day. Says Lippmann to him, Josselin drapes himself in his English dignity. He sulks like Achilles and walks by himself. Josselin is at least a man, says Dumoulin. He tells the truth and doesn't know fear, and I'm sorry he's English. And later, at the Mer d'Autoul, he puts out his hand to Barty and said, Let's make it up, Josselin. Au moins vous avez du cœur, vous. Promettez-moi que vous ne chanterez plus cette sale histoire de Capucin. Josselin took the usher's hand and smiled his open, toothy smile and said, Pas le dimanche matin toujours, quand c'est vous qui serez de service, Monsieur Dumoulin. Anyhow, not Sunday morning when you're on duty, Mr. D. and Mr. D left off running down the English in public after that, except to say that they couldn't be simple and natural if they tried, and that they affected a ridiculous accent when they spoke French. Not Jocelyn and Maurice, but all the others he had ever met. As if plain French, which had been good enough for William the Conqueror, wasn't good enough for the subjects of Her Britannic Majesty today. The only event of any importance in Barty's life that year was his first communion, which he took with several others of about his own age. An event that did not seem to make much impression on him. Nothing seemed to make much impression on Barty Jocelyn when he was very young. He was just a lively, irresponsible, irrepressible human animal, always in perfect health and exuberant spirits, with an immense appetite for food and fun and frolic, like a squirrel, a collie pup, or a kitten. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 18. Père Bonamy, the priest who confirmed him, was fonder of the boy than of anyone, boy or girl, that he had ever prepared for communion, and could hardly speak of him with decent gravity on account of his extraordinary confessions, all of which were concocted in the depths of Barty's imagination for the sole purpose of making the kind old curé laugh. And the kind old curé was just as fond of laughing as was Barty of playing the fool, in and out of season. I wonder if he always thought himself bound to respect the secrets of the confessional in Barty's case. And Barty would sing to him, even in the confessional, Stabat mater dolorosa, juxta crucem lacrymos, dum pendebat filius, in a voice so sweet and innocent and pathetic that it would almost bring the tears to the good old curé's eyelash. Ah, ma chère Mademoiselle Marcelin, he would say, au moins, s'il était tout comme ce petit Jocelyn, ça irait comme sur des roulettes. Il est innocent comme un jeune veau, saumur anglais. Il a le bon Dieu dans le cœur, et une boussole dans l'estomac, said Mademoiselle Marcelin. I don't think he was quite so innocent as all that, perhaps, but no young beast of the field was ever more harmless. That year the examinations were good all round. Even I did not disgrace myself, and Barty was brilliant. But there were no delightful holidays for me to record. Barty went to Yorkshire, and I remained in Paris with my mother. There is only one thing more worth mentioning that year. My father had inherited from his father a system of shorthand which he called Blaze, I don't know why. His father had learnt it of a Dutch Jew. It is, I think, the best kind of cipher ever invented. I have taken interest in these things and studied them. It is very difficult to learn, but I learnt it as a child, and it was of immense use to me at lectures we used to attend at the Sorbonne and Collège de France. Barty was very anxious to know it, and after some trouble I obtained my father's permission to impart this calligraphic crypt to Barty, on condition he should swear on his honor never to reveal it, and this he did. With his extraordinary quickness and the perseverance he always had when he wished a thing very much, he made himself a complete master of this occult science before he left school 2 or 3 years later. It took me 7 years, beginning when I was 4. It does equally well for French or English, and it played an important part in Barty's career. My sister knew it, but imperfectly. My mother not at all, for all she tried so hard and was so persevering. It must be learnt young. As far as I am aware, no one else knows it in England or France, or even the world, although it is such a useful invention, quite a marvel of simple ingenuity when one has mastered the symbols, which certainly take a long time and a deal of hard work. Barty and I got to talk it on our fingers as rapidly as ordinary speech, and with the slightest possible gestures. This was his improvement. Barty came back from his holidays full of Whitby and its sailors and whalers and fishermen and cobles and cliffs, all of which had evidently had an immense attraction for him. He was always fond of that class. Possibly also some vague atavistic sympathy for the toilers of the sea lay dormant in his blood like an inherited memory. And he brought back many tokens of these good people's regard: 2 formidable clasp knives, for each of which he had to pay the giver 1 farthing in current coin of the realm; spirit flasks, leather bottles, jet ornaments, woolen jerseys and comforters knitted for him by their wives and daughters, fossil ammonites and coprolites, a couple of young seagulls to add to his menagerie, and many old English marine ditties which he had to sing to Monsieur Bonzig with his now cracked voice, and then translate into French. Indeed, Bonzig and Barty became inseparable companions during the Thursday promenade, on the strength of their common interest in ships and the sea, and Barty never wearied of describing the place he loved, nor Bonzig of listening and commenting. Ah, mon cher, ce que je donnerais moi pour voir le retour d'un baleinier à Huitabé! Quelle marine ça ferait, eh? Avec la grande falaise et la bonne petite église en haut, près de la vieille abbaye, et les toits rouges qui fument, et les 3 jetés en pierre, et les vieux ponts-levis, et toute cette grouille de mariniers avec leurs femmes et leurs enfants, et ces braves filles qui attendent le retour du bien-aimé, nom d'un nom. Dire que vous avez, vous tout ça, vous, qui n'avez pas encore 16 ans, quelle chance! Dites, qu'est-ce que ça veut bien dire, ce « Où mais c'est qu'il ro » Chantez-moi ça encore une fois. And Barty, whose voice was breaking, would raucously sing him the good old ditty for the 6th time. Weel may the keel row, the keel row, the keel row, weel may the keel row that brings my laddie home, which he would find rather difficult to render literally into colloquial seafaring French. He translated it thus: Vogue la crène, qui me ramène mon bien-aimé. Ah, vous verrez, says Bonzig, vous verrez, aux prochaines vacances de Pâques. Je ferai un si joli tableau de tout ça, avec la brume du soir qui tombe, vous savez, et le soleil qui disparaît, et la marée qui monte, et la lune qui se lève à l'horizon, et les mouettes, et les goélandes, et les bruyères lointains, et le vieux manoir seigneurial de votre grand-père. C'est bien ça, n'est-ce pas? Oui, oui, Monsieur Bonzig, vous y êtes en plein. And the good usher in his excitement would light himself a cigarette of Caporal, and inhale the smoke as if it were a sea breeze, and exhale it like a regular sou'wester, and sing, Aweel may c'est qu'il row, tat brin my laddie home. Barty also brought back with him the complete poetical works of Byron and Thomas Moore, the gift of his noble grandfather, who adored these 2 bards to the exclusion of all other bards that ever wrote in English. And during that year we both got to know them, possibly as well as Lord Whitby himself, especially Don Juan, in which we grew to be as word perfect as in Polyeuste, Le Misanthrope, Athalie, Philoctete, Le Lutrin, the first 6 books of the Aeneid, and the Iliad, the Ars Poetica, and the Art Poetique, Boileau. Every line of these has gone out of my head long ago, alas! But I could still stand a pretty severe examination in the now all but forgotten English epic, from Dan to Beersheba, I mean from I Want a Hero to the phantom of her frolic grace, Fitzfulke. Barti, however, remembered everything, what he ought to and what he ought not. He had the most astounding memory, wax to receive and marble to retain. Also a wonderful facility for writing verse, mostly comic, both in English and French. Greek and Latin verse were not taught us at Brossard's for good French reasons, into which I will not enter now. We also grew very fond of Lamartine and Victor Hugo quite openly, and of de Musset under the rose. C'était dans la nuit brune, sur le clocher jauni la lune, comme un point sur son nid. Not for the young person. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 19. I have a vague but pleasant impression of that year. Its weathers, its changing seasons, its severe frosts, with Sunday skatings on the dangerous canals, Saint-Douane and de l'Ocre, its genial spring, all convolvulus and gobias, and early almond blossom, and later horse-chestnut spikes, and more lime and syringa than ever, its warm soft summer, and the ever delightful school of natation by the Isle of Swans. This particular temptation led us into trouble. We would rise before dawn, Barti and Jolivet and I, and let ourselves over the wall and run the 2 miles and get a heavenly swim and a promise of silence for a franc apiece, and run back again and jump into bed a few minutes before the 5 o'clock bell rang the reveille. But we did this once too often, for Monsieur Dumollard had been looking at Venus with his telescope, I think it was Venus, one morning before sunrise, and spied us out en flagrant délit, perhaps with that very telescope. Anyhow, he pounced on us when we came back, and our punishment would have been extremely harsh but for Barti, who turned it all into a joke. After breakfast, Monsieur Maurice pronounced a very severe sentence on us under the acacia. I forget what it was, but his manner was very short and dignified, and he walked away very stiffly towards the door of the Etude. Barti ran after him without noise, and just touching his shoulders with the tips of his fingers, cleared him at a bound from behind, as one clears a post. Monsieur Maurice, in a real rage this time, forgot his dignity, and pursued him all over the school, through open windows and back again, into his own garden, Tusculum, over trellis railings, all along the top of a wall, and finally, quite blown out, sat down on the edge of the tank. The whole school was in fits by this time, even Monsieur Dumollard, and at last Maurice began to laugh too. So the thing had to be forgiven, but only that once. Once also that year, but in the winter, a great compliment was paid to La Perfide Albion, in the persons of Messieurs Jocelyn et Maurice, which I cannot help recording with a little complacency. On a Thursday walk in the Bois de Boulogne, a boy called out, "A bas Dumollard," in a falsetto squeak. Dumollard, who was on duty that walk, was furious, of course, but he couldn't identify the boy by the sound of his voice. He made his complaint to Monsieur Maurice, and next morning after prayers Maurice came into the schoolroom and told us he should go the round of the boys there and then, and ask each boy separately to own up if it were he who had uttered the seditious cry. And mind you, he said, you are all and each of you on your word of honor, les tout entières. So round he went, from boy to boy, deliberately fixing each boy with his eye and severely asking, Est toi? Est toi? Est toi? etc., and waiting very deliberately indeed for the answer, and even asking for it again if it were not given in a firm and audible voice. And the answer was always, Non, monsieur, ce n'est pas moi. But when he came to each of us, Jocelyn and me, he just mumbled his Est toi in a quite perfunctory voice, and didn't even wait for the answer. When he got to the last boy of all, who said, Non, monsieur, like all the rest, he left the room, saying tragically, and as I thought rather theatrically for him, Je m'en vais, le cœur navré, il y a un lâche parmi vous. My heart is harrowed, there's a coward among you. There was an awkward silence for a few moments. Presently Rapaud got up and went out. We all knew that Rapaud was the delinquent. He had bragged about it so, overnight in the dormitory. He went straight to Monsieur Maurice and confessed, stating that he did not like to be put on his word of honor before the whole school. I forgot whether he was punished or not, or how. He had to make his apologies to Monsieur Dumoulin, of course. To put the whole school on its word of honor was thought a very severe measure, coming as it did from the head master in person. La parole d'honneur was held to be very sacred between boy, and even between boy and head master. The boy who broke it was always mis à la quarantaine, sent to Coventry by the rest of the school. I wonder why he let off Jocelyn and Maurice so easily, said Jolivet at breakfast. Parce qu'il aime les Anglais, ma foi, said Monsieur Dumoulin. Affaire de goût. Ma foi, il n'a pas tort, said Monsieur Bonzig. Dumoulin looked askance at Bonzig, between whom and himself not much love was lost, and walked off, jauntily twirling his mustache, and whistling a few bars of a very ungainly melody, to which the words ran, Non, jamais en France, jamais Anglais ne régnera, as if we wanted to, good heavens! By the way, I suddenly remember that both Berquin and Dorthe were let off as easily as Jocelyn and I. But they were 18 or 19 and en philosophie, the highest class in the school, and very first-rate boys indeed. It's only fair that I should add this. By the way, also, Monsieur Dumoulin took it into his head to persecute me, because once I refused to fetch and carry for him and be his moricot, or black slave, as du Tertre-Juin called it. A mean and petty persecution which lasted 2 years, and somewhat embitters my memory of those happy days. It was always Maurice au piquet, pour 1 heure. Maurice à la retenue, Maurice privé de bain, Maurice consigné dimanche prochain, for the slightest possible offense, but I forgive him freely. First, because he is probably dead, and de mortibus nil desperandum, as Rapaud once said, and for saying which he received a twisted pinch from Maurice Brossard himself. Secondly, because he made chemistry, cosmography, and physics so pleasant, and even reconciled me at last to the differential and integral calculus, but never Barty. He could be rather snobbish at times, which was not a common French fault in the 40s. We didn't even know what to call it. For instance, he was fond of bragging to us boys about the golden splendors of his Sunday dissipation and his grand acquaintances, even in class. He would even interrupt himself in the middle of an equation at the blackboard to do so. You mustn't imagine to yourselves, monsieur, that because I teach you boys science at the Pension Brossard, and take you out walking on Thursday afternoons and all that, that I do not associate avec des gens du monde. Last night, for example, I was dining at the Café de Paris with a very intimate friend of mine. He's a marquis. And when the bill was brought, what do you think it came to? You give it up? Vous donnez votre langue au chat? Well, it came to 57 francs, 50 centimes. We tossed up who should pay, et, ma foi, le sort a favorisé Monsieur le Marquis. To this there was nothing to say, so none of us said anything except de Juan, our Marquis, number 2, who said in his sulky, insolent, peasant-like manner, "Et comment que ça s'appelle, votre Marquis? What does it call itself, your Marquis?" Upon which Monsieur Dumoulin turns very red, pique en soleil, and says, "Monsieur le Marquis Paul François Victor de Tertejouan de Haut-Castel de Saint-Paterne, vous êtes un paltoquet et un rost," and goes back to his equations. Du Tertejouan was nearly 6 feet high, and afraid of nobody, a kind of clod-hopping young rustic Hercules, and had proved his mettle quite recently, when a brutal usher, whom I will call Monsieur Boulot, though his real name was Patachou, a méridional with a horrible divergent squint, made poor Rapaud go down on his knees in the classe de géographie ancienne, and slapped him violently on the face twice running, a way he had with Rapaud. It happened like this. It was a kind of penitential class for dunces during playtime. Monsieur Boulot drew in chalk an outline of ancient Greece on the blackboard, and under it he wrote Timeo Daneo e dona ferente. "Rapaud, translate me that line of Virgil," says Boulot. "J'estime les Danois et leurs dents de fer," says poor Rapaud. "I esteem the Danish and their iron teeth," and we all laughed, for which he underwent the brutal slapping. The window was ajar, and outside I saw de Tertejouan, Jolivet, and Berquin listening and peeping through. Suddenly the window bursts wide open, and de Tertejouan vaults the sill, gets between Boulot and his victim, and says, "Le troisième coup fait fou, vous savez. Touchez encore à ce moutarde, and je vous assomme sur place. Touch him again, that kid, and I'll break your head where you stand." There was an awful row, of course, and du Tertejouan had to make a public apology to Monsieur Boulot, who disappeared from the school the very same day, and Tertejouan would have been canonized by us all, but that he was so deplorably dull and narrow-minded, and suspected of being a royalist in disguise. He was an orphan and very rich, and didn't fash himself about examinations. He left school that year without taking any degree, and I don't know what became of him. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 20. This year also Barty conceived a tender passion for Mademoiselle Marcellin. It was after the mumps, which we both had together in a double-bedded infirmary next to the lingerie, a place where it was a pleasure to be ill, for she was in and out all day, and told us all that was going on, and gave us nice drinks and tisanes of her own making, and laughed at all Barty's jokes and some of mine, and wore the most coquettish caps ever seen. Besides, she was an uncommonly good-looking woman, a tall blonde with beautiful teeth, and wonderfully genial, good-humored and lively, an ideal nurse, but a terrible postponer of cures. Lord Archibald quite fell in love with her. "C'est moi qui voudrais bien avoir les oreillons ici," he said to her. "Je retarderai ma convalescence autant que possible." Comme il sait bien le français, votre oncle, et comme il est poli, said Marcelin to the convalescent Barti, who was in no hurry to get well either. When we did get well again, Barti would spend much of his playtime fetching and carrying for Mademoiselle Marcelin, even getting Dumoullard's socks for her to darn, and talking to her by the hour as he sat by her pleasant window, out of which one could see the Arch of Triumph, which so triumphantly dominated Paris and its suburbs, and does so still. No Eiffel Tower can kill that arch. I, being less precocious, did not begin my passion for Mademoiselle Marcelin till next year, just as Bonneville and Jolivet Trois were getting over theirs. Nous avons tout passé par là. What a fresh and kind and jolly woman she was, to be sure! I wonder none of the masters married her. Perhaps they did. Let us hope it wasn't Monsieur Dumoulard. It is such a pleasure to recall every incident of this epoch of my life and Barti's that I should like to go through our joint lives day by day, hour by hour, microscopically; to describe every book we read, every game we played, every pensum, i.e., imposition, we performed, every lark we were punished for, every meal we ate. But space forbids this self-indulgence, and other considerations make it unadvisable, so I will resist the temptation. La pension Brossard! How often have we both talked of it, Barti and I, as middle-aged men, in the billiard room of the Marathonium, let us say, sitting together on a comfortable couch, with tea and cigarettes, and always in French whispers. We could only talk of Brossards in French. Te rappelles-tu l'habit neuf de Berquin et son chapeau haute forme? Te souviens-tu de la vieille chatte Angora de Père Jolyon? Etc., etc., etc. Idiotic reminiscences, as charming to revive as any old song with words of little meaning, that meant so much when one was 4, 5, 6 years old, before one knew even how to spell them. Pailladine, pailla Chine, pailla Suzette et Martine, bon lit à la demain. Céline, my nurse, used to sing this, and I never knew what it meant, nor do I now, but it was charming indeed. Even now I dream that I go back to school to get coached by Dumoulard in a little more algebra. I wander about the playground, but all the boys are new and don't even know my name, and silent, sad, and ugly, every one. Again Dumoulard persecutes me. And in the middle of it I reflect that, after all, he is a person of no importance whatever, and that I am a member of the British Parliament, a baronet, a millionaire, and one of Her Majesty's Privy Councillors, and that Monsieur Dumoulard must be singularly out of it, even for a Frenchman not to be aware of this. If he only knew, says I to myself, says I in my dream. Besides, can't the man see with his own eyes that I'm grown up and big enough to tuck him under my left arm and spank him just as if he were a little naughty boy? Confound the brute! Then suddenly, Maurice, au piquet, par honneur. Moi, monsieur? Oui, vous? Pourquoi, monsieur? Parce que ça me plaît. And I wake and could almost weep to find how old I am. And Barti Jocelyn is no more, oh my God, and his dear wife survived him just 24 hours. Behold us both en philosophie, and Barti the head boy of the school, though not the oldest, and the brilliant show boy of the class. Just before Easter, 1851, he and I, and Rapaud, and La Ferté, and Jolivet Trois, who was 19, and Palissot, and Bussy Raboutin went up for our Bachot at the Sorbonne. We sat in a kind of big musty schoolroom with about 30 other boys from other schools and colleges. There we sat side by side from 10 till 12 at long desks, and had a long piece of Latin dictated to us, with the punctuation in French: en point, point et virgule, deux points, point d'exclamation, guillemets, ouvrez la parenthèse, etc., etc. Monotonous details that enervate one at such a moment. Then we set to work with our dictionaries and wrote out a translation according to our lights. A peon walking about and watching us narrowly for cribs, in case we should happen to have one for this particular extract, which was most unlikely. Bartie's nose bled, I remember, and this made him nervous. Then we went and lunched at the Café de l'Odéon on the best omelette we had ever tasted. "Te rappelles-tu cette omelette?" said poor Bartie to me, only last Christmas as ever was. Then we went back with our hearts in our mouths to find if we had qualified ourselves by our version écrite for the oral examination that comes after, and which is so easy to pass, the examiners having lunched themselves into good nature. There we stood panting, some 50 boys and masters, in a small whitewashed room, like a prison. An official comes in and puts the list of candidates in a frame on the wall, and we crane our necks over each other's shoulders. And lo, Bartie is plucked, collé, and I have passed, and actually rapport, and no one else from Brossard's. An old man, a parent or grandparent probably, of some unsuccessful candidate, bursts into tears and exclaims, "Oh, que malheur, que malheur!" A shabby, tall, pallid youth in the uniform of the Collège Sainte-Barbe rushes down the stone stairs shrieking, "Ça puait l'injustice ici!" One hears him all over the place. Terrible heartburns and tragic disappointments in the beginning of life resulted from failure in this first step, a failure which disqualified one for all the little government appointments, so dear to the heart of the frugal French parent. 1000 francs par an, c'est le pactole. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 21. Bartie took his defeat pretty easily. He put it all down to his nose bleeding, and seemed so pleased at my success and my dear mother's delight in it that he was soon quite consoled. He was always like that. To Monsieur Maurice, Bartie's failure was as great a disappointment as it was a painful surprise. "Try again, Jocelyn. Don't leave here till you have passed. If you are content to fail in this at the very outset of your career, you will never succeed in anything through life. Stay with us as my guest till you can go up again, and again if necessary. Do, my dear child, it will make me so happy. I shall feel it as a proof that you reciprocate in some degree the warm friendship I have always borne you, in common with everybody in the school. Je t'en prie, mon garçon." Then he went to the Rohans and tried to persuade them. But Lord Archibald didn't care much about Bachot, nor his wife either. They were going back to live in England, besides, and Bartie was going into the Guards. I left school also, with a mixture of hope and elation, and yet the most poignant regret. I can hardly find words to express the gratitude and affection I felt for Maurice Brossard when I bade him farewell. Except his father before him, he was the best and finest Frenchman I ever knew. There is nothing invidious in my saying this, and in this way. I merely speak of the Brossards, father and son, as Frenchmen in this connection, because their admirable qualities of heart and mind were so essentially French, they would have done equal honor to any country in the world. I corresponded with him regularly for a few years, and so did Barti. And then our letters grew fewer and farther between, and finally left off altogether, as nearly always happens in such cases, I think. And I never saw him again, for when he broke up the school he went to his own province in the southeast, and lived there till 20 years ago, when he died, unmarried, I believe. Then there was Monsieur Bonzic and Mademoiselle Marcelin and others, and 3 or 4 boys with whom both Barti and I were on terms of warm and intimate friendship. None of these boys that I know of have risen to any world wide fame, and, oddly enough, none of them have ever given sign of life to Barti Jocelyn, who is just as famous in France for his French literary work as on this side of the Channel for all he has done in English. He towers just as much there as here. And this double eminence now dominates the entire globe, and we are beginning at last to realize everywhere that this bright luminary in our firmament is no planet like Mars or Jupiter, but like Sirius, a sun. Yet never a line from an old comrade in that school where he lived for 4 years, and was so strangely popular, and which he so filled with his extraordinary personality. So much for Barti Jocelyn's school life and mine. I fear I may have dwelt on them at too great a length. No period of time has ever been for me so bright and happy as those 7 years I spent at the Institution F. Brossard, especially the 4 years I spent there with Barti Jocelyn. The older I get, the more I love to recall the trivial little incidents that made for us both the sum of existence in those happy days. La chasse aux souvenirs d'enfance! What better sport can there be, or more bloodless, at my time of life? And all the lonely, pathetic pains and pleasures of it, now that he is gone. The winter twilight has just set in, betwixt dog and wolf. I wander alone, but for Barti's old mastiff, who follows me willy-nilly in the woods and lanes that surround Marsfield on the Thames, the picturesque abode of the Jocelins. Darker and darker it grows. I no longer make out the familiar trees and hedges, and forget how cold it is, and how dreary. Je marcherai les yeux fixés sur mes pensées, sans rien voir au dehors, sans entendre aucun bruit, seul inconnu, le dos courbé, les mains croisées, triste, et le jour pour moi sera comme la nuit. This is Victor Hugo, not Barti Jocelyn. It's really far away I am, across the sea, across the years, oh, posthumous, in a sunny playground that has been built over long ago, or overgrown with lawns and flower beds and costly shrubs. Up rises some vague little rudiment of a hint of a ghost, of a sunny, funny old French remembrance long forgotten, a brand new old remembrance, a kind of will-o'-the-wisp. Chut! My soul stalks it on tiptoe, while these earthly legs bear this poor old body of clay, by mere reflex action, straight home to the beautiful Elizabethan house on the hill, through the great warm hall, up the broad oak stairs, into the big cheerful music room like a studio, ruddy and bright, with the huge log fire opposite the large window. All is on an ample scale at Marsfield, people and things, and I 16 stone, good Lord! How often that window has been my beacon on dark nights! I used to watch for it from the train, a landmark in a land of milk and honey, the kindliest light that ever led me yet on earth. I sit me down in my own particular chimney corner, in my own cane-bottomed chair by the fender, and stare at the blaze with my friend the mastiff. An old war-battered tomcat Barty was fond of jumps up and makes friends too. There goes my funny little French remembrance trying to fly up the chimney like a burnt love-letter. Barty's eldest daughter, Roberta, a stately tall Hebe in black, brings me a very sizable cup of tea, just as I like it. A well-grown little son of hers, a very Ganymede, beau comme le jour, brings me a cigarette, and insists on lighting it for me himself. I like that too. Another daughter of Barty's, La Rossignol, as we call her, though there is no such word that I know of, goes to the piano and sings little French songs of 40, 50 years ago, songs that she has learnt from her dear papa. Heavens, what a voice, and how like his! But for the difference of sex, and her long and careful training, which he never had, and the accent, how perfect! Then suddenly, "À Sainte Blaise, à la Zuecca, vous étiez bien aise. À Sainte Blaise, à la Zuecca, nous étions bien là. Mais de vous en souvenir, prendre-vous la peine, mais de vous en souvenir, et d'y revenir, à Sainte Blaise, à la Zuecca, vivre et mourir là." So sings Mrs. Trevor, Mary Jocelyn that was, in the richest, sweetest voice I know. And behold, at last I have caught my little French remembrance, just as the lamps are being lit, and I transfix it with my pen and write it down. And then with a sigh I scratch it all out again, sunny and funny as it is, for it's all about a comical adventure I had with Palissot, the sniffer at the Fête de Saint Cloud, all about a tame magpie, a gendarme, a blanchisseuse, and a volume of de Musset's poems, and doesn't concern Barty in the least, for it so happened that Barty wasn't there. Thus, in the summer of 1851, Barty, Jocelyn, and I bade adieu forever to our happy school life, and for a few years to our beloved Paris, and for many years to our close intimacy of every hour in the day. I remember spending 2 or 3 afternoons with him at the great exhibition in Hyde Park, just before he went on a visit to his grandfather, Lord Whitby, in Yorkshire. And happy afternoons they were, and we made the most of them. We saw all there was to be seen there, I think, and found ourselves always drifting back to the Amazon and the Greek Slave, for both of which Barty's admiration was boundless, and so was mine. They made the female fashions for 1851 quite deplorable by contrast, especially the shoes and the way of dressing the hair. We almost came to the conclusion that female beauty when unadorned is adorned the most. It awes and chastens one so, and wakes up the knight-errant inside. Even the smartest French boots can't do this. Not the pinkest silken hose in all Paris, not all the frills and underfrills and wonderfrills that Monsieur Paul Bourget can so eloquently describe. My father had taken a house for us in Brunswick Square, next to the Foundling Hospital. He was about to start an English branch of the Vougeot-Conti firm in the city. I will not trouble the reader with any details about this enterprise, which presented many difficulties at first, and indeed rather crippled our means. My mother was anxious that I should go to one of the universities, Oxford or Cambridge, but this my father could not afford. She had a great dislike to business, and so had I, from different motives, I fancy. I had the wish to become a man of science, a passion that had been fired by Monsieur Dumoulin, whose special chemistry class at the Pension Brossard, with its attractive experiments, had been of the deepest interest to me. I have not described it because Barty did not come in. Fortunately for my desire, my good father had great sympathy with me in this, so I was entered as a student at the Laboratory of Chemistry at University College close by in October 1851, and studied there for 2 years, instead of going at once into my father's business in Barge Yard, Bucklesbury, which would have pleased him even more. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 22. At about the same time, Barty was presented with a commission in the 2nd Battalion of the Grenadier Guards, and joined immediately. Nothing could have been more widely apart than the lives we led, or the society we severally frequented. I lived at home with my people, he in rooms on a second floor in St. James Street. He had a semi-grand piano and luxurious furniture, and bookcases already well filled, and nicely colored lithograph engravings on the walls, beautiful female faces, the gift of Lady Archibald, who had superintended Barty's installation with kindly maternal interest, but little appreciation of high art. There were also foils, boxing gloves, dumbbells, and Indian clubs, and many weapons, ancient and modern, belonging more especially to his own martial profession. They were most enviable quarters. But he often came to see us in Brunswick Square, and dined with us once or twice a week, and was made much of, even by my father, who thoroughly disapproved of everything about him except his own genial and agreeable self, which hadn't altered in the least. My father was much away, in Paris and Dijon, and Barty made rain and fine weather in our dull abode, to use a French expression. Il y faisait la pluie et le beau temps. That is, it rained there when he was away, and he brought the fine weather with him, and we spoke French all round. The greatest pleasure I could have was to breakfast with Barty in St. James Street on Sunday mornings, when he was not serving his Queen and country, either alone with him or with 2 or 3 of his friends, mostly young carpet warriors like himself, and very charming young fellows they were. I have always been fond of warriors, young or old, and of whatever rank, and wish to goodness I had been a warrior myself. I feel sure I should have made a fairly good one. Then we would spend an hour or 2 in athletic exercises, and smoke many pipes. And after this, in the summer, we would walk in Kensington Gardens, and see the rank and fashion. In those days the rank and fashion were not above showing themselves in the Kensington Gardens of a Sunday afternoon, crossing the Serpentine Bridge again and again between Prince's Gate and Bayswater. Then for dinner we went to some pleasant foreign pothouse in or near Leicester Square, where they spoke French, and ate and drank it, and then back again to his rooms. Sometimes we would be alone, which I liked best. We would read and smoke and be happy. Or he would sketch, or pick out accompaniments on his guitar, often not exchanging a word, but with a delightful sense of close companionship, which silence almost intensified. Sometimes we were in very jolly company. More warriors, young Robson, the actor who became so famous, a big Negro pugilist called Snowdrop, 2 medical students from St. George's Hospital, who boxed well and were capital fellows, and an Academy Art student who died a Royal Academician, and who did not approve of Bartie's mural decorations, and laughed at the colored lithographs, and many others of all sorts. There used to be much turf talk, and sometimes a little card playing and mild gambling, but Bartie's taste did not lie that way. His idea of a pleasant evening was putting on the gloves with Snowdrop, or anyone else who chose, or fencing, or else making music, or being funny in any way one could. And for this he had quite a special gift. He had sudden droll inspirations that made one absolutely hysterical. Mere things of suggestive look, or sound, or gesture, reminding one of Robson himself, but quite original. Absolute senseless rot and drivel, but still it made one laugh till one's sides ached, and he never failed of success in achieving this. Among the dullest and gravest of us, and even some of the most high-minded, there is often a latent longing for this kind of happy, idiotic fooling, and a grateful fondness for those who can supply it without effort, and who delight in doing so. Bartie was the precursor of the Arthur Robertses and Fred Leslies and Dan Lenos of our day, although he developed in quite another direction. Then all of a sudden he would sing some little twopenny love ballad or sentimental nigger melody so touchingly that one had the lump in the throat. Poor Snowdrop would weep by spoonfuls. By the way, it suddenly occurs to me that I'm mixing things up, confusing Sundays and weekdays. Of course our Sunday evenings were quiet and respectable, and I much preferred them when he and I were alone. He was then another person altogether, a thoughtful and intelligent young Frenchman who loved reading poetry aloud, or being read to, especially English poetry, Byron. He was faithful to his Don Juan, his Hebrew melodies, his O'er the Glad Waters of the Deep Blue Sea. We knew them all by heart, or nearly so, and yet we read them still. And Victor Hugo and Lamartine and dear Alfred de Musset. And one day I discovered another Alfred who wrote verses, Alfred the Great, as we called him, one Alfred Tennyson, who had written a certain poem, among others, called In Memoriam, which I carried off to Bartie's and read out aloud one wet Sunday evening, and the Sunday evening after, and other Sunday evenings, and other poems by the same hand, Locksley Hall, Ulysses, The Lotus Eaters, The Lady of Shalott, and the chord of Byron passed in music out of sight. Then Shelley dawned upon us, and John Keats, and Wordsworth, and our Sunday evenings were of a happiness to be remembered forever. At least they were so to me. If Bartie Josselin were on duty on the Sabbath, it was a blank day for Robert Maurice, for it was not very lively at home, especially when my father was there. He was the best and kindest man that ever lived, but his businesslike seriousness about this world, and his anxiety about the next, and his Scotch Sabbatarianism were deadly depressing, combined with the aspect of London on a Lord's Day. London east of Russell Square. Oh, Paris, Paris, and the yellow omnibus that took us both there together, Bartie and me, at 8 on a Sunday morning in May or June, and didn't bring us back to school till 14 hours later. I shall never forget one gloomy wintry Sunday, somewhere in 1854 or 5, if I'm not mistaken, towards the end of Bartie's career as a guardsman. Twice after lunch I had called at Bartie's, who was to have been on duty in barracks or at the Tower that morning. He had not come back. I called for him at his club, but he hadn't been there either, and I turned my face eastward and homeward with a sickening sense of desolate ennui and deep disgust of London, for which I could find no terms that are fit for publication. And this was not lessened by the bitter reproaches I made myself for being such a selfish and unworthy son and brother. It was precious dull at home for my mother and sister, and my place was there. They were just lighting the lamps as I got to the arcade in the quadrant, and there I ran against the cheerful Barti. Joy! What a change in the aspect of everything! It rained light. He pulled a new book out of his pocket, which he had just borrowed from some fair lady, and showed it to me. It was called Maud. We dined at Pergolesi's in Rupert Street, and went back to Barti's, and read the lovely poem out loud, taking it by turns. And that is the most delightful recollection I have since I left the Institution F. Brossard. Occasionally I dined with him en garde at St. James's Palace, and well I could understand all the attractions of his life, so different from mine, and see what a good fellow he was to come so often to Brunswick Square, and seem so happy with us. The reader will conclude that I was a kind of over-affectionate, pestering, dull dog, who made this brilliant youth's life a burden to him. It was really not so. We had very many tastes in common, and with all his various temptations, he had a singularly constant and affectionate nature, and was of a Frenchness that made French thought, and talk, and commune almost a daily necessity. We nearly always spoke French when together alone, or with my mother and sister. It would have seemed almost unnatural not to have done so. I always feel a special tenderness towards young people whose lives have been such that those two languages are exactly the same to them. It means so many things to me. It doubles them in my estimation, and I seem to understand them through and through. Nor did he seem to care much for the smart society of which he saw so much. Perhaps the bar sinister may have made him feel less at his ease in general society than among his intimates and old friends. I feel sure he took this to heart more than anyone would have thought possible from his careless manner. He only once alluded directly to this when we were together. I was speaking to him of the enviable brilliancy of his lot. He looked at me pensively for a minute or two, and said in English, "You've got a kink in your nose, Bob. If it weren't for that, you'd be a deuced good-looking fellow, like me, but you ain't." "Thanks. Anything else?" said I. "Well, I've got a kink in my birth, you see, and that's as big a killjoy as I know. I hate it." It was hard luck. He would have made such a splendid Marquis of Whitby, and done such honor to the proud old family motto, "Roi ne puis, prince ne daigne, Rohan je suis." Instead of which he got himself a signet ring, and on it he caused to be engraved a 0 within a naught, and round them, "Rohan ne puis, roi ne daigne, rien ne suis." Soon it became pretty evident that a subtle change was being wrought in him. He had quite lost his power of feeling the North, and missed it dreadfully. He could no longer turn his back somersault with ease and safety. He had overcome his loathing for meat, and also his dislike for sport. He had indeed become a very good shot. But he could still hear and see and smell with all the keenness of a young animal or a savage, and that must have made his sense of being alive very much more vivid than is the case with other mortals. He had also corrected his quick impulsive tendency to slap faces that were an inch or two higher up than his own. He didn't often come across one, for one thing. Then it would not have been considered good form in Her Majesty's Household Brigade. When he was a boy, as the reader may recollect, he was fond of drawing lovely female profiles with black hair and an immense black eye, and gazing at them as he smoked a cigarette and listened to pretty light music. He developed a most ardent admiration for female beauty, and mixed more and more in worldly and fashionable circles, of which I saw nothing whatever. Circles where the heavenly gift of beauty is made more of, perhaps, than is quite good for its possessors, whether female or male. He was himself of a personal beauty so exceptional that incredible temptations came his way. Aristocratic people all over the world make great allowance for beauty-born frailties that would spell ruin and everlasting disgrace for women of the class to which it is my privilege to belong. Barti, of course, did not confide his love adventures to me. In this he was no Frenchman. But I saw quite enough to know he was more pursued than pursuing. And what a pursuer to a man built like that! No innocent, impulsive young girl, no simple maiden in her flower, no Elaine, but a magnificent, full-blown peeress who knew her own mind and had nothing to fear, for her husband was no better than herself. But for that, a Guinevere and Vivian rolled into one, plus Messalina. Nor was she the only light o' love. There are many naughty grandes dames de par le monde, whose easy virtue fits them like a silk stocking, and who live and love pretty much as they please, without loss of caste, so long as they keep clear of any open scandal. It is one of the privileges of high rank. Then there were the ladies gay, frankly of the half world, these laughter-loving heterae, with perilously soft hearts for such as Barti Jocelyn. There was even poor, listless, lazy, languid Jenny, fond of a kiss and fond of a guinea. His heart was never touched, of that I feel sure, and he was not vain of these triumphs. But he was a very reckless youth, a kind of young John Churchill before Sarah Jennings took him in hand, absolutely non-moral about such things, rather than immoral. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 23. He grew to be a quite notorious young man about town, and, most unfortunately for him, Lord and even Lady Archibald Rohan were so fond of him, and so proud, and so amiably non-moral themselves, that he was left to go as he might. He also developed some very rowdy tastes indeed, and so did I. It was the fashion for our golden youth in the 50s to do so. Every night in the Haymarket there was a kind of noisy saturnalia in which golden youths joined hands with youths who were by no means golden, to give much trouble to the police, and fill the pockets of the keepers of night houses, Bob Crofts, Kate Hamiltons, the Piccadilly Saloon, and other haunts equally well pulled down and forgotten. It was good in these regions to be young and big and strong like Barti and me, and well versed in the handling of one's daddles. I suppose London was the only great city in the world where such things could be. I am afraid that many strange people of both sexes called us Bob and Barti, people the mere sight of hearing of whom would have given my poor dear father fits. Then there was a little public house in St. Martin's Lane, kept by Big Ben, the prize fighter. In a room at the top of the house there used to be much sparring. We both of us took a high degree in the noble art, especially I, if it be not bragging to say so, mostly on account of my weight, which was considerable for my age. It was in fencing that he beat me hollow. He was quite the best fencer I ever met. The lessons at school of Bonnet's Prévost had borne good fruit in his case. Then there were squalid dens frequented by touts and betting men and medical students, where people sang and fought, and laid the odds and got very drunk, and where Bartie's performances as a vocalist, comic, and sentimental, especially the latter, raised enthusiasm that seems almost incredible among such a brutalized and hardened crew. One night he and I and a medical student called Ticklets, who had a fine bass voice, disguised ourselves as paupers, and went singing for money about Camden Town and Mornington Crescent and Regent's Park. It took us about an hour to make 18 pence. Bartie played the guitar, Ticklets the tambourine, and I the bones. Then we went to the Haymarket, and Bartie made £5 in no time, most of it in silver donations from unfortunate women, English of course, who are among the softest hearted and most generous creatures in the world. Oh, lacrimarum fons! I forget what use we made of the money, a good one, I feel sure. I am sorry to reveal all this, but Bartie wished it. 40 years ago such things did not seem so horrible as they would now, and the word bounder had not been invented. My sister Ida, when about 14, 1853, became a pupil at the junior school in the Ladies' College, 48 Bedford Square. She soon made friends, nice young girls, who came to our house, and it was much the livelier. I used to hear much of them, and knew them well before I ever saw them, especially Leah Gibson, who lived in Tavistock Square, and was Ida's special friend. At last I was quite anxious to see this paragon. One morning, as I carried Ida's books on her way to school, she pointed out to me 3 girls of her own age or less, who stood talking together at the gates of the Foundling Hospital. They were all 3 very pretty children, quite singularly so, and became great beauties. One golden-haired, one chestnut brown, one blue-black. The black-haired one was the youngest and the tallest, a fine, straight, bony child of 12, with a flat back and square shoulders. She was very well dressed, and had nice brown boots with brown elastic sides, on arched and straight-heeled slender feet, and white stockings on her long legs, a fashion in hose that has long gone out. She also wore a thick plait of black hair all down her back, another departed mode, and one not to be regretted, I think. And she swung her books round as she talked, with easy movements, like a strong boy. "That's Leah Gibson," says my sister, "the tall one with the long black plait." Leah Gibson turned round and nodded to my sister and smiled, showing a delicate, narrow face, a clear, pale complexion, very beautiful white pearly teeth between very red lips, and an extraordinary pair of large black eyes, rather close together, the blackest I ever saw, but with an expression so quick and penetrating and keen, and yet so good and frank and friendly, that they positively sent a little warm thrill through me, though she was only 12 years old, and not a bit older than her age, and I a fast youth nearly 20. And finding her very much to my taste, I said to my sister, just for fun, "Oh, that's Leah Gibson, is it? Then some day Leah Gibson shall be Mrs. Robert Maurice." From which it may be inferred that I looked on Leah Gibson, at the first sight of her, as likely to become some day an extremely desirable person. She did. The Gibsons lived in a very good house in Tavistock Square. They seemed very well off. Mrs. Gibson had a nice carriage, which she kept entirely with her own money. Her father, who was dead, had been a wealthy solicitor. He had left a large family, and to each of them property worth £300 a year, and a very liberal allowance of good looks. Mr. Gibson was in business in the city. Leah, their only child, was the darling of their hearts and the apple of their eyes. To dress her beautifully, to give her all the best masters money could procure, and treat her to every amusement in London, theatres, the opera, all the concerts and shows there were, and give endless young parties for her pleasure, all this seemed the principal interest of their lives. Soon after my first introduction to Leah, Ida and I received an invitation to a kind of juvenile festivity at the Gibsons, and went and spent a delightful evening. We were received by Mrs. Gibson most cordially. She was such an extremely pretty person, and so charmingly dressed, and had such winning, natural, genial manners, that I fell in love with her at first sight. She was also very playful and fond of romping, for she was young still, having married at 17. Her mother, Mrs. Bletchley, who was present, was a Spanish Jewess, a most magnificent and beautiful old person in splendid attire, tall and straight, with white hair and thick black eyebrows, and large eyes as black as night. In Leah, the high Sephardic Jewish type was more marked than in Mrs. Gibson, who was not Jewish at all in aspect, and took after her father, the late Mr. Bletchley. It is a type that sometimes, just now and again, can be so pathetically noble and beautiful in a woman, so suggestive of chastity and the most passionate love combined. Love conjugal and filial and maternal, love that implies all the big practical obligations and responsibilities of human life, that the mere term Jewess, and especially its French equivalent, brings to my mind some vague, mysterious, exotically poetic image of all I love best in woman. I find myself dreaming of Rebecca of York, as I used to dream of her in the English class at Brossard's, where I so pitied poor Ivanhoe for his misplaced constancy. If Rebecca at 55 was at all like Mrs. Bletchley, poor old Sir Wilfrid's regrets must have been all that Thackeray made them out to be in his immortal story of Rebecca and Rowena. Mr. Gibson was a good-looking man, some 12 or 15 years older than his wife. His real vocation was to be a low comedian. This showed itself on my first introduction to him. He informally winked at me and said, "Est-ce que vous que je dois la vie? Ah, quel bonheur!" This idiotic speech, all the French he knew, was delivered in so droll and natural a manner that I took to him at once. Barty himself couldn't have been funnier. Well, we had games of forfeits and danced, and Ida played charming things by Mendelssohn on the piano, and Leah sang very nicely in a fine, bold, frank, deep voice, like a choir boy's, and Mrs. Gibson danced a Spanish fandango, and displayed feet and ankles of which she was very proud, and had every right to be. And then Mr. Gibson played a solo on the flute and sang My Pretty Jane, both badly enough to be very funny without any conscious effort or straining on his part. Then we supped, and the food was good, and we were all very jolly indeed. And after supper Mr. Gibson said to me, "Now, Mr. Parlez-vous, can't you do something to amuse the company? You're big enough." I professed my willingness to do anything, and wished I was as Barty more than ever. "Well, then," says he, "kneel to the wittiest, bow to the prettiest, and kiss the one you love best." This was rather a large order, but I did as well as I could. I went down on my knees to Mr. Gibson and craved his paternal blessing, and made my best French bow with my heels together to old Mrs. Bletchley, and kissed my sister, warmly thanking her in public for having introduced me to Mrs. Gibson. And as far as mere social success is worth anything, I was the Barty of that party. Anyhow, Mr. Gibson conceived for me an admiration he never failed to express when we met afterwards, and though this was fun, of course, I had really won his heart. It is but a humble sort of triumph to crow over. And where does Barti Jocelyn come in? Pazienza! Well, what do you think of Leah Gibson? Said my sister, as we walked home together through Torrington Square. I think she's a regular stunner, said I, like her mother and her grandmother before her, and probably her great-grandmother too. And being a poetical youth, and well up in my Byron, I declaimed, she walks in beauty like the night of cloudless climes and starry skies, and all that's best of dark and bright meet in her aspect and her eyes. Old fogey as I am, and still given to poetical quotations, I never made a more felicitous quotation than that. I little guessed then to what splendor that bony, black-eyed damsel would reach in time. All through this period of high life and low dissipation, Barti kept his unalterable good humor and high spirits, and especially the kindly grace of manner and tact, and good breeding that kept him from ever offending the most fastidious, in spite of his high spirits, and made him many a poor grateful outcast's friend and darling. I remember once dining with him at Greenwich in very distinguished company. I don't remember how I came to be invited, through Barti, no doubt. He got me many invitations that I often thought it better not to accept. Nesutor ultra crepidam. It was a fish dinner, and Barti ate and drank a surprising amount, and so did I, and liked it very much. We were all late and hurried for the last train, some 20 of us, and Barti, Lord Archibald, and I, and a Colonel Walker Lindsay, who has since become a peer and a field marshal, and is now dead, were all pushed together into a carriage, already occupied by a distinguished clergyman and a charming young lady, probably his daughter. From his dress, he was either a dean or a bishop, and I sat opposite to him in the corner. Barti was very noisy and excited as the train moved off. He was rather tipsy, in fact, and I was alarmed on account of the clerical gentleman and his female companion. As we journeyed on, Barti began to romp and play the fool and perform fantastic tricks, to the immense delight of the future field marshal. He twisted 2 pocket handkerchiefs into human figures, one on each hand, and made them sing to each other like Grisi and Mario in the Huguenots, and clever drivel of that kind. Lord Archibald and Colonel Lindsay were beside themselves with glee at all this. They also had dined well. Then he imitated a poor man fishing in St. James's Park, and not catching any fish, and this really was uncommonly good and true to life, with wonderful artistic details that showed keen observation. I saw that the bishop and his daughter, if such they were, grew deeply interested, and laughed and chuckled discreetly. The young lady had a charming expression on her face as she watched the idiotic Barti, who got more idiotic with every mile, and this was to be the man who wrote Sardonyx. As the train slowed into the London station, the bishop leaned forwards towards me and inquired in a whisper, "May I ask the name of your singularly delightful young friend?" "His name is Barti Jocelyn," I answered. "Not of the Grenadier Guards?" "Yes." "Oh, indeed! Ah, yes, I've heard of him." And his lordship's face became hard and stern, and soon we all got out. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita, Section 24. Part fourth. La cigale ayant chanté tout l'été se trouva fort dépourvue quand la bise fut venue. La Fontaine. Sometimes I went to see Lord and Lady Archibald, who lived in Clarges Street, and Lady Archibald was kind enough to call on my mother, who was charmed with her, and returned her call in due time. Also, at about this period, 1853, my Uncle Charles, Captain Blake, late 17th Lancers, who had been Lord Runswick's crony 20 years before, patched up some feud he had with my father, and came to see us in Brunswick Square. He had just married a charming girl, young enough to be his daughter. I took him to see Barti, and they became fast friends. My Uncle Charles was a very accomplished man, and spoke French as well as any of us, and Barti liked him, and it ended, oddly enough, in Uncle Charles becoming Lord Whitby's land agent and living in St. Hilda's Terrace, Whitby. He was a very good fellow, and a thorough man of the world, and was of great service to Barti in many ways. But, alas and alas, he was not able to prevent or make up the disastrous quarrel that happened between Barti and Lord Archibald, with such terrible results to my friend, to both. It is all difficult even to hint at, but some of it must be more than hinted at. Lord Archibald, like his nephew, was a very passionate admirer of lovely women. He had been for many years a faithful and devoted husband to the excellent French woman who brought him wealth and such affection. Then a terrible temptation came in his way. He fell in love with a very beautiful and fascinating lady, whose birth and principles and antecedents were alike very unfortunate, and Barti was mixed up in all this. It's the saddest thing I ever heard. The beautiful lady conceived for Barti one of those frantic passions that must lead to somebody's ruin. It led to his, but he was never to blame, except for the careless indiscretion which allowed of his being concerned in the miserable business at all, and to this frantic passion he did not respond. Spretae injuria formae. So at least she fancied. It was not so. Barti was no laggard in love, but he dearly loved his Uncle Archie, and was loyal to him all through. His honor rooted in dishonor stood, and faith unfaithful kept him falsely true. Where he was unfaithful was to his beloved and adoring Lady Archibald, his second mother, at miserable cost of undying remorse to himself for ever having sunk to become Lord Archibald's confidant and love messenger, and bearer of nosegays and billets doux, and singer of little French songs. He was only 20, and thought of such things as jokes. He had lived among some of the pleasantest, best bred, and most corrupt people in London. The beautiful frail lady told the most infamous lies, and stuck to them through thick and thin. The story is not new, it's as old as the Pharaohs, and Barti and his uncle quarreled beyond recall. The boy was too proud even to defend himself, beyond one simple denial. Then another thing happened. Lady Archibald died, quite suddenly, of peritonitis, fortunately in ignorance of what was happening, and with her husband and daughter and Barti round her bedside at the end. She died deceived and happy. Lord Archibald was beside himself with grief, but in 6 months he married the beautiful lady, and went to the bad altogether, went under in fact, and Daphne, his daughter of 14 or 15, was taken by the Whitbys. So now Barti, thoroughly sick of smart society, found himself in an unexpected position, without an allowance, in a crack regiment, and never a penny to look forward to. For old Lord Whitby, who loved him, was a poor man with a large family, and every penny of Lady Archibald's fortune that didn't go to her husband and daughter went back to her own family of Lonlay-Savignac. She had made no will, no provision for her beloved, her adopted son. So Barti never went to the Crimea after all, but sold out and found himself the possessor of £700 or £800, most of which he owed, and with the world before him. But I am going too fast. In the winter of 1853, just before Christmas, my father fitted up for me a chemical laboratory at the top of the fine old house in Barge Yard, Bucklesbury, where his wine business was carried on, a splendid mansion with panelled rooms and a carved oak staircase, once the abode of some Dick Whittington, no doubt a Lord Mayor of London, and I began my professional career, which consisted in analyzing anything I could get to analyze for hire, from a sample of gold or copper ore to a poisoned stomach. Lord Whitby very kindly sent me different samples of soil from different fields on his estate, and I analyzed them carefully and found them singularly like each other. I don't think the estate benefited much by my scientific investigation. It was my first job and brought me £20, out of which I bought 2 beautiful fans, one for my sister, the other for Leah Gibson, and got a new evening suit for myself at Barti's tailor's. When this job of mine was finished, I had a good deal of time on my hands, and read many novels and smoked many pipes, as I sat by my chemical stove and distilled water, and dried chlorate of potash to keep the damp out of my scales, and toasted cheese and fried sausages and mulled Burgundy, and brewed nice drinks, hot or cold, a specialty of mine. I also made my laboratory a very pleasant place. My father wouldn't permit a piano, nor could I afford one, but I smuggled in a guitar for Barti, and also a concertina, which I could play a little myself. Barti often came with friends of his, of whom my father did not approve, mostly guardsmen, also friends of my own, medical students, and 1 or 2 fellow chemists, who were serious and pleased my father. We often had a capital time, chemical experiments and explosions, and fearful stinks, and poisoned waters of enchanting hue. Also oysters, lobsters, dressed crab for lunch, and my Burgundy was good, I promise you, whether white or red. We also had songs and music of every description. Barti's taste had improved. He could sing Beethoven's Adelaide in English, German, and Italian, and Schubert's Serenade in French, quite charmingly, to his own ingenious accompaniment on the guitar. We had another vocalist, a little Hebrew art student, with a heavenly tenor, I've forgotten his name, and Ticklitz the bass, and a guardsman who could yodel and imitate a woman's voice, one Pepys, whom Barti loved because he was a giant, and, according to Barti, the handsomest chap in London. These debauches generally happened when my father was abroad, always, in fact. I'm greatly ashamed of it all now. Even then my heart smote me heavily at times when I thought of the pride and pleasure he took in all my scientific appliances, and the money they cost him. 20 guineas for a pair of scales. Poor dear old man! He loved to weigh things in them, a feather, a minute crumb of cork, an infinitesimal wisp of cotton wool. However, I've made it all up to him since in many ways, and he has told me that I have been a good son after all. And that is good to think of, now that I am older than he was when he died. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 25. One fine morning before going to business, I escorted my sister to Bedford Square, calling for Leah Gibson on the way. As we walked up Great Russell Street, that being the longest way round I could think of, we met Barty, looking as fresh as a schoolboy, and resplendent as usual. I remember he had on a long blue frock coat, check trousers, an elaborate waistcoat and scarf, and white hat, as was the fashion, and that he looked singularly out of place and uncommonly agreeable to the eye in such an austere and learned neighborhood. He was coming to call for me in Brunswick Square. My sister introduced him to her friend, and he looked down at Leah with a surprised glance of delicate fatherly admiration. He might have been 50. Then we left the young ladies and went off together citywards. My father was abroad. By Jove, what a stunner that girl is! I'm blessed if I don't marry her some day. You see if I don't. That's just what I mean to do, said I, and we had a good laugh at the idea of two such desperadoes, as we thought ourselves, talking like this about a little schoolgirl. We'll toss up, says Barty, and we did, and he won. This, I remember, was before his quarrel with Lord Archibald. She was then about 14, and her subtle and singular beauty was just beginning to make itself felt. I never knew till long after how deep had been the impression produced by this glimpse of a mere child on a fast young man about town, or I should not have been amused. For there were times when I myself thought quite seriously of Leah Gibson, and what she might be in the long future. She looked a year or two older than she really was, being very tall and extremely sedate. Also, both my father and mother had conceived such a liking for her that they constantly talked of the possibility of our falling in love with each other some day. Castles in Spain. As for me, my admiration for the child was immense, and my respect for her character unbounded. And I felt myself such a base, unworthy brute that I couldn't bear to think of myself in such a connection, until I had cleansed myself heart and soul, which would take time. And as for showing by my manner to her that such an idea had ever crossed my mind, the thought never entered my head. She was just my dear sister's devoted friend. Her petticoat hem was still some inches from the ground, and her hair in a plait all down her back. Girlish innocence and purity incarnate, that is what she seemed, and what she was. La plus forte des forces est encore innocente, said Victor Hugo. And if you translate this literally into English, it comes to exactly the same, both in rhythm and sense. When Barty sold out, he first thought he would like to go on the stage, but it turned out that he was too tall to play anything but serious footman. Then he thought he would be a singer. We used to go to the opera at Drury Lane, where they gave in English a different Italian opera every night, and this was always followed by Bacchus and Galatea. We got our seats in the stalls every evening for a couple of weeks through the kindness of Mr. Hamilton Braham, whom Barty knew, and who played Polyphemus in Handel's famous Serenata. I remember our first night they gave Masaniello, which I had never seen, and when the tenor sang, "Behold how brightly breaks the morning," it came on us both as a delicious surprise. It was such a favorite song at Brossard's. Ami, la matinée est belle. Indeed, it was one of the songs Barty sang on the boulevard for the poor woman 6 or 7 years back. The tenor, Mr. Elliot Gayler, had a lovely voice, and that was a moment never to be forgotten. Then came Acus and Galatea, which was so odd and old-fashioned we could scarcely sit it out. Next night, Lucia, charming. Then again Acus and Galatea, because we had nowhere else to go. Tiens, tiens, says Barty, as the lovers sang The Flocks Shall Leave the Mountains. C'est diantrement joli, ça. Écoute. Next night, La Sonnambula. Then again, Acus and Galatea. Mais nom du pipe, elle est divine, cette musique-là, says Barty. And the nights after, we could scarcely sit out the Italian opera that preceded what we have looked upon ever since as among the divinest music in the world. So one must not judge music at a first hearing, nor poetry, nor pictures at first sight. Unless one be poet or painter or musician oneself, not even then. I may live to love thee yet, O Tannhauser. Lucy Escott, Fanny Huddart, Elliot Gaylor, and Hamilton Braham, that was the cast. I hear their voices now. One morning Hamilton Braham tried Barty's voice on the empty stage at St. James Theatre, made him sing When Other Lips. "Sing out, man, sing out," said the big bass, and Barty shouted his loudest, a method which did not suit him. I sat in the pit with half a dozen guardsmen who were deeply interested in Barty's operatic aspirations. It turned out that Barty was neither tenor nor baritone, and that his light voice, so charming in a room, would never do for the operatic stage, although his figure, in spite of his great height, would have suited heroic parts so admirably. Besides, 3 or 4 years' training in Italy were needed, a different production altogether. So Barty gave up this idea, and made up his mind to be an artist. He got permission to work in the British Museum, and drew the Discobolus, and sent his drawing to the Royal Academy, in the hope of being admitted there as a student. He was not. Then an immense overwhelming homesickness for Paris came over him, and he felt he must go and study art there, and succeed or perish. My father talked to him like a father, my mother like a mother. We all hung about him and entreated. He was as obdurate as Tennyson's sailor boy, whom the Mermaiden forewarned so fiercely. He was even offered a handsome appointment in the London house of Vougeot, Conti and Company. But his mind was made up, and to my sorrow, and the sorrow of all who knew him, he fixed the date of his departure for the 2nd of May, 1856, this being the day after a party at the Gibsons, a young dance in honor of Leah's 15th birthday on the 1st, and to which my sister had procured him an invitation. He had never been to the Gibsons before. They belonged to a world so different to anything he had been accustomed to, indeed, to a class that he then so much disliked and despised, both as ex-guardsman and as the descendant of French toilers of the sea, who hate and scorn the bourgeois, that I was curious to see how he would bear himself there, and rather nervous, for it would have grieved me that he should look down on people of whom I was getting very fond. It was his theory that all successful business people were pompous and purse-proud and vulgar. I admit that in the 50s we very often were. There may perhaps be a few survivals of that period, old nouveaux riches, who are still modestly jocose on the subject of each other's millions when they meet, and indulge in pompous little pleasantries about their pet economics, and drop a pompous little H now and then, and pretend they only did it for fun. But dear me, there are other things to be vulgar about in this world besides money and uncertain aspirates. If to be pompous and pretentious and insincere is to be vulgar, I really think the vulgar of our time are not these old plutocrats, not even their grandsons, who hunt and shoot and yacht and swagger with the best, but those solemn little prigs who have done well at school or college and become radicals and agnostics before they've even had time to find out what men and women are made of, or what sex they belong to themselves, if any, and loathe all fun and sport and athletics, and rave about pictures and books and music they don't understand, and would pretend to despise if they did. Things that were not even meant to be understood. It doesn't take 3 generations to make a prig. Worse luck. At the Gibsons there was neither pompousness, nor insincerity, nor pretension of any kind, and therefore no real vulgarity. It is true they were a little bit noisy there sometimes, but only in fun. When we arrived at that most hospitable house, the 2 pretty drawing rooms were already crammed with young people, and the dancing was in full swing. I presented Barty to Mrs. Gibson, who received him with her usual easy cordiality, just as she would have received one of her husband's clerks, or the Prime Minister, or the Prince Consort himself, for that matter. But she looked up into his face with such frank, unabashed admiration that I couldn't help laughing, nor could he. She presented him to Mr. Gibson, who drew himself back and folded his arms and frowned. Then suddenly, striking a beautiful stage attitude of surprised emotion, with his hand on his heart, he exclaimed, "Oh, monsieur, est-ce que vous que je dois la vie? Ah, quel bonheur!" And this so tickled Barty that he forgot his manners and went into peals of laughter. And from that moment I ceased to exist as the bright particular star in Mr. Gibson's firmament of eligible young men. For in spite of the kink in my nose and my stolid gravity, which was really and merely the result of my shyness, he had always looked upon me as an exceptionally presentable, proper, and goodly youth, and a most exemplary, that is, if my sister was to be trusted in the matter, for she was my informant. I'm afraid Barty was not so immediately popular with the young cavaliers of the party, but all came right in due time. For after supper, which was early, Barty played the fool with Mr. Gibson and taught him how to do a mechanical wax figure, of which he himself was the showman, and the laughter, both baritone and soprano, might have been heard in Russell Square. Then they sang an extempore Italian duet together, which was screamingly droll, and so forth. Leah distinguished herself as usual by being attentive to the material wants of the company: comfortable seats, ices, syrups, footstools for mammas, and wraps, safety from thorough draughts for grandpapas. The inherited hospitality of the clan of Gibson took this form with the sole daughter of their house and home. She had no parlor tricks. We remained the latest. It was a full moon, or nearly so, as usual on a balcony, for I remember standing on the balcony with Leah. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 26. A belated Italian organ grinder stopped beneath us and played a tune from I Lombardi called La Mia Letizia. Leah's hair was done up for the first time in 2 heavy black bands that hid her little ears and framed her narrow chinny face, with a yellow bow plastered on behind. Such was the fashion then, a hideous fashion enough, but we knew no better. To me she looked so lovely in her long white frock, long for the first time, that Tavistock Square became a broad Venetian moonlit lagoon, and the dome of University College an old Italian church, and La mia Letizia the song of Adria's gondolier. I asked her what she thought of Barti. "I really don't know," she said. "He's not a bit romantic, is he?" "No, but he's very handsome, don't you think so?" "Oh, yes, indeed. Much too handsome for a man. It seems such waste. Why, I now remember seeing him when I was quite a little girl, 3 or 4 years ago, at the Duke of Wellington's funeral. He had his bearskin on. Papa pointed him out to us, and said he looked like such a pretty girl. And we all wondered who he could be. And so sad he looked. I suppose it was for the Duke. I couldn't think where I'd seen him before, and now I remember. And there's a photograph of him in a stall at the Crystal Palace. Have you seen it? Not that he looks like a girl now, not a bit. I suppose you're very fond of him. Ida is. She talks as much about Mr. Jocelyn as she does about you. Barti, she calls him. Yes, indeed, he's like our brother. We were boys at school together in France. My sister calls him thee and thou, in French, you know. And was he always like that, funny and jolly and good-natured? Always. He hasn't changed a bit. And is he very sincere? Just then Barti came on to the balcony. It was time to go. My sister had been fetched away already in her gondola. So Barti made his farewells, and bent his gallant, irresistible look of mirthful chivalry and delicate middle-aged admiration on Leah's upturned face, and her eyes looked up more piercing and blacker than ever, and in each of them a little high light shone like a point of interrogation, the reflection of some white window curtain, I suppose, and I felt cold all down my back. Barti's daughter, Mary Trevor, often sings a little song of de Musset's. It is quite lovely and begins: Beau chevalier qui partez pour la guerre, qu'allez-vous faire si loin d'ici? Voyez-vous pas que la nuit est profonde et que le monde n'est que souci? It is called La Chanson de Barberine, and I never hear it, but I think of that sweet little white virginal point d'interrogation, and Barti going away to France. Then he thanked Mrs. Gibson and said pretty things, and finally called Mr. Gibson dreadful French fancy names: Cascamiche, Moutardier du Pape, Tremblant Boulevard, Vieux Coquelicot, to each of which the delighted Mr. G. answered, Vous êtes un auteur, vous êtes un auteur. And then Barti whisked himself away in a silver cloud of glory, a good exit. Outside was a hansom waiting, with a carpet bag on the top, and we got into it and drove up to Hampstead Heath, to some little inn called the Bull and Bush, near North End. Barti lit his pipe and said, What capital people! Hanged if they're not the nicest people I ever met. Yes, said I. And that's all that was said during that long drive. At North End we found 2 or 3 other hansoms, and Pepys and Tiglettes, and the little Hebrew tenor art student, whose name I've forgotten, and several others. We had another supper, and made a night of it. There was a piano in a small room opening on to a kind of little terrace, with geraniums over a bow window. We had music and singing of all sorts. Even I sang, the standard bearer, and rather well. My sister had coached me, but I did not obtain an encore. The next day dawned, and Barti had a wash and changed his clothes, and we walked all over Hampstead Heath, and saw London lying in a dun mist, with the dome and gilded cross of St. Paul's rising into the pale blue dawn. And I thought what a beastly place London would be without Barti, but that Leah was there still, safe and sound asleep in Tavistock Square. Then back to the inn for breakfast, Barti as usual fresh as paint. Happy Barti, off to Paris. And then we all drove down to London Bridge to see him safe into the Boulogne steamer. All his luggage was on board. His late soldier servant was there, a splendid fellow, chosen for his length and breadth as well as his fidelity. Also the Snowdrop, who was lachrymose and in great grief. It was a most affectionate farewell all round. Good-bye, Bob. I won that toss, didn't I? Oddly enough, I was thinking of that and didn't like it. What rot! It's only a joke, old fellow, said Barty. All this about an innocent little girl, just 15, the daughter of a low-comedy John Gilpin, a still somewhat gaunt little girl, whose budding charms of color, shape, and surface were already such that it didn't matter whether she were good or bad, gentle or simple, rich or poor, sensible or an utter fool. C'est toujours comme ça. We watched the steamer pick its sunny way down the Thames, with Barty waving his hat by the man at the wheel. And I walked westward with the little Hebrew artist, who was so affected at parting with his hero that he had tears in his lovely voice. It was not till I had complimented him on his wonderful B flat that he got consoled, and he talked about himself and his B flat, and his middle G, and his physical strength and his eye for color, all the way from the Mansion House to the Foundling Hospital, when we parted, and he went straight to his drawing board at the British Museum, an anticlimax. I found my mother and sister at their late breakfast, and was scolded. And I told them Barty had got off and wouldn't come back for long, it might not be for years. Thank heaven, said my dear mother, and I was not pleased. Says my sister, do you know, he's actually stolen Leah's photograph that she gave me for my birthday. He asked me for it, and I wouldn't give it him, and it's gone. Then I washed and put on my workaday clothes and went straight to Barge Yard, Bucklesbury, and made myself a bed on the floor with my greatcoat, and slept all day. Oh, heavens, what a dull book this would be, and how dismally it would drag its weary length along, if it weren't all about the author of Sardonyx. But is there a lost corner anywhere in this planet where English is spoken, or French, in which the Martian won't be bought and treasured and spelt over and over again, like a novel by Dickens or Scott or Dumas, for Josselin's dear sake? What a fortune my publishers would make if I were not a man of business and they were not the best and most generous publishers in the world. And all Josselin's publishers, French, English, German, and what not, down to modern Sanskrit. What millionaires, if it hadn't been for this little busy bee of a Bob Maurice. Poor Barty, I am here, a bon chat, bon rat. And what on earth do I want a fortune for? Barty's dead, and I've got so much more than I need, who am of a frugal mind. And what I've got is all going to little Josselins, who have already got so much more than they need, what with their late father and me, and my sister, who is a widow and childless, and riche à millions too, and cares for nobody in all this wide world but little Josselins, who don't care for money in the least, and would sooner work for their living, even break stones on the road, anything sooner than loaf and laze and loll through life. We all have to give most of it away, not that I need proclaim it from the housetops. It is but a dull and futile hobby, giving away to those who deserve. They soon leave off deserving. How fortunate that so much money is really wanted by people who don't deserve it any more than I do, and who, besides, are so weak and stupid and lazy and honest, or so incurably dishonest, that they can't make it for themselves. I have to look after a good many of these people. Barty was fond of them, honest or not. They are so incurably prolific, and so was he, poor dear boy. But oh, the difference! Grapes don't grow on thorns, nor figs on thistles.
I'm a thorn, alas, in my own side, more often than not, and a thistle in the sides of a good many donkeys, whom I feed because they are too stupid or too lazy to feed themselves. But at least I know my place, and the knowledge is more bother to me than all my money, and the race of Maurice will soon be extinct. End of section 26.
Section 27 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 27. When Barty went to foreign parts on the 2nd of May, 1856, I didn't trouble myself about such questions as these. Life was so horribly stale in London without Barty that I became a quite exemplary young man when I woke up from that long nap on the floor of my laboratory in Barge Yard, Bucklesbury. A reformed character, from sheer grief, I really believe. I thought of many things, ugly things, very ugly things indeed, and meant to have done with them. I thought of some very handsome things too, a pair of beautiful crown jewels, each rare as the black tulip, and in each of them a bright little sign like this. I don't believe I ever gave my father another bad quarter of an hour from that moment. I even went to church on Sunday mornings quite regularly. Not his own somewhat severe place of worship, it is true, but the Foundling Hospital. There in the gallery would I sit with my sister and listen to Miss Dolby and Miss Louisa Pine and Mr. Lawler the bass, and a tenor and alto whose names I cannot recall. And I thought they sang as they ought to have sung, and was deeply moved and comforted, more than by any preachments in the world, and just in the opposite gallery sat Leah with her mother, and I grew fond of nice clean little boys and girls who sing pretty hymns in unison. And afterwards I watched them eat their roast beef, small mites of 3 and 4 and 5, some of them, and thought how touching it all was, I don't know why. Love or grief, or that touch of nature that makes the whole world kin at about 1 p.m. on Sunday. One would think that Barty had exerted a bad influence on me, since he seems to have kept me out of all this that was so sweet and new and fresh and wholesome. He would have been just as susceptible to such impressions as I, even more so, if the same chance had arisen for him, for he was singularly fond of children, the smaller and the poorer the better, even gutter children, and their poor mothers loved him, he was so jolly and generous and kind. Sometimes I got a letter from him in Blaze, my father's shorthand cipher. It was always brief and bright and hopeful, and full of jokes and funny sketches, and I answered him in Blaze that was long and probably dull. All that I will tell of him now is not taken from his Blaze letters, but from what he has told me later by word of mouth, for he was as fond of talking of himself as I of listening, since he was droll and sincere, and without guile or vanity, and would have been just as sympathetic a listener as I, if I had cared to talk about Mr. Robert Maurice, of Barge Yard, Bucklesbury. Besides, I am good at hearing between the words, and reading between the lines, and all that, and love to exercise this faculty. Well, he reached Paris in due time, and took a small bedroom on a 3rd floor in the Rue de Faubourg Poissonniere, over a cheap hatter's, opposite the Conservatoire de Musique. On the first night he was awoke by a terrible invasion, such malodorous swarms of all kinds, from a tiny brown speck to a full-grown lentil, that they darkened his bed, and he slept on the tiled floor, after making an island of himself by pouring cold water all round him as a kind of moat, and so he slept for a week of nights, until he had managed to poison off most of these invaders with poudre insecticide, morte aux punaises.
In the daytime he first of all went for a swim at the Passy baths, an immense joy, full of the ghosts of bygone times. Then he would spend the rest of his day revisiting old haunts, often sitting on the edge of the stone fountain in the Rond Point of the Avenue du Prince Impérial, or de l'Impératrice, or whatever it was, to gaze comfortably at the outside of the old school, which was now a pensionnat de demoiselles, soon to be pulled down and make room for a new house altogether. He did not attempt to invade these precincts of maiden innocence, but gazed and remembered and realized and dreamt. It all gave him unspeakable excitement, and a strange, tender, wistful, melancholy delight for which there is no name. Je connais ça. I also, ghost-like, have paced round the haunts of my childhood. When the joy of this faded, as it always must when indulged in too freely, he amused himself by sitting in his bedroom and painting Leah's portrait, enlarged and in oils, partly from the very vivid image he had preserved of her in his mind, partly from the stolen photograph. At first he got it very like. Then he lost all the likeness and could not recover it, and he worked and worked till he got stupid over it, and his mental image faded quite away. But for a time this minute examination of the photograph through a powerful lens he bought on purpose, and this delving search into his own deep consciousness of her, into his keen remembrance of every detail of feature and color and shade of expression, made him realize and idealize and foresee what the face might be some day, and what its owner might become. And a horror of his life in London came over him like a revelation, a blast, a horrible surprise. Mere sin is ugly when it's no more, and so beastly to remember, unless the sinner be thoroughly acclimatized, and Barty was only 22, and hated deceit and cruelty in any form. Oh, poor, weak, frail fellow sinner, whether Vivian or Guinevere! How sadly unjust that loathing and satiety and harsh male contempt should kill man's ruth and pity for thee, thou wast so kind to man! What a hellish aftermath! Poor Barty hadn't the ghost of a notion how to set to work about becoming a painter, and didn't know a soul in Paris he cared to go and consult, although there were many people he might have discovered whom he had known, old schoolfellows and friends of the Archibald Rohans, who would have been only too glad. So he took to wandering listlessly about, lunching and dining at cheap suburban restaurants, taking long walks, sitting on benches, leaning over parapets, and longing to tell people who he was, his age, how little money he'd got, what lots of friends he had in England, what a nice little English girl he knew, whose portrait he didn't know how to paint. Any idiotic nonsense that came into his head, so at least he might talk about something or somebody that interested him. There is no city like Paris, no crowd like a Parisian crowd, to make you feel your solitude if you are alone in its midst. At night he read French novels in bed, and drank eau sucrée, and smoked till he was sleepy. Then he cunningly put out his light and lit it again in a quarter of an hour or so, and exploded what remained of the invading hordes as they came crawling down the wall from above. Their numbers were reduced at last, they were disappearing. Then he put out his candle for good and went to sleep happy, having at least scored for once in the 24 hours. Morto punaise! Twice he went to the Opéra Comique and saw Richard Coeur de Lion and Le Pré au Clerc from the gallery, and was disappointed, and couldn't understand why he shouldn't sing as well as that. He thought he could sing much better, poor fellow. He had a delightful voice and charm and the sense of tune and rhythm, and could please quite wonderfully, but he had no technical knowledge whatever, and couldn't be depended upon to sing a song twice the same. He trusted to the inspiration of the moment, like an amateur. Of course he had to be very economical, even about candle ends, and almost liked such economy for a change. But he got sick of his loneliness beyond expression. He was a fish out of water. Then he took it into his head to go and copy a picture at the Louvre. An old master. In this he felt he could not go wrong. He obtained the necessary permission, bought a canvas 6 feet high, and sat himself before a picture by Nicolas Poussin, I think, a group of angelic women carrying another woman through the air up to heaven. They were not very much to his taste, but more so than any others. His chief notion about women in pictures was that they should be very beautiful, since they cannot make themselves agreeable in any other way, and they are not always so in the works of the great masters. At least he thought not. These are matters of taste, of course. He had no notion of how to divide his canvas into squares, a device by which one makes it easier to get the copy into proper proportion, it seems. He began by sketching the head of the principal woman roughly in the middle of his canvas, and then he wanted to begin painting it at once. He was so impatient. Students, female students especially, came and interested themselves in his work, and some rapins asked him questions, and tried to help him and give him tips. But the more they told him, the more helpless and hopeless he grew. He soon felt conscious he was becoming quite a funny man again, a center of interest in a new line, but it gave him no pleasure whatever. After a week of this mistaken drudgery, he sat despondent one afternoon on a bench in the Champs-Élysées and watched the gay people, and thought himself very down on his luck. He was tired and hot and miserable. It was the beginning of July. If he had known how, he would almost have shed tears. His loneliness was not to be borne, and his longing to feel once more the North had become a chronic ache. A tall, thin, shabby man came and sat by his side, and made himself a cigarette and hummed a tune, a well-known Quartier Latin song about Mon Aldegonde, ma blonde, and ma Rodogun, ma brune. Barty just glanced at this jovial person, and found he didn't look jovial at all, but rather sad and seedy and out at elbows, by no means of the kind that the fair Aldegonde or her dark sister would have much to say to. Also that he wore very strong spectacles, and that his brown eyes, when turned Barty's way, vibrated with a quick tremulous motion and sideways, as if they had the gigs. Much moved and excited, Barty got up and put out his hand to the stranger and said, "Bonjour, Monsieur Bonzic, comment allez-vous?" Bonzic opened his eyes at this well-dressed Briton, for Barty had clothes to last him a French lifetime. "Pardonnez-moi, monsieur, mais je n'ai pas l'honneur de vous remettre. Je m'appelle Jocelyn, de chez Brossard." "Ah, mon Dieu, mon cher, mon très cher," said Bonzic, and got up and seized Barty's both hands, and all but hugged him. "Mais quel bonheur de vous revoir! Je pense à vous si souvent, et à Ouitébé. Comme vous êtes changé, et quel beau garçon vous êtes! Qui vous aurait reconnu? Dieu de Dieu, c'est un rêve! Je n'en reviens pas," etc., etc. And they walked off together, and told the other each an epitome of his history since they parted, and dined together cheaply, and spent a happy evening walking up and down the boulevards, and smoking many cigarettes from the Madeleine to the Porte Saint-Martin and back, again and again. "Non, mon cher Jocelyn," said Bonzic, in answer to a question of Barty's, "non, I have not yet seen the sea. It will come in time. But at least I am no longer a damned usher. Un sacré pion d'étude. I am an artist, un peintre de marine at last. It is a happy existence. I fear my talent is not very imposing, but my perseverance is exceptional, and I am only 45. Anyhow, I am able to support myself, not in splendor, certainly, but my wants are few, and my health is perfect. I will put you up to many things, my dear boy. We will storm the citadel of fame together. Bonzig had a garret somewhere, and painted in the studio of a friend not far from Bartie's lodging. This friend, one Lerieux, was a very clever young man, a genius, according to Bonzig. He drew illustrations on wood with surprising quickness and facility and verve, and painted little oil pictures of sporting life, a garde champêtre in a wood with his dog, or with his dog on a dusty road, or crossing a stream, or getting over a stile, and so forth. The dog was never left out, and these things he would sell for 20, 30, even 50 francs. He painted very quick and very well. He was also a capital good fellow, industrious and cultivated and refined, and full of self-respect. Next to his studio he had a small bedroom which he shared with a younger brother, who had just got a small government appointment that kept him at work all day in some ministère. In this studio Bonzig painted his marine, still helping himself from La France Maritime, as he used to do at Brossard's. He was good at mass and cordage against an evening sky, l'heure où les gens de Naples rentrent dans la nature, as he called it. He was also excellent at foam and far-off breakers and seagulls, but very bad at the human figure, sailors and fishermen and their wives. Sometimes Lerieux would put one in for him with a few dabs. As soon as Bonzig had finished a picture, which didn't take very long, he carried it round, still wet, to the small dealers, bearing it very carefully aloft, so as not to smudge it. Sometimes, if there were a sailor by Lerieux, he would get 5 or even 10 francs for it, and then it was Mon Aldegonde with him all the rest of the day. For success always took the form, in his case, of nasally humming that amorous refrain. But it very often happened that he was dumb, poor fellow. No supper, no song. Lerieux conceived such a liking for Bartie that he insisted on taking him into his studio as a pupil assistant, and setting him to draw things under his own eye. And Bartie would fill Bonzig's French sea pieces with Whitby fishermen, and Bonzig got to sing Mon Aldegonde much oftener than before. And chumming with these two delightful men, Bartie grew to know a clean, quiet happiness, which more than made up for lost past splendors and dissipations and gay dishonor. He wasn't even funny; they wouldn't have understood it. Well-bred Frenchmen don't understand English fun, not even in the Quartier Latin as a general rule. Not that it's too subtle for them, that's not why. Thus pleasantly August wore itself away, Bonzig and Bartie nearly always dining together for about a franc apiece, including the waiter, and not badly. Bonzig knew all the cheap eating-houses in Paris, and what each was specially renowned for: bonne friture, fricassee de lapin, pommes sautées, soupe aux choux, etc., etc. Then, after dinner, a long walk and talk and cigarettes, or they would look in at a café chantant, a bal de barrière, the gallery of a cheap theatre, then a bock outside a café, et bonsoir la compagnie. On September the 1st, Lerieux and his brother went to see their people in the south, leaving the studio to Bonzig and Bartie, who made the most of it, though greatly missing the genial young painter, both as a companion and a master and guide. One beautiful morning Bonzig called for Bartie at his crèmerie, and proposed they should go by train to some village near Paris, and spend a happy day in the country, lunching on bread and wine and sugar at some little roadside inn. Bonzique made a great deal of this lunch. It had evidently preoccupied him. Barty was only too delighted. They went on the Impériale of the Versailles train, and got out at Ville d'Avray, and found the kind of little pothouse they wanted. And Barty had to admit that no better lunch for the price could be than small blue wine, sweetened with sugar, and a haunch of bread sopped in it. Then they had a long walk in pretty woods and meadows, sketching by the way, chatting to laborers and soldiers and farm people, smoking endless cigarettes of caporal, and finally they got back to Paris the way they came, so hungry that Barty proposed they should treat themselves for once to a prix fixe dinner at Carmagnoles, in the Passage Choiseul, where they gave you hors d'oeuvre, potage, 3 courses and dessert, and a bottle of wine for 2 francs 50, and everything scrupulously clean. So to the Passage Choiseul they went, but just on the threshold of the famous restaurant, which filled the entire arcade with its appetizing exhalations, Bonzique suddenly remembered to his great regret that close by there lived a young married couple of the name of Lousteau, who were great friends of his, and who expected him to dine with them at least once a week. "I haven't been near them for a fortnight, mon cher, and it is just their dinner hour. I am afraid I must really just run in and eat an ail de poulet and a pêche au vin with them, and give them of my news, or they will be mortally offended. I'll be back with you just when you are entre la poire et le fromage. So, sans adieu," and he bolted. Barty went in and selected his menu, and waiting for his hors d'oeuvre, he just peeped out of the door and looked up and down the arcade, which was always festive and lively at that hour. To his great surprise, he saw Bonzique leisurely flaining about, with his cigarette in his mouth, his hands in his pockets, his long spectacled nose in the air, gazing at the shop windows. Suddenly the good man dived into a baker's shop, and came out again in half a minute with a large brown roll, and began to munch it, still gazing at the shop windows and apparently quite content. Barty rushed after and caught hold of him, and breathlessly heaped bitter reproaches on him for his base and unfriendly want of confidence, snatched his roll and threw it away, dragged him by main force into Carmagnoles, and made him order the dinner he preferred, and sit opposite. "Ma foi, mon cher," said Bonzique, "I own to you that I am almost at the end of my resources for the moment, and also that the prospect of a good dinner in your amiable company is the reverse of disagreeable to me. I thank you in advance with all my heart." "My dear Monsieur Bonzique," says Barty, "you will wound me deeply if you don't look on me like a brother, as I do you. I can't tell you how deeply you have wounded me already. Give me your word of honor that you will share ma mangeale with me till I haven't a sou left." End of section 27. Section 28 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 28. And so they made it up, and had a capital dinner and a capital evening, and Barty insisted that in future they should always mess together at his expense till better days, and they did. But Barty found that his own money was just giving out, and wrote to his bankers in London for more. Somehow it didn't arrive for nearly a week, and they knew at last what it was to dine for 5 sous each, 2½ days, with the loss of appetite just before the meal instead of after. Of course Barty might very well have pawned his watch or his scarf pin, but whatever trinkets he possessed had been given him by his beloved Lady Archibald, everything pawnable he had in the world, even his guitar, and he could not bear the idea of taking them to the Mont de Piété. So he was well pleased one Sunday morning when his remittance arrived, and he went in search of his friend, that they might compensate themselves for a week's abstinence by a famous déjeuner. But Bonzique was not to be found, and Barti spent that day alone, and gorged in solitude and guzzled in silence, moult tristement à l'Anglaise. He was aroused from his first sleep that night by the irruption of Bonzique in a tremendous state of excitement. It seems that a certain baron, whose name I've forgotten, and whose little son the ex-usher had once coached in early Latin and Greek, had written, begging him to call and see him at his chateau near Melun. That Bonzique had walked there that very day 30 miles, and found the baron was leaving next morning for a villa he possessed near Etretat, and wished him to join him there the day after, and stay with him for a couple of months, to coach his son in more classics for a couple of hours in the forenoon.
Bonzique was to dispose of the rest of his time as he liked, except that he was commissioned to paint 6 Marines for the baronial dining room, and the baron had most considerately given him 400 francs in advance. So then, tomorrow afternoon at 6, my dear Jocelyn, you dine with me for once, not in the Passage Choiseul this time, good as it is there, but at Babette's, en plein Palais Royal, en jour de séparation. Vous comprenez? The dinner will be good, I promise you. A calf's head à la vinaigrette. They are famous for that at Babette's, and for their Pauliac and their Saint-Estèphe. At least I'm told so. Nous en ferons l'expérience. And now I bid you good night, as I have to be up before the day. So many things to buy and settle and arrange. First of all, to procure myself a maillot, and a peignoir, and shoes for the beach. I know where to get these things much cheaper than at the seaside. Oh, la mer, la mer! Enfin, je vais piquer ma tête, take my header, là-dedans, et pas plus tard qu'après-demain soir. À demain, très cher camarade, 6 heures, chez Babette. And delirious with joyful anticipations, the good Bonzique ran away, all but piquant sa tête down the narrow staircase, and whistling Mon Aldegonde at the very top of his whistle, and even outside he shouted, Où il met, c'est qu'il row, c'est qu'il row, c'est qu'il row, où il met, c'est qu'il row, tat brin my laddie home. He had to be silenced by a sergeant de ville. And next day they dined at Babette's, and Bonzique was so happy he had to beg pardon for his want of feeling at seeming so exuberant en jour de séparation. Mais venez aussi, Jocelyn. Nous piquerons nos têtes ensemble, et nagerons de conserve. But Barti could not afford this little outing, and he was very sad, with a sadness that not all the Pauillac and Saint-Estèphe in Madame Babette's cellars could have dispelled. He made his friend a present of a beautiful pair of razors, English razors which he no longer needed, since he no longer meant to shave. En signe de mon deuil, as he said. They had been the gift of Lord Archibald in happier days. Alas, he had forgotten to give his Uncle Archie the traditional halfpenny, but he took good care to extract a sou from le grand Bonzique. So ended this little episode in Barti's life. He never saw Bonzique again, nor heard from him, and of him only once more. That sou was wasted. It was at Blankenberg, on the coast of Belgium, that he at last had news of him, a year later, at the café on the plage, and in such an odd and unexpected manner that I can't help telling how it happened. One afternoon a corner of the big coffee room was being arranged for private theatricals, in which Barti was to perform the part of a waiter. He had just borrowed the real waiter's jacket and apron, and was dusting the little tables for the amusement of Mademoiselle Solange, the dame de comptoir, and of the waiter Prosper, who had on Barti's own shooting jacket.
Suddenly an old gentleman came in and beckoned to Barti and ordered a demi-tasse and petit verre. There were no other customers at that hour. Mademoiselle Solange was horrified, but Barti insisted on waiting on the old gentleman in person, and helped him to his coffee and pousse café with all the humorous grace I can so well imagine, and handed him the Indépendance Belge, and went back to superintend the arrangements for the coming play. Presently the old gentleman looked up from his paper and became interested, and soon he grew uneasy, and finally he rose and went up to Barti and bowed, and said, in French of course, "Monsieur, I have made a very stupid mistake. I am nearsighted, and that must be my apology. Besides, you have revenged yourself avec tant d'esprit that you will not bear me rancune. May I ask you to accept my card, with my sincere excuses?" And lo, it was Bonzigue's famous Baron! Barti immediately inquired after his lost friend. Bonzigue? Ah, monsieur, what a terrible tragedy! Poor Bonzigue, the best of men! He came to me at Etretat. I invited him there from sheer friendship. He was drowned the very evening he arrived. He went and bathed after sunset, on his own responsibility, and without mentioning it to anyone. How it happened I don't know. Nobody knows. He was a good swimmer, I believe, but very blind without his glasses. He undressed behind a rock on the shore, which is against the regulations. His body was not found till 2 days after, 3 leagues down the coast. He had an aged mother who came to Etretat. It was harrowing. They were people who had seen better days, etc., etc., etc. And so no more of le grand Bonzique. Nor did Barti ever again meet Lheureux, in whose existence a change had also been wrought by fortune, but whether for good or evil I can't say. He was taken to Italy and Greece by a wealthy relative. What happened to him there, whether he ever came back, or succeeded or failed, Barti never heard. He dropped out of Barti's life as completely as if he had been drowned, like his old friend. These episodes, like many others past and to come in this biography, had no particular influence on Barti Josselin's career, and no reference to them is to be found in anything he has ever written. My only reason for telling them is that I found them so interesting when he told me, and so characteristic of himself. He was bon raconteur. I'm afraid I'm not, and that I've lugged these good people in by the hair of the head, but I'm doing my best. La plus belle fille au monde ne peut donner qu'est-ce qu'elle a. I look to my editor to edit me, and to my illustrator to pull me through. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 29. That autumn, 1856, my father went to France for 6 weeks on business. My sister Ida went with the Gibsons to Ramsgate, and I remained in London with my mother. I did my best to replace my father in Barge Yard, and when he came back he was so pleased with me, and I think with himself also, that he gave me £20 and said, "Go to Paris for a week, Bob, and see Barti, and give him this, with my love." And this was another £20 note. He had never given me such a sum in my life, not a quarter of it, and this was the first time he had ever tipped Barti. Things were beginning at last to go well with him. He had arranged to sell the vintages of Bordeaux and Champagne, as well as those of Burgundy, and was dreaming of those of Germany and Portugal and Spain. Fortune was beginning to smile on Barge Yard, and ours was to become the largest wine business in the world, comme tout un chacun sait. I started for Paris that very night, and knocked at Bartie's bedroom door by 6 next morning. It was hardly daylight, a morning to be remembered. And what a breakfasting at Babette's, after a rather cold swim in the Passy School of Natation, and a walk all round the outside of the school that was once ours. Bartie looked very well, but very thin, and his small sprouting beard and moustache had quite altered the character of his face. I shall distress my lady readers if I tell them the alteration was not an improvement, so I won't. What a happy week that was to me I leave to the reader's imagination. We took a large double-bedded room at the Hôtel de Lille at D'Albion, in case we might want to smoke and talk all night. We did, I think, and had our coffee brought up to us in the morning. I will not attempt to describe the sensations of a young man going back to his beloved Paris after 5 years. Tout ça, c'est de l'histoire ancienne. And Bartie in Paris together, that is not for such a pen as mine. I showed him a new photograph of Leah Gibson, a very large one and an excellent one. He gazed at it a long time with his magnifying glass and without, all his keen perceptions on the alert, and I watched his face narrowly. My eyes, she is a beautiful young woman, and no mistake, he said, with a sigh. You mustn't let her slip through your fingers, Bob. How about that toss? Said I, and laughed. Oh, I resign my claim. She's not for the likes of me. You're going to be the great capitalist, a citizen of credit and renown. I'm Mr. Nobody, of nowhere. Go in and win, my boy, you have my best wishes. If I can scrape together enough money to buy myself a white waistcoat and a decent coat, I'll be your best man. Or some left-off things of yours might do. We're about of a size, aren't we? You've become très bel homme, Bob. Plutôt bel homme que joli garçon, ain't? That's what women are fond of, English women especially. I'm nowhere now, without my uniform and the rest. Is it still Skinner who builds for you? Good old Skinner. Mes compliments. This simple little speech took a hidden weight off my mind and left me very happy. I confided frankly to the good Bartie that no Sally in any alley had ever been more warmly adored by any industrious young London apprentice than was Leah Gibson by me. Ça y est alors, je te félicite d'avance, et je garde mes larmes pour quand tu seras parti. Allons dîner chez Babette. J'ai soif de boire à ton bonheur. Before I left, we met an English artist he had known at the British Museum, an excellent fellow, one Walters, who took him under his wing, and was the means of his entering the Atelier Tremplin in the Rue des Belges as an art student, and thus Bartie began his art studies in a proper and legitimate way. It was characteristic of him that this should never have occurred to him before. So when I parted with the dear fellow, things were looking a little brighter for him, too. All through the winter he worked very hard, the first to come, the last to go, and enjoyed his studio life thoroughly. Such readers as I am likely to have will not require to be told what the interior of a French atelier of the kind is like, nor its domestic economy, nor will I attempt to describe all the fun and the frolic, although I heard it all from Bartie in after years, and very good it was. I almost felt I'd studied there myself. He was a prime favorite, le beau Jocelyn, as he was called. He made very rapid progress, and had already begun to work in colors by the spring. He made many friends, but led a quiet, industrious life, unrelieved, as far as I know, by any of those light episodes one associates with student life in Paris. His principal amusements through the long winter evenings were the café and the brasserie, mild écarté, a game at billiards or dominoes, and long talks about art and literature, with the usual unkempt young geniuses of the place and time, French, English, American. Then he suddenly took it into his head to go to Antwerp, I don't know who influenced him in this direction, but I arranged to meet him there at the end of April, and we spent a delightful week together, staying at the Grand Laboureur in the Place de Mire. The town was still surrounded by the old walls and the moat, and of a picturesqueness that seemed as if it would never pall. 2 or 3 times that week British tourists and travelers landed at the quay by the Place Verte from the Baronne aussi, and this landing was Bartie's delight. The sight of fair, fresh English girls with huge crinolines and their hair done up in chenille nets made him long for England again, and the sound of their voices went nigh to weakening his resolve. But he stood firm to the last, and saw me off by the Baron. I felt a strange serrement de coeur as I left him standing there, so firm as if he had been put au piquet by Monsieur Dumoulin, and so thin and tall and slender, and his boyish face so grave. Good heavens, how much alone he seemed, who was so little built to live alone! It is really not too much to say that I would have given up to him everything I possessed in the world, every blessed thing, except Leah, and Leah was not mine to give. Now and again Bartie's face would take on a look so ineffably, pathetically, angelically simple and childlike that it moved one to the very depths, and made one feel like father and mother to him in one. It was the true revelation of his innermost soul, which in many ways remained that of a child even in his middle age and till he died. All his life he never quite put away childish things. I really believe that in bygone ages he would have moved the world with that look and been another Peter the Hermit. He became a pupil at the academy under De Keyser and Van Lerius, and worked harder than ever. He took a room nearly all window on a second floor in the Marché aux Oeufs, just under the shadow of the gigantic spire, which rings a fragment of melody every 7 minutes and a half, and the whole tune at midnight fortissimo. He laid in a stock of cigars at less than a centime apiece, and dried them in the sun. They left as he smoked them a firm white ash 2 inches long, and he grew so fond of them that he cared to smoke nothing else. He rose before the dawn and went for a swim more than a mile away, got to the academy at 6, worked till 8, breakfasted on a little roll called a pistolet, and a cup of coffee. Then the academy again from 9 till 12, then dinner, the cheapest he had ever known, but not the worst. Then work again all the afternoon, copying old masters at the gallery. Then a cheap supper, a long walk along the quays or ramparts or outside, a game of dominoes, and a glass or 2 of Malines or Louvain. Then bed, without invading hordes. The Flemish are as clean as the Dutch, and there he would soon smoke and read himself to sleep in spite of chimes, which lull you when once you get achimatized, as he called it, meaning of course to be funny, a villainous kind of fun, caught, I fear, in Barge Yard, Bucklesbury. It used to rain puns in the city, especially in the Stock Exchange, which is close to Barge Yard. It was a happy life, and he grew to like it better than any life he had led yet. Besides, he improved rapidly, as his facility was great, for painting as for everything he tried his hand at. He also had a very agreeable social existence. One morning at the academy, 2 or 3 days after his arrival, he was accosted by a fellow student, one Téchel, who introduced himself as an old pupil of Traplong's in the Rue des Belges. They had a long chat in French about the old Paris studio. Among other things, Téchel asked if there were still any English there. Oui, says Bartie, un nommé Walter. Bartie pronounced this name as if it were French, and noticed that Téchel smiled, exclaiming, Parbleu, ce bon Walter, je le connais bien. Next day Téchel came up to an English student called Fox and said, Well, old stick in the mud, how are you getting on? "Why, you don't mean to say you're an Englishman?" says Barty to Téchelle. "Good heavens, you don't mean to say you are! Fancy your calling poor old Walters Valter!" And after that they became very intimate, and that was a good thing for Barty. The polyglot Téchelle was of a famous musical family, of mixed German and Russian origin, naturalized in England and domiciled in France, a true cosmopolite and a wonderful linguist, besides being also a cultivated musician and excellent painter. And all the musicians, famous or otherwise, that passed through Antwerp made his rooms a favorite resort and house of call. And Barty was introduced into a world as delightful to him as it was new, and to music that ravished his soul with a novel enchantment: Chopin, Liszt, Wagner, Schumann, and he found that Schubert had written a few other songs besides the famous Serenade. One evening he was even asked if he could make music himself, and actually volunteered to sing, and sang that famous ballad of Balfe's, which seems destined to become immortal in this country: "When other lips," alias, "then you'll remember me." Strange to say, it was absolutely new to this high musical circle, but they went quite mad over it, and the beautiful melody got naturalized from that moment in Belgium and beyond, and Barty was proclaimed the primo tenore of Antwerp, although he was only a baritone. A fortnight after this, Barty heard When Other Lips played by the Guides Band in the Park at Brussels, its first appearance out of England, and all through him. Then he belonged to the Antwerp Cercle Artistique, where he made many friends and was very popular, as I can well imagine. Thus he was happier than he had ever been in his life, but for one thing that plagued him now and again: his oft recurring desire to be conscious once more of the North, which he had not felt for 4 or 5 years. The want of this sensation at certain periods, especially at night, would send a chill thrill of desolation through him like a wave, a wild panic, a quick agony, as though the true meaning of absolute loneliness were suddenly realized by a lightning flash of insight, and it were to last forever and ever. This would pass away in a second or two, but left a haunting recollection behind for many hours. And then all was again sunshine, and the world was made of many friends, and solitude was impossible evermore. One memorable morning this happiness received a check, and a great horror befell him. It was towards the end of summer, just before the vacation. With a dozen others he was painting the head of an old man from the life, when he became quite suddenly conscious of something strange in his sight. First he shut his left eye, and saw with his right quite perfectly. Then he shut the right, and lo, whatever he looked at with the left dwindled to a vanishing point and became invisible. No rubbing or bathing of his eye would alter the terrible fact, and he knew what great fear really means for the first time. Much kind concern was expressed, and Van Larius told him to go at once to a Monsieur Maurier, a professor at the Catholic University of Louvain, who had attended him for the eyes, and had the reputation of being the first oculist in Belgium. Barty wrote immediately, and an appointment was made, and in 3 days he saw the great man, half professor, half priest, who took him into a dark chamber lighted by a lamp, and dilated his pupil with atropine, and looked into his eye with the newly discovered ophthalmoscope. Professor Noiré told him it was merely a congestion of the retina, for which no cause could be assigned, and that he would be cured in less than a month. That he was to have a seton let into the back of his neck, dry cup himself on the chest and thighs night and morning, and take a preparation of mercury 3 times a day. Also that he must go to the seaside immediately, and he recommended Ostend. Barty told him that he was an impecunious art student, and that Ostend was a very expensive place. Noire considerately recommended Blankenberg, which was cheap, asked for and took his full fee, and said, with a courtly priestly bow, "If you are not cured, come back in a month. Au revoir." So poor Barti had the Satan put in by a kind of barber surgeon, and was told how to dress it night and morning, got his medicines and his dry cupping apparatus, and went off to Blankenberg quite hopeful. And there things happened to him which I really think are worth telling. In the first place, because, even if they did not concern Barti Jaslin, they should be amusing for their own sake. That is, if I could only tell them as he told me afterwards, and I will do my best. And then he was nearing the end of the time when he was to remain as other mortals are. His new life was soon to open, the great change to which we owe the Barti Jaslin who had changed the world for us. Besides, this is a biography, not a novel, not literature. So what does it matter how it's written, so long as it's all true? End of section 29. Section 30 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 30, Part 5th. Ô Célestin, comment t'assouvir aux souffrances humaines qui te pour guérir? Si l'heure est ma peine, j'en voudrais mourir. Tel est mon désir. Navré de comprendre, là de compatir, pour ne plus entendre, ni voir, ni sentir. Je suis prêt à rendre mon dernier soupir, et c'est mon désir. Ne plus rien connaître, ne me souvenir, ne jamais renaître, ne me rendormir. Ne plus jamais être, mais en bien finir. Voilà mon désir. Anonymous. Barti went third class to Bruges, and saw all over it, and slept at the Fleur de Blé, and heard new chimes, and remembered his Longfellow. Next morning, a very fine one, as he was hopefully smoking his centime cigar with immense relish, near the little three-horsed wagonette that was to bear him to Blankenberg, he saw that he was to have 3 fellow passengers, with a considerable amount of very interesting luggage, and rejoiced. First, a tall man, about 30, in a very smart white summer suit, surmounted by a jaunty little straw hat with a yellow ribbon. He was strikingly handsome, and wore immense black whiskers, but no mustache, and had a most magnificent double row of white pearly teeth, which he showed very much when he smiled, and he smiled very often. He was evidently a personage of importance, and very well off, for he gave himself great airs, and ordered people about and chaffed them, and it made them laugh instead of making them angry, and he was obeyed with wonderful alacrity. He spoke French fluently, but with a marked Italian accent. Next, a very blonde lady of about the same age, not beautiful, but rather overdressed, and whose accent when she spoke French was very German, and who looked as if she might be easily moved to wrath. Now and then she spoke to the gentleman in a very audible Italian aside, and Barti was able to gather that her Italian was about as rudimentary as his own. Last and least, a pale, plain, pathetic little girl of 6 or 8, with a nose rather swollen, and a black plait down her back, and large black eyes, something like Leah Gibson's, and she never took these eyes off Barti's face. Their luggage consisted of 2 big trunks, a guitar and violin in their cases, and music books bound together by a rope. "Vous allez à Blankenberg, Moussi?" said the Italian, with a winning smile. Barti answered in the affirmative, and the Italian smiled ecstatic delight. "Je suis bien content. Nous ferons route ensemble." I will translate. I call myself Carlo Veronese, first baritone of the theatre of La Scala, Milan. The Signora is my second wife. She is prima donna assoluta of the Grand Opera, Naples. The little ragazza is my daughter by my first wife. She is the greatest violinist of her age now living, un prodige, aussi, un phénoménal. Barti, charmed with his new acquaintance, gave the Signori his card, and Carlo Veronese invited him graciously to take a seat in the wagonette, as if it were his own private carriage. Barti, who was the most easily impressed person that ever lived, accepted with as much sincere gratitude as if he hadn't already paid for his place, and they started on their sunny drive of 8 miles along the dusty, straight Belgian chaussee, bordered with poplars on either side and paved with flagstones, all the way to Blankenberg. Signor Veronese informed Barti that on their holiday travels they always managed to combine profit with pleasure, and that he proposed giving a grand concert at the Café on the Plage or the Kursaal next day, that he was going to sing Figaro's great song in the Barbiere, and the Signora would give Roberto tuo che zame in French, or rather Robert doi che chame, as she called it, correcting his accent, and the phenomenal, whose name was Marianina, would play an arrangement of the Carnival of Venice by Paganini. Mais vous aussi vous êtes musicienne, je vois ça par la votre figure. Barti modestly disclaimed all pretensions and said he was only an art student, a painter. All the arts are brothers, said the Signori, and the little Signorina stole her hand into Barti's and left it there. Listen, said the Signori, why not arrange to live together, you and I? I hate throwing away money on mere pomposity and grandiosity and show. We always take a little furnished apartment, elle et moi. Then I go and buy provisions bon marché, and she cooks them, and we have our meals better than at the hotel and at half the price. Join us, unless you like to throw your money by the window. The Signorina Marianina's little brown hand gave Barti's a little warm squeeze, and Barti was only too delighted to accept an arrangement that promised to be so agreeable and so practically wise. They arrived at Blankenberg, and leaving their luggage at the wagonette station, went in search of lodgings. They were soon found in a large attic at the top of a house over a bakery. One little mansard, with a truckle bed and wash-hand stand, did for the family of Veronese, another, smaller still, for Barti. Other mansards also opened on to the large attic, or grenier, where there were sacks of grain and of flour, and a sweet smell of cleanliness. Barti wondered that such economical arrangements could suit his new friends, but was well pleased. A weight was taken off his mind. He feared a style of living he could not have afforded to share, and here were all difficulties smoothed away without any trouble whatever. They got in their luggage, and Barti went with the Signori in search of bread and meat and wine and ground coffee. When they got back, a little stove was ready lighted in the Veronese garret. They cooked the food in a frying pan, opening the window wide and closing the door, as the Signori thought it useless to inform the world by the sense of smell that they did their cooking en famille. And Barti enjoyed the meal immensely, and almost forgot his trouble, but for the pain of his Seton. After lunch the Signori produced his placards, already printed by hand, and made some paste in an iron pot, and the Signora made coffee. And Veronese tuned his guitar and said, "Je vais vous canter quelque chose, una piccola cosa da niente. Vous comprenez l'italien?" "Oh, yes," said Barti. He had picked up a deal of Italian, and many pretty Italian canzonettes from his friend old Pergolesi, who kept the Italian eating house in Rupert Street. "Sing me a stornella, je les adore." And he set himself to listen, with his heart in his mouth, from sheer pleasurable anticipation. The Signore sang a pretty little song by Gordigiani called Il vero amore. Barti knew it well. Il mio amor è andato a soggiornare a Lucca Bella e diventar signore. Alas for lost illusions! The Signore's voice was a coarse, unsympathetic, strident buffo bass, not always quite in the middle of the note, nor, in spite of his native liveliness of accent and expression, did he make the song interesting or pretty in the least. Poor Barti had fallen from the skies, but he did his best not to show his disenchantment, and this from a kind and amiable way he always had, and a constant wish to please was not difficult. Then the Signora sang O mon Fernand from the Favorita in French, but with a hideous German accent, and a screech as of some Teutonic peacock, and without a single sympathetic note, though otherwise well in tune, and with a certain professional knowledge of what she was about. And then poor Marianina was made to stand up on 6 music books opposite a small music easel and play her Carnival of Venice on the violin. Every time she made a false note in the difficult variations, her father, with his long, thick, hairy middle finger, gave her a fierce fillip on the nose, and she had to swallow her tears and play on. Barti was almost wild with angry pity, but dissembled, for fear of making her worse enemies than her father and stepmother. Not that the poor little thing played badly; indeed, she played surprisingly well for her age, and Barti was sincere in his warm commendation of her talent. "Et vous ne cantez pas du tout," said Veronese. "Oh, si, quelquefois. Cantez quelque chose. Je vous accompagnerai sur la guitare. N'ayez pas peur. Nous sommes indulgents, elle et moi." "Oh, je m'accompagnerai bien, moi-même comme je pourrai," said Barti, and took the guitar, and sang a little French Tyrolienne called Fleur des Alpes, which he could always sing quite beautifully, and the effect was droll indeed. Marianina wept. The Signore went down on his knees in a theatrical manner to him, and called him Maestro and other big Italian names. The Frau Signora, with tears in her eyes, asked permission to kiss his hand, which his modesty refused. He kissed hers instead. He was a great genius, a bird of God, who had amused himself by making fools of poor, innocent, humble, wandering minstrels. Oh, would he not be generous as he was great, and be one of them for a few days, and take half the profits, more, whatever he liked, etc. And indeed they immediately saw the business side of the question, and were, to do them justice, immensely liberal in their conditions of partnership, and also most distressingly persistent, with adulations that got more and more fulsome the more he held back. There was a long discussion. Barti had to be quite brutal at the end, told them he was not a musician but a painter, and that nothing on earth should induce him to join them in their concert. And finally, much crestfallen and somewhat huffed, the pair went out to post their placards all over the town, and Barti went for a bath and a long walk, suddenly feeling sad again, and horribly one-eyed and maimed, and more woefully northless and homeless and friendless than ever. Blankenberg was already very full, and when he got back he saw the famous placards everywhere, and found his friends cooking their dinner, and was pressed to join them, and did so, producing a magnificent pasty, and some hothouse grapes, and 2 bottles of wine as a peace offering, and was forgiven. And after dinner they all sat on grain sacks together in the large granary, and made music, with ladies' maids and valets and servants of the house, for a most genial and appreciative audience, and had a very pleasant evening, and Barti came to the conclusion that he had mistaken his trade, that he sang devilish well, in fact, and so he did. Whatever his technical shortcomings might be, he could make any tune sound pretty when he sang it. He had the native gift of ease, pathos, rhythm, humor, and charm, and a delightful, sympathetic twang in his voice. His mother must have sung something like that, and all Paris went mad about her. No technical teaching in the world can ever match a genuine inheritance, and that's a fact. Next morning they all bathed together, and Barti unheroically and quite obscurely saved a life. The Signore and his fat white Signora went dancing out into the sunny waves, and right away seawards.
End of section 30. Section 31 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 31. Then came Barti, with an all-round shirt collar round his neck, and a white tie on, to conceal his seton, and a pair of blue spectacles for the glare. And behind him Marianina, hopping on and following as best she might. He turned round to encourage her, and she had suddenly disappeared. Half uneasy, he went back a step or two, and saw her little pale brown face gasping just beneath the surface. She had just got out of her depth. He snatched her out, and she clung to him like a small monkey, and cried dreadfully, and was sick all over him and herself. He managed to get her back on shore, and washed and dried and consoled her before her people came back, and had the tact not to mention this adventure, guessing what Phillips she would catch on her poor little pink nose for her stupidity. She looked her gratitude for this reticence of his in the most touching way, with her big black eyes, and had a cunning smile of delight at their common tacit understanding. Her rescuer from a watery grave did not apply for the médaille de sauvetage. Barti took an immense walk that day to avoid the common repast. He was getting very tired of the two senior Veroneses. The concert in the evening was a tremendous success. The blatant Signore sang his Figaro song very well indeed. It suited him better than little feminine love ditties. The Signora was loud and passionate and dramatic in Roberto, and Belgians make more allowance for a German accent in French than Parisians. Besides, it was not quite their own language that was being murdered before them. It may be, some day. I sincerely hope so. Je le veux du bien. Poor little Marianina stood on her 6 music books and played with immense care and earnestness, just like a frightened but well-trained poodle walking on its hind legs, one eye on her music and the tail of the other on her father, who accompanied her with his guitar. She got an encore, to Barti's great relief, and to hers too, no doubt. If she hadn't, Phillips on the nose for supper that night. Then there were more solos and duets, with obbligatos for the violin. Next day Veronese and his wife were in high feather at the Kursaal, where they had sung the night before. A very distinguished military foreigner, in attendance on some august personage from Spain or Portugal, and later from Ostend, warmly and publicly complimented the Signore on his admirable rendering of Largo el factotum, which, as his dear old friend Rossini had once told him, the general, he, Rossini, had always modestly looked upon as the one thing he had ever written with which he was almost pleased. Marianina also received warm commendation from this agreeable old soldier, while quite a fashionable crowd was listening, and Veronese arranged for another concert that evening, and placarded the town accordingly. Barti managed to escape any more meals in the Casa Veronese, but took Marianina for 1 or 2 pleasant walks, and told her stories and sang to her in the grenier, while she improvised for him clever little obbligatos on her fiddle. He found a cheap eating house, and picked up a companion or two to chat with.
He also killed time with his Seton dressing and self-dry cupping, and hired French novels, and read them as much as he dared with his remaining eye, about which he was morbidly nervous. He always fancied it would get its retina congested like the other, in which no improvement manifested itself whatever, and this depressed him very much. He was a most impatient patient. To return. The second concert was as conspicuous a failure as the first had been a success. The attendance was small and less distinguished, and there was no enthusiasm. The Frau Signora slipped a note and lost her temper in the middle of Roberto, and sang out of tune and with careless open contempt of her audience, and this the audience seemed to understand and openly resent. Poor Marianina was frightened, and played very wrong notes under the furious gaze of her papa, and finally broke down and cried, and there were some hisses for him, as well as kind and encouraging applause for the child. Then up jumps Barti, and gets on the platform, and takes the Signore's guitar and twangs it, and smiles all round benignly. Immense applause. Then he pats Marianina's thin, pale cheek, and wipes her eyes and gives her a kiss. Frantic applause. Then Fleur des Alpes. Ovation. Encore. Bi terre. And for a third encore he sings a very pretty little Flemish ballad about the rose without a thorn, Het rouge oui des dorn. It is the only Flemish song he knows, and I hope I have spelt it right. And the audience goes quite crazy with enthusiasm, and everybody goes home happy, even the Veroneses, and Marianina does not get Philipped that night. After this the Veroneses try humbler spheres for the display of their talents, and in less than a week exhausted every pothouse and beer tavern and low drinking shop in Blankenberg. And at last they took to performing for casual coppers in the open street, and went very rapidly downhill. The Signore lost his jauntiness and grew sordid and soiled and shabby and humble. The Signora looked like a sulky, dirty, draggle-tailed fury, ready to break out into violence on the slightest provocation. Poor Marianina got paler and thinner, and Barti was very unhappy about her. The only things left rosy about her were her bruised nose and her fingers that always seemed stiff with cold. Indeed, they were blue rather than rosy, and anything but clean. One evening he bought her a little warm gray cloak that took his fancy. When he went home after dinner to give it her, he found the three birds of song had taken flight, sans tambour ni trompette, and leaving no message for him. The baker landlord had turned them adrift, sent them about their business, sacrificing some of his rent to get rid of them. Not a heavy loss, I fancy. Barti went after them all over the little town, but did not find them. He heard they were last seen marching off with guitar and fiddle in a southerly direction along the coast, and found that their luggage was to be sent to Ostend. He felt very sorry for Marianina and missed her, and gave the cloak to some poor child in the town, and was very lonely. One morning, as he loafed about dejectedly with his hands in his pockets, he found his way to the little Hôtel de Ville, whence issued sounds of music. He went in. It was like a kind of reading room and concert room combined. There was a piano there, and a young lady practicing, with her mother knitting by her side, and two or three other people, friends of theirs, lounging about and looking at the papers. The mamma was a very handsome person of aristocratic appearance. The pretty daughter was practicing the soprano part in a duet by Campagna, which Barti knew well. It was Una sera d'amore. The tenor had apparently not kept his appointment, and Madame expressed some irritation at this, first to a friend in French, but with a slight English accent, then in English to her daughter, and Barti grew interested. After a little while, catching the mamma's eye, which was not difficult, as she very frankly and persistently gazed at him, and with a singularly tender and wistful expression of face, he got up and asked in English if he could be of any use, seeing that he knew the music well and had often sung it. The lady was delighted, and Barti and Mademoiselle sang the duet in capital style to the mamma's accompaniment, Guarda che bianca luna, etc. "What a lovely voice you've got! May I ask your name?" says the mamma. "Jocelyn." "English, of course." "Upon my word, I hardly know whether I'm English or French," said Barti, and he and the lady fell into conversation. It turned out that she was Irish, and married to a Belgian soldier, le Général Count de Clèves, who was a tremendous swell, it seems, but just then in Brussels. Barti told Madame de Clèves the story of his eye. He was always very communicative about his eye, and she suddenly buried her face in her hands and wept. And Mademoiselle told him in a whisper that her eldest brother had gone blind and died 3 or 4 years ago, and that he was extraordinarily like Barti both in face and figure. Presently another son of Madame de Clèves came in, an officer of dragoons in undress uniform, a splendid youth. He was the missing tenor, and made his excuses for being late, and sang very well indeed. And Barti became the intimate friend of these good people, who made Blankenberg a different place to him, and conceived for him a violent liking, and introduced him to all their smart Belgian friends. They were quite a set, bathing together, making music and dancing, taking excursions, and so forth. And before a fortnight was over, Barti had become the most popular young man in the town, the gayest of the gay, the young guardsman once more, throwing dull care to the winds. And, in spite of his impecuniosity, of which he made no secret whatever, the bout d'entrain of the company. And this led to many droll adventures, of which I will tell one as a sample. A certain Belgian viscount, who had a very pretty French wife, took a dislike to Barti. He had the reputation of being a tremendous fire eater. His wife, a light-hearted little flirt, but with not much harm in her, took a great fancy to him, on the contrary. One day she asked him for a wax impression of the seal ring he wore on his finger, and the following morning he sealed an empty envelope and stamped it with his ring, and handed it to her on the plage. She snatched it with a quick gesture and slipped it into her pocket with quite a guilty little coquettish look of mutual understanding. Monsieur Jean, as the viscount was called, noticed this, and jostled rudely against Jocelyn, who jostled back again and laughed. Then the whole party walked off to the tir, or shooting gallery on the plage. Some wager was on, I believe, and when they got there they all began to shoot, at different distances, ladies and gentlemen, all but Barti. It was a kind of handicap. Monsieur Jean, after a fierce and significant look at Barti, slowly raised his pistol, took a deliberate aim at the small target, and fired, hitting it just half an inch over the bull's-eye. A capital shot. Barti couldn't have done better himself. Then, taking another loaded pistol, he presented it to my friend by the butt, and said, with a solemn bow, "À vous, Monsieur de la Garde." "Messieurs de la Garde doivent toujours tirer les premiers," said Barti, laughing, and carelessly let off his pistol in the direction of the target, without even taking aim. A little bell rang, and there was a shout of applause, and Barti was conscious that by an extraordinary fluke he had hit the bull's-eye in the middle, and saw the situation at once. Suddenly, looking very grave and very sad, he threw the pistol away and said, "Je ne tire plus, j'ai trop peur d'avoir la main malheureuse un jour," and smiled benignly at Monsieur Jean. A moment's silence fell on the party, and Monsieur Jean turned very pale. Barti went up to Madame Jean. "Will you forgive me for giving you with my seal an empty envelope? I couldn't think of anything pretty enough to write you, so I gave it up. Tear it and forgive me. I'll do better next time." The lady blushed and pulled the letter out of her pocket and held it up to the light, and it was, as Bartis said, merely an empty envelope and a red seal. She then held it out to her husband and exclaimed, "Le cachet de Monsieur Jocelyn, que je lui avais demandé." So bloodshed was perhaps avoided, and Monsieur Jean took care not to jostle Jocelyn any more. Indeed, they became great friends. For next day Bartis strolled into the salle d'armes, Rue des Dunes, and there he found Monsieur Jean fencing with young de Clèves, the dragoon. Both were good fencers, but Bartis was the finest fencer I ever met in my life, and always kept it up. And remembering his adventure of the previous day, it amused him to affect a careless nonchalance about such trivial things, des enfantillages. "You take a turn with Jean, Jocelyn," said the dragoon. "Oh, I'm out of practice, and I've only got one eye." "Je vous en prie, Monsieur de la Garde," said the Viscount. "Cette fois, alors, nous allons tirer ensemble," says Bartis, and languidly dons the mask with an affected air, and makes a fuss about the glove not suiting him. And then, in spite of his defective sight, which seems to make no difference, he lightly and gracefully gives Monsieur Jean such a dressing as that gentleman had never got in his life, not even from his maître d'armes, and afterwards to young de Clèves the same. Well, I knew his way of doing this kind of thing. So Bartis and Monsieur and Madame Jean became quite intimate, and with his usual indiscretion Bartis told them how he fluked that bull's-eye, and they were charmed. "Vous êtes impayable, savez-vous, mon cher," says Monsieur Jean. "Vous avez tous les talents, et un million dans le gossier par-dessous le marché. Si jamais je puis vous être de service, savez-vous, comptez sur moi pour la vie," said the impulsive Viscount when they bade each other good-bye at the end. "Et plus jamais d'enveloppe vide, quand vous m'écrirez," says Madame. End of Section 31. Section 32 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 32. So frivolous time wore on, and Bartis found it pleasant to frivol in such pleasant company. Very pleasant indeed. But when alone in his garret, with his Seton dressing and dry cuppings, it was not so gay. He had to confess to himself that his eye was getting slowly worse instead of better, darkening day by day, and a little more retina had been taken in by the strange disease, la peau de chagrin, as he nicknamed this wretched retina of his, after Balzac's famous story. He could still see with the left of it and at the bottom, but a veil had come over the middle and all the rest. By daylight he could see through this veil, but every object he saw was discolored and distorted and deformed. It was worse than darkness itself, and this was so distressing, and so interfered with the sight of the other eye, that when the sun went down, the total darkness in the ruined portion of his left retina came as a positive relief. He took all this very desperately to heart, and had very terrible forebodings, for he had never known an ache or a pain, and had innocently gloried all his life in the singular perfection of his 5 wits. Then his money was coming to an end. He would soon have to sing in the streets, like Veronese, with Lady Archibald's guitar. Dear Lady Archibald, when things went wrong with her, she would always laugh and say, "Les misères du jour font le bonheur du lendemain." This he would say or sing to himself over and over again, and go to bed at night quite hopeful and sanguine after a merry day spent among his many friends, and soon sink into sleep, persuaded that his trouble was a bad dream, which next morning would scatter and dispel. But when he woke it was to find the grim reality sitting by his pillow, and he couldn't dry cup it away. The very sunshine was an ache as he went out and got his breakfast with his blue spectacles on, and black care would link its bony arm in his as he listlessly strolled by the much-sounding sea, and cling to him close as he swam or dived, and he would wonder what he had ever done that so serious and tragic a calamity should have befallen so light a person as himself, who could only dance and sing and play the fool to make people laugh, Rigoletto, Triboulet, a mere grasshopper, no ant or bee or spider, not even a third-class beetle. Surely this was not according to the eternal fitness of things. And thus, in the unutterable utterness of his dejection, he would make himself such evil cheer that he sickened with envy at the mere sight of any living thing that could see out of two eyes, a homeless, irresponsible dog, a hunchback beggar, a crippled organ grinder and his monkey, till he met some acquaintance, even but a rolling fisherman with a brown face and honest blue eyes, a pair of them, and then he would forget his sorrow and his envy in chat and jokes and laughter with him, over each a centime cigar, and was set up in good spirits for the day. Such was Barti Joceline, the most ready lover of his kind that ever existed, the slave of his last impression. And thus he lived under the shadow of the sword of Damocles for many months, on and off for years, indeed, as long as he lived at all. It is good discipline. It rids one of much superfluous self-complacency, and puts a wholesome check on our keeping too good a conceit of ourselves. It prevents us from caring too meanly about mean things, too keenly about our own infinitesimal personalities. It makes us feel quick sympathy for those who live under a like condition. There are many such weapons dangling over the heads of us poor mortals by just a hair, a panoply, an armory, a very arsenal. And we grow to learn in time that when the hair gives way and the big thing falls, the blow is not half so bad as the fright had been, even if it kills us, and more often than not it is but the shadow of a sword after all, a bogey that has kept us off many an evil track, perhaps even a blessing in disguise. And in the end, down comes some other sword from somewhere else and cuts for us the Gordian knot of our brief tangled existence, and solves the riddle and sets us free. This is a world of surprises, where little ever happens but the unforeseen, which is seldom worth meeting half-way. And these moral reflections of mine are quite unnecessary and somewhat obvious, but they harm nobody, and are very soothing to make and utter at my time of life. Pity the sorrows of a poor old man, and forgive him his maudlin garrulity. One afternoon, lolling in deep dejection on the top of a little sandy hillock, a dune, and plucking the long coarse grass, he saw a very tall elderly lady, accompanied by her maid, coming his way along the asphalt path that overlooked the sea, or rather that prevented the sea from overlooking the land and overflowing it. She was in deep black and wore a thick veil. With a little jump of surprise he recognized his Aunt Caroline, Lady Caroline Gray. Of all his aunts, the aunt who had loved him the best as a boy, whom he had loved the best. She was a Roman Catholic, and very devout indeed, a widow and childless now. And between her and Barti a coolness had fallen during the last few years, a heavy raw thick mist of cold estrangement, and all on account of his London life and the notoriety he had achieved there, things of which she disapproved entirely and thought unworthy of a gentleman. And who can blame her for thinking so? She had at first written to him long letters of remonstrance and good advice, which he gave up answering after a while, and when they met in society her manner had grown chill and distant and severe. He hadn't seen or heard of his Aunt Caroline for 3 or 4 years, but at the sudden sight of her a wave of tender childish remembrance swept over him, and his heart beat quite warmly to her. Affliction is a solvent of many things, and first cousin to forgiveness. She passed without looking his way, and he jumped up and followed her and said, "Oh, Aunt Caroline, won't you even speak to me?" She started violently and turned round and cried, "Oh, Barti, Barti, where have you been all these years?" and seized both his hands and shook all over. "Oh, Barti, my beloved little Barti, take me somewhere where we can sit and talk. I've been thinking of you very much, Barti. I've lost my poor son. He died last Christmas. I was afraid you had forgotten my existence. I was thinking of you the very moment you spoke." The maid left them, and she took his arm, and they found a seat. She put up her veil and looked at him. There was a great likeness between them, in spite of the difference of age. She had been his father's favorite sister, some 10 years younger than Lord Runswick, and she was very handsome still, though about 55. "Oh, Barti, my darling, how things have gone wrong between us! Is it all my doing? Oh, I hope not!" And she kissed him. "How like, how like! And you're getting a little black and bulgy under the eyes, especially the left one, and so did he at just about your age. And how thin you are! I don't think anything need ever go wrong between us again, Aunt Caroline. I am a very altered person, and a very unlucky one. Tell me, dear." And he told her all his story, from the fatal quarrel with her brother Lord Archibald, and the true history of that quarrel, and all that had happened since. He had nothing to keep back. She frequently wept a little, for truth was in every tone of his voice, and when it came to the story of his lost eye, she wept very much indeed. And his need of affection, of female affection especially, and of kinship, was so immense that he clung to this most kind and loving woman, as if she'd been his mother come back from the grave, or his dear Lady Archibald. This meeting made a great difference to Barti in many ways, made amends. Lady Caroline meant to pass the winter at Malines, of all places in the world. The Archbishop was her friend, and she was friends also with 1 or 2 priests at the seminary there. She was by no means rich, having but an annuity of not quite 300 a year, and it soon became the dearest wish of her heart that Barti should live with her for a while, and be nursed by her if he wanted nursing, and she thought he did. Besides, it would be convenient on account of his doctor, Monsieur Maurier, of the University of Louvain, which was near Malines, half an hour by train. And Barti was only too glad. This warm old love and devotion had suddenly dropped on to him by some happy enchantment out of the skies at a moment of sore need, and it was with a passion of gratitude that he accepted his aunt's proposals. He well knew also how it was in him to brighten her lonely life, almost every hour of it, and promised himself that she should not be a loser by her kindness to Mr. Nobody of Nowhere. He remembered her love of fun, and pretty poetry, and little French songs, and droll chat, and nice cheerful meals tete a tete, and he was good at all these things. And how fond she was of reading out loud to him! The time might soon arrive when that would be a blessing indeed. Indeed, a new interest had come into his life, not altogether a selfish interest either, but one well worth living for, though it was so unlike any interest that had ever filled his life before. He had been essentially a man's man hitherto, in spite of his gay light love for lovely women. A good comrade par excellence, a frolicsome chum, a rollicking boon companion, a jolly pal. He wanted quite desperately to love something staid and feminine, and gainly and well bred, whatever its age. Some kind, soft, warm thing in petticoats and thin shoes, with no hair on its face, and a voice that wasn't male. Nor did her piety frighten him very much. he soon found that she was no longer the overzealous, proselytizing busybody of the cross, but immensely a woman of the world, making immense allowances. All roads lead to Rome, dit-on, except a few which converge in the opposite direction. But even Roman roads lead to this wide tolerance in the end, for those of a rich, warm nature, who have been well battered by life. And Lady Caroline had been very thoroughly battered indeed. A bad husband, a bad son, her only child, both dead, but deeply loved and lamented. And in her heart of hearts there lurked a sad suspicion that her piety, so deep and earnest and sincere, had not bettered their badness, on the contrary perhaps, and had driven her Barti from her when he needed her most. End of section 32.
Section 33 of The Martian by Georges de Maurier. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Section 33. Now that his need of her was so great, greater than it had ever been before, she would take good care that no piety of hers should ever drive him away from her again. She felt almost penitent and apologetic for having done what she had known to be right. The woman in her had at last outgrown the nun. She almost began to doubt whether she had not been led to selfishly overrate the paramount importance of the exclusive salvation of her own particular soul. And then his frank, fresh look and manner, and honest, boyish voice, so unmistakably sincere, and that mild and magnificent eye, so bright and humorous still, so like, which couldn't even see her loving, anxious face. Thank heaven, there was still one eye left that she could appeal to with both her own. And what a child he had been, poor dear, the very pearl of the Rohans. What Rohan of them all was ever a patch on this poor bastard of Antoinette Josselin's, either for beauty, pluck, or mother wit, or even for honor, if it came to that? Why, a quixotic scruple of honor had ruined him, and she was Rohan enough to understand what the temptation had been the other way. She had seen the beautiful bad lady. And pure as her own life had been, she was no Puritan, but of a church well versed in the deepest knowledge of our poor, weak, frail humanity. She has told me all about it, and I listened between the words. So during the remainder of her stay at Blankenberg, he was very much with Lady Caroline, and rediscovered what a pleasant and lively companion she could be, especially at meals. She was fond of good food of a plain and wholesome kind, and took good care to get it. She had her little narrownesses, to be sure, and was not hail fellow well met with everybody like him, and did not think very much of giddy little viscountesses with straddling, loud-voiced Flemish husbands, nor of familiar facetious commercial millionaires, of whom Barti numbered 2 or 3 among his adorers, nor even of the highly born Irish wives of Belgian generals and all that. Madame de Clèves was an O'Brien. There were old ingrained Rohan prejudices, and she was too old herself to alter. But she loved the good fishermen, whose picturesque boats made such a charming group on the sands at sunset, and also their wives and children, and here she and her nephew were bien d'accord. I fear her ladyship would not have appreciated very keenly the rising splendor of a certain not altogether unimportant modern house in Barge Yard, Bucklesbury, and here she would have been wrong. The time has come when we throw the handkerchief at female Rohans, we Maurices and our like. I have not done so myself, it is true, but not from any rooted antipathy to any daughter of 100 earls, nor yet from any particular diffidence on my own part. Anyhow, Lady Caroline loved to hear all Barty had to say of his gay life among the beauty, rank, and fashion of Blankenberg. She was very civil to the handsome Irish Madame de Clèves, née O'Brien, and listened politely to the family history of the O'Briens, and that of the de Clèves too, and learnt without indecent surprise, or any emotion of any kind whatever, what she had never heard before, namely, that in the early part of the 12th century a Rohan de Whitby had married an O'Brien of Ballyrot, and other prehistoric facts of equal probability and importance. She didn't believe much in people's 12th century reminiscences. She didn't even believe in those of her own family, who didn't believe in them either, or trouble about them in the least, and I dare say they were quite right. Anyhow, when people solemnly talked about such things, it made her rather sorry. But she bore up for Barty's sake, and the resigned, half humorous courtesy with which she assented to these fables was really more humiliating to a sensitive, haughty soul than any mere supercilious disdain. Not that she ever wished to humiliate, but she was easily bored, and thought that kind of conversation vulgar, futile, and rather grotesque. Indeed, she grew quite fond of Madame de Clèves, and the splendid young dragoon, and the sweet little black-haired daughter with lovely blue eyes, who sang so charmingly; for they were singularly charming people in every way, the de Clèves, and that's a way Irish people often have, as well as of being proud of their ancient blood. There is no more innocent weakness. I have it very strongly, moi qui vous parle, on the maternal side. My mother was a Blake of Derrydown, a fact that nobody would have known, unless she now and then accidentally happened to mention it herself, or else my father did. And so I take the opportunity of slipping it in here, just out of filial piety. So the late autumn of that year found Barty and his aunt at Malines, or Mechlin, as it calls itself in its native tongue. They had comfortable lodgings of extraordinary cheapness in one of the dullest streets of that most picturesque but dead alive little town, where the grass grew so thick between the paving stones here and there, that the brewers' dray horses might have browsed in the Grand Brûle, a magnificent but generally deserted thoroughfare leading from the railway station to the Place d'Armes, where rose still unfinished the colossal tower of one of the oldest and finest cathedrals in the world, whose chimes wafted themselves every half quarter of an hour across the dreamy flats for miles and miles, according to the wind, that one might realize how slow was the flight of time in that particular part of King Leopold's dominions. And from a tall tower in the town, death looks gigantically down, said Barty to his aunt, quoting or misquoting a bard they were very fond of just then, as they slowly walked down the Grand Brûle in solitude together, from the 19th century to the 14th in less than 20 minutes, or 3 chimes from Saint Rambaud, or 50 shrieks from the railway station. But for these, a spirit of stillness and medieval melancholy brooded over the quaint old city, and great archiepiscopal see, and most important railway station in all Belgium. Magnificent old houses in carved stone with wrought iron balconies were to be had for rents that were almost nominal. From the tall windows of some of these, a frugal, sleepy, priest-ridden old nobility looked down on broad and splendid streets hardly ever trodden by any feet but their own, or those of some stealthy Jesuit priest or Sister of Mercy. Only during the Kermesse, or at carnival time, when noisy revellers of either sex and ungainly processions of tipsy masks and mummers waked Mechlin out of its long sleep, and all the town seemed one vast estaminet, did one feel one's self to be alive.
even at night, and in the small hours frisky masks and dominoes walked the moonlit streets, and made loud old Flemish medieval love à la Tenière. There was a beautiful botanical garden through which a river flowed under tall trees and turned the wheels of the oldest flour mills in Flanders. This was a favorite resort of Bartie's, and he had it pretty much to himself. And for Lady Caroline there were, besides St. Rombaut, quite half a dozen churches, almost as magnificent, if not so big, and in them as many as you could wish, of old Flemish masters, beginning with Peter Paul Rubens, who pervades the land of his birth very much as Michelangelo pervades Florence and Rome. And these dim places of Catholic worship were generously open to all, every day and all day long, and never empty of worshippers, high and low, prostrate in the dust, or kneeling with their arms extended and their heads in the air, their wide open, immovable, unblinking eyes hypnotized into stone by the cross and the crown of thorns. Mostly peasant women, these, with their black hoods falling from their shoulders, and stiff little close white caps that hid the hair. Out of cool, shadowy recesses of fretted stone and admirably carved wood, emanations seemed to rise as from the long forgotten past, tons of incense burnt hundreds of years ago, and millions of closely packed supplicants, rich and poor, following each other in secula seculorum. Lady Caroline spent many of her hours haunting these crypts and praying there. At the back of their house in the Rue des Ursulines Blanches, Bartie's bedroom window overlooked the playground of the convent des Sœurs Redemptoristines, all noble ladies, most beautifully dressed in scarlet and ultramarine, with long snowy veils, and who were waited upon by non-noble sisters in garments of a like hue, but less expensive texture. So at least said little Fincha Torf, the daughter of the house, little Frau, as Lady Caroline called her, and who seems to have been one of the best creatures in the world. She became warmly attached to both her lodgers, who reciprocated the feeling in full. It was her chief pleasure to wait on them and look after them at all times of the day, though Lady Caroline had already a devoted maid of her own. Little Frau's father was a well-to-do burgher with a prosperous ironmongery in the Petit Brûle. This was his private house, where he pursued his hobby, for he was an amateur photographer, very fond of photographing his kind and simple-minded old wife, who was always attired in rich Brussels silks and Mechlin lace on purpose. She even cooked in them, though not for her lodgers, whose midday and evening meals were sent from La Cigogne close by, in 4 large round tins that fitted into each other and were carried in a wickerwork cylindrical basket. And it was little Frau's delight to descant on the qualities of the menu as she dished and served it. I will not attempt to do so. But after little Frau had cleared it all away, Bartie would descant on the qualities of certain English dishes he remembered, to the immense amusement of Aunt Caroline, who was reasonably fond of what is good to eat. He would paint in words. He was better in words than any other medium, oil, water, or distemper. The boiled leg of mutton, not overdone, the mashed turnips, the mealy potato, the caper sauce. He would imitate the action of the carver and the sound of the carving knife making its first keen cut while the hot pink gravy runs down the sides. Then he would wordily paint a French roast chicken, and its rich brown gravy, and its water cresses, the pommes sautées, the crisp curly salade aux fines herbes, and Lady Caroline, still hungry, would laugh till her eyes watered, as well as her mouth. When it came to the sweets, the apple puddings and gooseberry pies, and Devonshire cream and brown sugar, there was no more laughing, for then Bartie's talent soared to real genius, and genius is a serious thing. And as to his celery and Stilton cheese, but there, it's lunch time, and I'm beginning to feel a little peckish myself. Every morning when it was fine, Barty and his aunt would take an airing round the town, which was enclosed by a ditch where there was good skating in the winter, on long skates that went very fast, but couldn't cut figures, 8 or 3. There were no fortifications or ramparts left, but a few of the magnificent old brick gateways still remained, admitting you to the most wonderful old streets with tall pointed houses, clean little slums where women sat on their doorsteps making the most beautiful lace in the world, odd nooks and corners and narrow ways where it was easy to lose oneself, small as the town really was. Innumerable little toy bridges over toy canals one could have leaped at a bound, overlooked by quaint, irregular little dwellings, of colors that had once been as those of the rainbow, but which time had mellowed into divine harmonies, as it does all it touches, from grand old masters to oak palings round English parks, from Venice to Mechlin and its lace, from a disappointed first love to a great sorrow. Occasionally a certain distinguished old man of soldier-like aspect would pass them on horseback, and gaze at their two tall British figures with a look of curious and benign interest, as if he mentally wished them well, and well away from this drear limbo of penitence and exile and expiation. They learnt that he was French and a famous general, and that his name was Changarnier, and they understood that public virtue has to be atoned for. And he somehow got into the habit of bowing to them with a good smile, and they would smile and bow back again. Beyond this they never exchanged a word, but this little outward show and ceremony of kindly look and sympathetic gesture always gave them a pleasant moment, and helped to pass the morning. End of section 33.